And this is the start of a North American recording. Cool. So I can get my VODs uploaded afterwards. For anyone who's missed anything, let me rename it. EMEA CoStream. Can you have emote privileges? Yeah, what do I need to do? Someone remind me. Oh, yeah, oh, that's the perfect emote, actually. Wait, should I just add it as an official emote as well? Wait, hold on. Where am I? Let me see if I can just do it. Viewer rewards, emotes. Is this the one I want? Let me save this. Save image as. That'll do. And then... Oh, yeah, I've still got an open slot. Is it square? Hopefully it's square, otherwise I have to dick around a little bit. Oh, no, it might just work immediately. I'll just call it donk. Should I call it double donk or just donk? Double donk. Alright, I think it's just there straight away. Don't know if you maybe need to refresh for it to pop up, but I think we've just got an immediate double donk reaction. Or addition, I should say. Bang. Donk. We'll do the TF2 stream, maybe not next week because my sister's round, but the week after, and then you'll see me. I was playing last night. I was playing last night with... Was it last night we played? Maybe it was Thursday. It might be Thursday, actually. Playing a bit with Coleman. And I was hitting the double donks. It's actually such... If you've never played TF2 before, basically it's kind of like Junkrat's pipe launcher, but the way it works is you fire one, and then it has big knockback, but then it bops them, and then it explodes. And if you get the timing right, so it like hits them and then explodes, you get like a crit multiplier damage, and it just says fucking... It makes the double donk sound.
Oi.
It's so incredibly satisfying. Oi, oi.
Hold up.
Holding up.
Not holding up. Just keep on keeping on, you know? That's all I can ask of you.
Hold on. I've definitely forgot to update the stream title and do any of the things.
Oh, don't worry about it. I got you for the start. Team Z rolling out on the Orisa comp again. Painkiller has a really solid Orisa. We've got Peace on the Pharah as well. They're going for a full spam heavy comp here. 3 heroes, Peace, Excal, and Painkiller, all playing heroes that will do so much long range damage to the players of Fluffy Dreamland. Haven over on the Torb. I'm not so sure about this pick. Let's see if they can get anything done with it at all. They're also going for the BAP approach. So they're going to have a lamp in the back pocket. Painkiller actually goes down super early. The shotguns from Torb and the May wall catching him out really early on in the piece. I think they needed to play a little bit more for the main fight, because with this DPS composition, they need to lean out into the open space where Peace and Excal can take these wide angles and get it done. If you brawl inside versus May Torb, you're asking for trouble. So Team Z, really, they need to think about the conditions of their comp a little bit more. Try and drag things out into the space where their DPS can carry.
Well, we're going to have to rethink this. Have a little bit more time now to rethink this one, as they are forced to disengage after Excal gets picked here. They will just about get their Orisa out. Painkiller survives. Just gets hit with a spear afterwards, but will be okay. Excal's actually going to go Hanzo now. Not sure. I guess they're leading into more of the spammier side, but they're still going to have a problem getting their DPS in pieces down again, and it's just false start after false start for Team Z.
Yeah, they're having a real rough one breaking through this choke. I think the Hanzo, I'm not sure that that's going to do anything to really help break things open unless he hits a magic log. But Team Z, I mean, now they're rotating through the dark room. They're just going to try and spread things out from the server. But you can see Fluffy Dreamland, they've already matched that rotation, and now they have this really strong wall choke. Straight away, the wall comes up. Len and Peace melted. In the time that it took for the wall to break, all of Team Z's players have just fallen by the wayside. So this is really rough now for Team Z. They invested the Kiriko ultimate into that one too. It appears I'm having another stroke on broadcast, but you know, it can happen. And Team Z, I mean, they're just being mopped the floor.
Can I get a quick time check as well? I think you might be slightly ahead of me. I'm 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, All right, I thought the fight was kind of over, but when we were doing that, they decided just to take a full-on brawl in the spawn here. Astro going super deep here, and maybe it ultimately cost them, right? They've lost them. It's going to be an easy enough touch for Team Z. Fluffy Dreamland getting ahead of themselves, and now we're going to have a beat fight in play, but now finally Team Z, they have the space. They can get Peace on one high ground, XCal on the other, and they can make this push in really difficult for Fluffy Dreamland. They have ults to try and clear it. They can maybe even just use the Torbolt, try and clear some of these angles, but they're coming through White Room, but they're just going to get spammed to hell as they try and rotate it behind him. But they want to try and hunt down one of the DPS, but the Hanzo is not escaping this one. The lamp is late, and now they've cleaned one of the DPS up. It should be relatively easy, but Painkiller's still just making it work, running over people here, and they might actually be okay for the whole Team Z. They're just surrounded right now by everyone.
Yeah, I mean, it looked a little rough at the start. XCal getting caught out hard when you're playing the Hanzo on the low ground to get away. Low mobility hero. But, I mean, you know, now Team Z, they have the makings of a hold. We see Peace actually fighting on the coast. Oh, good lord. Astro, cops the beat over on the outside, and now we're actually going to need to see something. Boop off the map onto Hanbei, and because Len was also booped off, they won't die, but they'll be unable to get that beat drop off. And that's just going to be Fluffy Dreamland taking control of the point, and probably taking this round 2. Peace stuck on the edge. XCal Dragons midair. How's the beat drop though? Now Len pops the beat. We do have a chance for Team Z to get back into this one. Peace 96% on the barrage. We need to see a touch. Poor Len dancing in the cum on the objective, and there the barrage from Peace, it gets nothing. It's just going to be the end of days.
It's not the normal type of retake we see on Control Center where we see a sort of 5-man trade on the coast area. Very lethal, but a strong start for Dreamland here. And I guess I sort of have to like change my mindset now because I was remembering that we're in a non-Juno world, so we're back to just these Orisa mirrors here. But really weird DPS choices coming out from Team Z. Doesn't seem to actually help them out at all in this matchup, and the Pharah will be good on it here again on Garden. XCal looks like maybe leaning over onto the Tracer a bit more here. Actually, no, they're just going to be a completely different comp. So the Diva, the Kiri, the Lucio, more of a straightforward kind of all-in dive comp here up against the Orisa.
Yeah, so, I mean, Team Z, I like their comp for this map. I think that Fluffy Dreamland's comp will have a lot of trouble here with the open space. Peace on the Echo has lots of opportunity with all these roofs to slide up on and flank through to actually get a good angle, poke people out. Haven, we're going to be asking a lot from them here on the Ash, see if they can open up the fight, see if they can keep Peace in check. But it looks like Peace doesn't even need to be kept in check as they get poked early on from Haven and then taken out by Chime. As now we see Hanbei hopping and bopping on the edge of the map, probably going to go down here. Nice bit of matrixing Hanbei, trying as they might to dodge, but they just can't stay alive. And Team Z, I mean, they've completely lost control of this first fight.
All too easy for him there. Fluffy Dreamland just to get to take over the entire map. None of them really get in play. Peace just zero resistance there. One of the easiest kills Chime's going to get all day. And it's going to actually be a comp swap from Team Z onto the Ramattra, the BAP, the Mei, the Ashe. More of a straight up brawl mirror now, so probably want to retake through the inside area rather than the scary bridge. But XCal's died on the way in, and this has played TMZ early on. And there's only been like 4 or 5 fights, and it's happened on 2 or 3 of them already, where one of the DPS just get picked as they rotate in. It's going to cost them so much time. It's going to cost them ult charge, and it's just a bit of a tilter.
Yeah, no, this is brutal. I mean, we saw this on Control Center, and now we're seeing it again with Team Z. They're just incapable. Can't win a first fight. Picked on retakes. Now at least they can take a safer rotation and get inside, but already Painkiller. Oh, for fuck's sake, XCal, what are you doing, man? Unreal. Just wide swinging while the team is topping up. Nice counter wall from Peace. There's a chance here, but the Blizzard inside is going to freeze absolutely everybody. All of Team Z turn to stone as they collapse here. One ult from Fluffy Dreamland, enough to completely wipe the floor with Team Z. This is rough.
Painkiller gets a bit of a trade, but it's onto the Kiriko, so it's going to be very quick to taxi Proto back to the fight. Chance to use that Kitsune rush, and because of the comp swaps, because of how many fights have gone, it's 70% for Fluffy Dreamland, and barely an ult for Team Z. It's going to be 90% on the beat for Len. That'll be the big one here, but Dreamland, they have an overwhelming ult advantage. Team Z, they have to touch the point in this fight. They have to win this fight. They have to make the rotation without dying, which it seems like they've managed to do, so progress has been made, but now the really tricky part, they disengage this Kiri ult. Terra search over top, though. Bob Nair with
Nice
him, Dynamite. Len gets the beat off, but it's just too many ults. They're just getting obliterated here. Bob over the top. Annihilation nearly up for Painkiller, but it's not going to be there in time, I don't think. Len will get finished off in the corner. And that is a sweep if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, fluffy Dreamland. I mean, they're just making it look easy. I think Team Z built 2 ults in that entire round. Oh, Jake's on my screen again. Let me go straight to slop. 2 ults in that entire round, so really rough one for them. But yeah, I've got to go straight to slop. I can't stand the Jake cam.
All right, I'm gonna go grab a drink as well. But what a blowout! What a blowout here. Let me drop an advert as well, so we don't need one for the next map. But I'll be right back. Outrageous blowout, and it's not for comp, it's not anything. It's just so many just like basic errors, dumb stuff happening, and they just can't recover. Really disappointing actually from Team Z after a pretty impressive performance yesterday. Just in time. Just in time, Ethan. Oh. Oh wait, it's actually, I've got a correction on that, Duke, actually. It turned out that they weren't even offered the vote. So the NA teams didn't even get a choice on it. Which is obviously, a bit shitty, really. I think, yeah, no, it's fine. It's what I said yesterday, but it's like, new information has come to light. You alright, Kanale? Aoma sweep. You got SSG tomorrow? You gonna win this time? We will see. Maybe you won't tell me the answer to this, to Kanale, but will you run it? Were you only running the Ana because you knew they wouldn't swap? Because Theo wouldn't go Diva? Or you just, like me, an Ana into Ram believer if you have a big enough map for it? Because you knew they wouldn't swap? Yeah, I felt like when I watched Korea last weekend, they were a bit more willing to run the Ana into the Ram, at least on the bigger maps. But the Diva swap really scuffs it. When will we see the Falcons v Zeta Grand Final? It's tomorrow morning, so 9 AM British time it kicks off. Me and Hunter will be covering it. And it should... I'm actually really excited for it. It should be a good one. Yeah, I think that would be the case, Trueblade. It just depends if you want to get involved in that version of swap game. I think a reason we see so much Brig is because it's kind of viable into both, right? It's obviously very good into the Diva, but it's also viable into the Ramatra, as we've seen over the course of it. Even though it's like it's actually quite a high stress, high risk position for the Brig to find themselves in. But obviously, no such worries. We're just going to get an Ana Brig Classic here. I've also just realised I'm hungry, and I should have got some quiche, but I didn't get any quiche. So we're going to have to get a post-Kings Road quiche. But that will be okay. I can remember to do that. In the meantime, though, it's kicking off. Chime, going for a delayed grapple shot. He wants to bait him in. Are they aware? Disciplined from Team Z. Nobody caught by this late grapple. Chime's going to hold the angle, though. Bit of a visual bug here. He is indeed scoped in and fully charged. Doesn't find anything, though. Nobody peeking. You see, Len was just there, corner peeking it the whole time with a Brig shield. Won't fall for that one. And now, we'll get a Tracer Sombra on Kings Row attack here. This is a rarity.
Yeah, this is very bizarre given Kings Row attack, you know, often defined by the fact that you need to take high ground. And this is two heroes that are no good whatsoever at contesting that high ground. So Fluffy Dreamland, after an incredibly strong start, going for one of the diciest comps I think I've ever seen here on First Point. Really just uncertain as to what their end game is here with this one. You know, maybe they'll have to wait for a nano turn, get that out on Astro. You can see Haven, 20% to the EMP, dies in the back. But I mean, what can they do here? What can they possibly do? It's an unrealistic expectation to think that they can actually set up a dive. Astro just ping-ponging, still trying to charge up that nano boost because it's so hard to close out any fight on this point. Everyone is up on the high ground, and I mean, they're not even close, right? Team Z, I mean, they're in complete control. Painkiller losing the mech could be a big deal, but it looks like Painkiller is just going to keep on farming that up, poking in main. Haven runs up in main too, and that's going to feed the resuit for sure.
Yeah, it works out in the end, and I guess what you have to do if you're Fluffy Dreamland is you have to play through point. So you send your Winston to point, and then you maybe try and set up Haven to hack to punish the Pharah or the Tracer, or maybe most likely the Diva when they come and try and match it here. But Haven wasn't really set up for any of these fights, and in fact, it's just going to ditch that idea, go back over to the Ashe. So still the same difficulties though. The Ashe at least has a bit of an angle, but it will be Astro mainly diving on his own. Does have the Nano and Primal coming up, which in theory should be the ults to break in this high ground hold. But until then, they are going to still be pinned back, and X-Cow is lurking on the left-hand side. It is a point force. Astro comes in for the dive now. Avoids the sleep, it looks like. Doesn't have the Nano, doesn't have it yet. It's going to be a Nano barrage coming in, but the sleep is good. The anti, they still go down. X-Cow's going to finish the job, though. They do trade out Peace, but X-Cow was there. Good for the cleanup. And Team Z, they hold on. It was a Nano barrage pulse. A lot invested right now, but they hold on. 1.5 minutes left. But finally, Fluffy Dreamland, they have some of these ultimates. Nano, Primal on the way, and Chime going over to the Genji now so we can access this high ground a little bit more directly.
Yeah, now finally it's Fluffy Dreamland's turn. Chime, Astro, they're both going to be going hard up on this high ground. I'd have to imagine when the Nano Boost comes online for Astro. Astro actually popping the Primal before the Nano, jumping back up onto high ground. And now everyone on Fluffy Dreamland is just touching the point, just getting that second tick in. You can see Painkiller did not drop down in time to stop it. Painkiller slept up, but they do have the bomb to remake. And Fluffy Dreamland, their best push opportunity, it's dwindling fast. Chime with an opening onto Xcal though, that's going to be huge for Fluffy Dreamland. Astro now, with the Nano Boost up on the high ground, is just slowly chipping through the backline. Peace up there, connecting as well. But, I mean, it's brutal. Fluffy Dreamland, they've answered back with the rally, taking down Len and Painkiller, and that is going to be the first cap for Dreamland.
Not the cleanest you've ever seen, not a giant nano or a giant primal at the end of it, but the point pressure from Fluffy Dreamland throughout sets them up so they can just force it over the line. Painkiller being a little bit slow to that second tick, ultimately part of what cost them. And now Fluffy Dreamland, it took them a long time, but they're finally through and they can start on this second tier. But so far, if you're going to be playing Winston, you're going to be playing Ana, you're going to be playing Tracer with it, you need these dives to connect, you need them to work right now, because the Farah is so lethal towards an Ana Brig backline of their own here. So Fluffy Dreamland are going to have a really hard time dealing with the Farah over the roofs. We need to find a bit more success from Proto and Astro on these engages.
Yeah, I mean, Nano Farah is a very scary thing even without the barrage in this matchup. The absence of a Diva really leaves you susceptible to these Nano dives, and here it comes. In goes Peace, takes down one, looking for a second. Painkiller will clean up the second. Actually losing the suit and needing to commit the barrage inside. Peace has fully wiped Fluffy Dreamland, but been traded out in the process. And I'm not entirely sure whether this is a good thing for Team Z, because now they don't have a suit, they don't have Peace, and they don't have any ultimates.
No, it's going to be really tricky. Peace nowhere close to it either. 50%, 60% now, but they're going to have to keep conceding space here. And if I'm Fluffy Dreamland, I'm really... Oh, wait, gets a huge chunk there, so it will be okay, even though they do have to concede in this next corner. If they go now, though, they should still be able to get 2 fights out of it, but they have to be wary. Primal timing available from Astro. Haven also has this Bob. Not sure where... Haven just straight down main right now. Astro's taking a lot of damage. I don't know where he is. He is actually just in the backline. Primal in Chimes with him. They find the kill here, so success with the Primal. Astro looking for more as well. Len in a spot of bother. They're still trying to mark and kill this Primal. Astro's going to choose life surely in this occasion. And they will be in a pretty good position now. Team Z, they need to play their lives. If they die late here, they're not even going to get a proper recontest. And Peace in all sorts of problems. If he can find the finishing blow, he's not going to find the finish. Okay, Chime's done it for him. It's okay. Chime's done it.
Astro with a little bit of Winston player aim there, struggling to take down Peace on a sliver of HP because they could not connect the right click, but it doesn't seem to matter because it looks like Fluffy Dreamland is just going to roll this cart all the way through to the third point now. No chance of a recontest for Team Z, and even though Fluffy Dreamland, their attack, it looked so dodgy, Sombra Tracer on the offense, really bizarre choices. Now that they're starting to find their footing, they've got the momentum, they're already here on third, they have a massive ult bank available to them, and Team Z, I mean, they might have some ults to respond, but this is a very scary position to be in.
It's a nano onto the Ash actually to save him. They copped a big nature on that Fluffy Dreamland, but Haven just going to keep swinging. Can't find the final blow though. They get Hanbei out of that difficult situation. Painkiller going to hold on to the mech too, but Fluffy Dreamland, they have the rally, they have the Bob. Great ults for forcing this last stretch of it here, but they have to be wary. There's a barrage lurking and Peace wants to come high ground with it now.
Yeah, I mean, this barrage could be deadly once again. No good answers for Fluffy Dreamland, but Hanbei taken very low. Astro appears to have jumped very deep. There's the nano boost, and now Peace has the barrage as well. You can see they conk in, they take down Grapes, they take down Proto, and they take down Chime as well. Nice little finishing blow. Len traded out by Astro at the very end, does not matter one bit, and that is going to be Fluffy Dreamland's push halted. Massive ult bank completely dissipating.
And you can just see the difficulty, the Ana Brig, even with the Ash, they have so much trouble into that Nano Barrage timing without the Diva Matrix of their own. Really simple for Painkiller, just pocket the Farah in, give him the opportunity, make sure he doesn't get slept. Now they have the Primal here, Fluffy Dreamland, they also got the Echo coming out too, and... they have another shot at it here, but the Primal into the rally going to be difficult to convert kills, I think, on this one on Astro, and they're running short of time. They come in early, but look at that, all of Team Z in front. They'll repel Astro one more time. We'll connect the Mega. Wants to clear out this Tracer first. Misses for jump, but... and then his Brig gets pulse as a result. So, quick reset will be the option here. They do get a late trade onto Peace, but the spawn's so close for Team Z, I don't think it'll make a massive difference. And runs into, yeah, it's going to be another late death. So they're going to have to rush this a little bit on their last attempt here, Fluffy Dreamland.
Yeah, final fight, ult deficit. I mean, it'd be nice if Proto could charge up that nano boost, but with the time constraints, it might be a little bit difficult to do that. Haven swinging out, getting spammed out by Peace, already needed to commit the coach gun, and now just 10 seconds on the clock. We're asking a lot of Astro here. This needs to be a solid primal, but Len has the rally. Hanbei has another nano boost, and Peace, 90% on that barrage. I'd imagine we're going to see another nano Farah here. This is going to be so deadly against Fluffy Dreamland. They're going to have such a hard time pushing this out. Astro pops the primal just to touch the point, but gets slept up. Len has now layered in the rally. Peace receives another nano boost. The barrage comes out, only takes down Grapes because the sleep from Prota is good. Prota has that nano now, actually gets it off as well before dying, but Team Z, they're still managing to trade out. Haven, there's actually only Haven left alive versus Painkiller on the Diva. Painkiller and a Bob, I suppose. Hanbei pocketing from this corner though, and that is just going to be the end of the push for Fluffy Dreamland. Team Z holding solid here on third point.
Yeah, a rough start followed by no answer to these Nano Farah, Nano Barrage timings. Really just slowed them down, lost them too many fights, and eventually just run out of time there. We'll see if they choose a different approach here, because Farah on the attack, really viable again. Really good on first point, really good at second point. And, as we've seen, no response to those Nano Barrage timings. So if you find those on the attack, it will just cap you points ultimately. So we'll see if we get a swap out here. I don't know if we've really seen Astro play all that much Diva. I'm trying to think back to when we watched them yesterday, but my feeling is we've not seen loads of it, so it might be a bit of a limitation maybe hero pool-wise here for Dreamland.
Yeah, I think the absence of a Diva swap that late into the map tells you that Astro has no comfort on the hero whatsoever. And I think, yeah, we see it here again. Astro going to be rolling out on the defense on the Winston, which means that Team Z, they're just going to have this borderline guaranteed fight win condition every other fight with the Nano Barrage. And that's so difficult for Fluffy Dreamland to deal with because they did not full push the map. If Team Z can win one in every other fight with this combo, they're going to be able to push it through to the end of the map just by virtue of a war of attrition. Every second fight, a free fight win with a Nano Barrage. And Dreamland, I mean, what can they do about that, you know? Winning 50% is not enough. You need to block cart. You need to stop the movement of the payload. And that's not going to happen if you can't consistently do it.
We're good at this.
Brig, they don't hear.
Where's Maki? Okay, send it to me, Maki. I'm sending it to me. No, you guys go.
Yeah. Hold on. Alright. Okay, I can go.
3, 2, 1. I missed.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, man. Fuck, bro, the fucking Ash swung on me.
Alright, just get out then.
Bring it back.
Spawned on me, like swung up on the high ground.
Brick's up too.
You need to live.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Wait, far.
I put them on the right.
Where's Maki at?
I'm not gonna look up right.
I
can't go in mid. We just looked at going backline right now. I can't clear this guy out. Yeah, keep going backline in 3, 2, you wanna sing it backline? They're out. Monkey's Monkey.
Okay,
I got you in one piece.
I'm okay. Oh, I don't have Mega in here.
I can pack you, let's go.
Fair bottom.
Heal me, I'm in.
Yeah.
I can take the touch point. I want to touch point.
No. They're looking for nades.
Oh, break one.
Forcing point, just chill.
I'm just fucking flying it open. Oh.
I'm close there. Fine,
It's not wrong.
Go back on with that now, okay?
No, it's accurate assessment.
Yeah, we got a few. There was a quizzical nature here, but there's no need to be quizzical here because Peace already knows the exact problem. Stop swinging stuff. Stop swinging stuff when no one else is doing anything, and you might find yourself picked a little bit less. So they're gonna have to reset, go again. Nade onto Astro to clear him. This time they will clear Astro, and now they can start going through. There's that nano timing now, looking for it. Doesn't quite find the connect well, but the Ash is isolated here. So much trouble. Haven's in a world of hurt, and Grapes still big problem here. Will be able to get that kill, gets out of it as well, but Chime's done the same thing to the enemy backline, so no backlines to be found for either of them. Astro is awfully low on health as well. Painkiller, but the sleep saves Astro for now. Desperately trying to pocket him, but Painkiller woken up, matrices for heals, and now they're going to start forcing point, but Prota just trying to hold it down by himself for now, but he needs backup. He needs to play for the recontest here.
Yeah, look, Team Z, I mean, they've traded heavily, but the trades, it's good for the attackers. Fluffy Dreamland, their recontest is going to be very strained. They have that nano boost to come back, and a nano barrage is good, but Painkiller, if they're aware of this, they can mark that out. Nice barrage coming in from Peace, and it looks like it's going to get value, but Chime answers back. Nice one. Excal with 2, though, and that may be enough to break open this hold now. Astro still has the Primal Rage, may want to commit it. Chime actually catches Painkiller as well, so there's definitely life here for Fluffy Dreamland. They still have a chance to manage this. No point touch from Len, though. Len playing so safe, so far back. I think we need more point pressure if we want to actually force Fluffy Dreamland to make a move. Astro jumps up now, throws down the bubble on point, but they do have the Primal Rage if need be. We see now everyone is back in this fight. Astro jumping deep. Who is touching the point for the side of Fluffy Dreamland? It appears nobody even needs to because Team Z are so far back. Len has this rally, Grapes has one to match, and we're probably going to see a repush here. Fluffy Dreamland down on the low ground now. Astro chasing the Tracer up on the high ground. Rallies committed from either side, and now look at this Painkiller getting on top of Astro. Oh, Bash missed by Len, and this could be a disaster now for Team Z. Chime has been traded out by Peace, but Hanbei goes down to Astro before being able to get off that nano boost, and that's going to stop the push right here and now. There's only one fight left for Team Z's offense.
They've got the nano for it at least, and I'm probably going to be on to Peace once again. They need success. It's been successful for him so far, but they need one more here. Excal can't find but one clip, trying to threaten this high ground. They're now tiptoeing onto point, but Astro will meet that now. Looking for this nano engage. Eyes on Peace. There he goes. He will boop him out. Separates Viash, demolishes Viash. Just needs to live now. Help clear point. Will should be able to clean up this Brig. Forced to touch. Difficult situation. Astro's still alive in the backline. Will try and go for one more touch. Conked on the jump. No chance, and they do eventually get it. Peace even hits for, well, the fadeaway trade, I guess, but took him an awfully long time there.
Yeah, a tale of two Farahs just duking it out here at the end of first point. Team Z, I mean, they've got the second point snowball, but they don't have Nano Barrage. It seems that they've been unable to ever sync up those two ultimates, always opting to just dry nano the Farah, use these nanos without the barrage ready to combo. So that's a good thing for Fluffy Dreamland, the fact that they're actually able to win it out in the scrappy fights. Painkiller missing some easy Matrix perhaps as well, I think on one of those barrage turns. But again, Fluffy Dreamland, I mean, they have a couple of ultimates to hold on this corner. This is going to be another big dogfight with ultimate investment. Both teams have the barrage, Nano Barrage available for Fluffy Dreamland, but a scary thing versus the Diva. Astro taking a lot of pressure in the front though, struggling to maintain it, and a game-winning Pulse Bomb coming out from Excal, taking down Proto, who had that Nano Boost in the back pocket, and now we can see Chime also just being taken out by Excal. Excal doing it all themselves.
Works out really nicely for him as well. You can see Fluffy Dreamland, what they've started to do, or at least in the previous nano, is they nanoed their Ashe defensively to deal with that barrage. We've seen a few teams do this in the past, and it has had some success. It's sort of a bit of a roundabout solution if you don't have a Diva to deal with the barrage timings, but Team Z, they're at that timing again. You see Peace seems to be considering the flank, can go above, can go left. We'll just try and focus and clear Astro onto the point, put him under a lot of pressure here, and Astro will commit in, does have a primal. There's the barrage coming out from Peace though to try and deal with it, but Astro primals and lives here. So now they're waiting for this nano timing. Primal in the back from Astro, barrage over the front here. They separated the backline, they will go down. So they'll clean up this fight, Fluffy Dreamland. They'll get the hold. They hold onto that nano so they can use that one defensively next fight if they want. And that might be the answer they need to Team Z's next nano push. And Excal is deep behind enemy lines here.
We're seeing really poor discipline from Team Z. When we heard their comms listen in, we didn't hear a single discussion about the nano boost, about charging that, about getting a good ult combo off. And there again, Peace, they've used the barrage when Hanbei is 90% to nano. They could have nano barraged and wiped the floor with Fluffy Dreamland, but instead they have to go for the riskier approach. Rally comes out, but there's just a whole swath of ultimates coming in. And it looks like they don't need the nano barrage because Peace takes down Chime, Excal and Haven, and that's just going to be the second point conceded now. Fluffy Dreamland backs to the wall for this third point.
Does work out in the end, cost them a lot of those key ultimates, but they do now have this barrage for Pulse Bomb, the self-destruct. Not easy ultimates to use at all, but at least it was better than having nothing, right? So Fluffy Dreamland, the best thing in their favor is right now is the time back. 1 minute 20 seconds is all they need to do to hold on to this. They just need to be wary of these timings. Peace is gonna be spotted out now by Chime. Has a chance to go underneath. He's maybe considering it here. But for now, they'll just move the payload as far as they can. Fluffy Dreamland, what they need is time. They need some ultimates on the board. They block that pulse bomb, so they will survive. That's one of the ultimates negated, but still need to be aware of this barrage timing.
Yeah, Peace, I mean, you can see that they're just playing slow, just happy to take as much free car push as they can. Astra has actually made the swap over to the Diva, worried perhaps about losing a final fight to the Nano Barrage. A late adjustment is better than no adjustment at all. Astra copping an anti-nade to the face though, and now their health bar is terribly low. Fluffy Dreamland's still a healthy way away from any ultimates at all, and Team Z, they're just winning this neutral fight. Now the Nano comes out onto Painkiller, and you can see they're going deep, they're investing heavily. Massive nade splashes from Hyundai, and that's going to take out Haven. Peace has actually gone down, so there's no barrage at play, but this is the last fight, Xavier. There's only a tiny window of opportunity remaining. Chime now has the barrage. Painkiller has used so much Matrix. I think there's a barrage timing just waiting around the corner. Not sure whether Chime's actually able to find it though, as they just play slow in main, play slow for the neutral, and now all of the ults are starting to come online for Fluffy Dreamland. Grapes has that rally. Prota has the Nano just around the corner, and this pick onto Excal, that could be the end for Team Z. They've actually struggled to close it out. Even though they were winning the neutral there, they weren't able to get the ult fight off. The Nano onto the Diva, not providing value. Painkiller slept up, and now it's a 2-0 lead for Fluffy Dreamland.
Just at the perfect time, Excal gets taken down from that cross-map rocket. Chime finds the right picks at the right time. You see Peace, he just goes for an all-in barrage, feels he needs to clutch and clean up the back line, but Chime ready to respond, takes that one out as well. And I guess it really is Chime time as they take this 2-0 lead in the series, and it starts to feel dominant. There's not quite an answer even when they have these sort of clear win conditions with Nano barrage timings.
Yeah. All right, slop time. I've seen enough.
All right. How'd they not win off that nade? I don't know. Like, I'm gonna take a replay at it. Where are we going? Here. No, on the YouTube one. What do you mean, the one before it, where they hit that massive nade and Excal got a few? Was it a whole fight before? I can't remember now. This one here, right? Yeah, this one here. Well, I mean, it just looks like Excal's. I know, obviously, the sleep onto the Diva is crucial, but I mean, Excal gets one. Oh, he just turns around. So, like, if he just commits here, right? If he keeps committing with Excal, he's got the self-destruct if he gets in trouble. Yeah, like, I think the backline does die there, right? They die before all the ults. Maybe just a poor mid-fight decision from Painkiller. And then now, yeah, this is just like, all of the ults are coming up. It's a really tricky fight. And then Chime does fucking this. And it's just the worst possible time. Peace is going to make the gambit with the barrage, use all these cooldowns, but they see it coming the entire way. You're probably right, though. If he chose an aggression in that moment, if he chose to double down on that, he probably at least gets a little bit closer. And we're going into New Queen Street pretty quickly here, so I guess my quiche will have to wait another map. At least one more map to get the quiche out, but we can do it. I can hold off my quiche cravings for a little bit longer. But it feels like Fluffy Dreamland's starting to put themselves... There's another game going on right now, right? Do we get a score update going? Let's see. No score update. I guess I need to find it on FACEIT. Wait, are they offsetting them? Are we going to watch both games? Oh, I thought they were going to happen at the same time. Or are they... Because we started early, are they just going to try and offset them so we can watch both? I don't know if they said anything about that on the main broadcast or not. Nope, not Season 1. Season 2. Matches. Master. Playoffs. Where is it? This one? No, not Civilization Timeless. Where is it? Has it happened already? It was Vice. Oh, here it is. Oh, no, here it is. It says it's starting in a little bit, 9:45. I guess it's just either picks and bans though, and then wait for the broadcast. So maybe we're gonna get to see all the games. An extra game thrown into the mix. Bow, 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 bow. Alright, I got distracted. What are we saying? What are we saying? Oh, wait. Who won the late... Oh, wait, there's another late kickoff as well. Oh, Villa beat Everton. Everton are actually choke artists, are they not? Unbelievable choke artists, Everton. Ollie Watkins got 2. And Kunku scored. From Jadon Sancho. Fucking hell. Classic Jadon Sancho. Immediate impact once he leaves Man United. The Duran goal is quality. Oh, yeah? I need to catch up on the football, really. I feel like this also means my fantasy team has scored exactly fuck all this week. Let's see. Wait, we just... Fine, I won't look at it. We'll watch the new Queen Street, then. We'll watch the new Queen Street. Here we go. Didn't want to check my FPL anyway. All right, Orisa, Torb, Tracer on the side of Fluffy Dreamland, and Diva, Tracer, Echo on the side of Team Z here. So, Fluffy Dreamland, chance to just... As long as they can just keep their Torb up, repairing their turret, keeping it in check, and just, I guess, trying to poke out, trying to make this dive not that scary for them. Won't be able to keep the turret up through that, though. So, Team Z have done the first step and now can look for a bit more of an aggressive engage. But Haven's walking up, trying to find an angle to poke out one of these DPS. Not very easy shots to hit consistently on the Echo here and will be forced back. Turret will go down immediately again. Now, overclock. Not overclock, what's it called? Over something on the Torb. Over... Hunter's deafened again. I've lost him. Over something. Somebody will correct me in chat. Overload, that's it. And they will actually take down Haven eventually, so they bleed out the turret, they bleed out the overload, and then eventually find their timing. And now, big player advantage. They're going to dive on the backline, cooldowns are forced, and they will clean this one up. And a good start for Team Z here on New Queen Street.
Yeah, Team Z, I mean, early, control, pushing towards the checkpoint already. Dreamland well and truly on the back foot. They are going to be able to take a solid fight on this corner, though. They do have both support ultimates, but Haven just still in spawn, swapping heroes. A little bit of indecision, I suppose. And I think the Sombra, that's an interesting choice to make. I'm not sure that that's going to be enough. You're really going to need good hacks on Painkiller coming out consistently here. Peace with the copy is just muscling through the backline, though, and Haven dead again. That is brutal for Fluffy Dreamland. Haven taken out super early by this copy. Astro trades out onto Harmbay, and that's a really high value kill, though. Double support ultimate invested for Fluffy Dreamland. Len nearly has the beat, but looks like they're not even going to need it because Fluffy Dreamland are just going to be cleaned up here on the checkpoint.
Oh, wait, they are going to be. All right. Grapes says what? I agree, Grapes. What? They're going to swap over onto Anna Brig Winston here as well. I don't know what we're beating. I guess we got the checkpoint at least? I don't know. So, no beat, only a self-destruct now for Team Z, and it's on Painkiller, who's actually only just respawned, so won't be in this fight either. So, Fluffy Dreamland now on Winston, Anna Brig, Sombra, Tracer. Again, trying to make for Sombra work. Obviously, a little bit of a better map for it here. Good opportunity maybe onto the Echo. Punish for Diva. Go on.
Are the team names like the wrong way around, or am I losing my mind? I swear Astro was on the team that was losing. Am I?
No, Astro's
am
winning.
I tripping?
You're tripping.
I thought Astro was the one. Okay, I'm a moron. They were winning on Kings Row. Yeah. Okay. No, I really bad with these roster names. Absolutely hopeless. Haven kind of getting close towards the EMP here. Needs to play a little bit of Sombra 76 to get it up. It looks like they're under a lot of pressure right now. Painkiller has the bomb as well. But I mean, this is just a scrappy fight. Chime in the backline being forced out. Almost converted a kill onto Hanbei there, but is taken out by Painkiller at the end. A few too many cooldowns invested there. A little bit too overzealous. Astro trades out onto Excal though, and there is an EMP to turn this one. So if Team Z invest any further, they're going to be falling right into Haven's hands with the EMP.
Trying to make his way around now, set up for this EMP. Eyes on the backline, can pull the trigger. So they're not there, Haven! You can see they're not there. EMP gets nothing. Haven has to just, I think he's just hands off keyboard for a second while he composes himself after that one. A bit of a disaster EMP, and Fluffy Dreamland are going to fall over as a result. Are you okay? Have I lost you? Are you literally speechless after that EMP?
Oh, one more second, Xavier.
Oh! Oh, fuck. He's nearly there. Team Z now on the front foot one more time. B in the back pocket for Len to keep going. Prota has the nano here, but it's been one disaster after another for Fluffy Dreamland here. Chime, Pulse Bomb is good. Takes down Peace before the fight, though. And this will be a nice little breather for Fluffy Dreamland. A chance to maybe win this fight without committing too much here. Painkiller awfully low, Hanbei low. So they will finish it off. Will finish it off, but... it sounds like Hunter's finished off as well. So now a chance for Fluffy Dreamland to push the robot back.
Sorry about that one, Xavier. I wish I was finished off, but unfortunately it was just the coffee pot calling to me, and who am I to ignore such a, you know, appealing call. You know, it's like a siren singing to me from the kitchen, which I'm basically sitting. Team Z appear to have lost a little bit of momentum. We're about to see Fluffy Dreamland get some meters on the board. I take that back. There's a diva marking the card. There's not a single meter to be had here. Haven coming up on another EMP. Hopefully this one can actually connect on a player rather than only their demons. But an aggressive beat push coming out. Len throws in the beat, goes deep, but the counter nano looks solid from Prota. Grapes trades 1-for-1. Prota unable to stay alive themselves. A shame you cannot nano yourself on Ana. And now it's just going to be an even 4v4, but without any major healing for Astro, it's going to be really difficult for Fluffy Dreamland to sustain themselves here. Hanbei taking down Haven. That's got to be the death knell for Fluffy Dreamland's push here, because there's no healing for Astro, and there's really almost no chance of an exchange. Astro just needs to get out of dodge, heal back up, wait for Prota to actually start spamming you with heals. And now Team Z, again, they're in the driver's seat. The car pushes back over to Dreamland's side of the map. Team Z, in no time at all, they're going to be able to muscle this up towards the checkpoint again, turn on those close spawns. Little Tracer duel happening just outside of the train. Nice nade lands from Prota. Actually, that's going to force Hanbei back. EMP, it's in the works. It lands, and it does take down Peace. Haven on 12 HP. TP's out, gets away, but we're not done yet. Team Z, they push back in with the Kitsune Rush. They're deep in Fluffy Dreamland's backline. Grapes has invested the rally, but will be taken out. Hanbei goes down in turn though, so it is looking like Dreamland, they have weathered this storm. The aggro push from Team Z, maybe it's not over yet actually. Painkiller still wants it, throws down the bomb, gets nothing for it, so you know, just a comical ult investment there I suppose. You know, a little bit too close to the sun. Haven, you've hacked that health pack, you can muscle up and take it. Nope, looks like it's going to be Astro eating up that mini health pack.
A clutch that they didn't need to really make their Painkiller, but they're going to swap onto the Winston now, take the Winston mirror here, but a little bit harder to hack, a little bit harder to punish through Matrix now, so I don't think we've seen too much of Painkiller's Winston so far, so we'll see how it turns out. Peace is going to drop the copy Winston, so 2 Winstons in play. Peace just going to jump back, try and clear this Winston, but Fluffy Dreamland keeping everything in front of them. They're about to have a nano turn, and Peace is hopelessly far away from this Primal. Will try and jump around one more time. Meanwhile, Astro, this looks a little bit more like it. Primal onto Len, takes him down, denies the opportunity to beat, and now Astro will just come, clean up the rest of this fight on top of the Echo. There we go, but Prota's died in the back, so Painkiller coming online as well. Backlines have been traded now, and it's just a scrap in the middle of New Queen Street here. Onto Painkiller, low on HP. Len should be back soon, has the beat, but they'll just let this one go. They have the lead already, Team Z. Don't need to try and clutch here, and they will win this one eventually, Fluffy Dreamland, but it took a lot, and it took a lot of trades.
Yeah, tale of two Winstons here, but I mean, it's not all good news for Team Z. They're getting quite close to the checkpoint. They're getting into a position where now they need to start tapping cart to block checkpoint. And Haven, with another EMP, this is an easy setup for him. He's going to be able to get a nice frontline EMP as long as Len isn't playing ready for the counter beat. But it looks like Len is more interested in blocking the side fight right now. Haven actually goes for the EMP despite the beat cast being in progress and not in range. So that's going to be a really easy counter beat for Len, completely unintentional, but it works. And it looks like Team Z have just completely flipped around the map right now. Fluffy Dreamland playing towards Team Z's spawn. Prota taken out by the dive, but they're so low. This counter nano on Grapes, it has worked. And that's going to be Team Z crumbling. Even though the EMP value seemed rather low, it looks like Fluffy Dreamland, they've made it happen with this flip. Team Z, they moved too far with the beat. They got pushed away from the objective. And then when they had to come in and touch, they had to push through a nanoed brig.
And now they have that rally as a result, Fluffy Dreamland. They have to wait for Prota to get back to the fight here, but they're approaching. Next fight win could see them take the lead, but they're going to slow it down for a second. They have the rally to deal with Painkiller's Primal, and then they nearly have a Primal of their own in Astro. He's been pretty good for them so far, ultimately, but for now, Fluffy Dreamland, they're going to take a step back, get their Anna Brig onto the high ground here, and Team Z trying to find their opportunity to engage. Jump comes in first from Astro, will force Peace back. Now just a more defensive bubble from Painkiller to try and clean this Winston. Astro, he has for Primal if he needs it, and he certainly does need it. Now trying to go onto the back line, looking for this Kiri Lucio, trying to chase for kills. Len's going to run away, though, and Astro, we can't find anything with this one. Meanwhile, the copy Winston has got it. Hanbei actually dinks Chime before getting traded by Astro there, so a good late trade. And now Grapes with this rally should be able to live through this copy Primal. They just need to keep eyes on this Echo afterwards, but will be repelled. Pisa, they've actually managed to kill Astro here, so it's still another just scrappy fight in the middle. They will steal a bit of a card back here. I think Peace needs to be careful how far he's walking up here, because he is walking into 4 people.
Yeah, I mean, Fluffy Dreamland, they really needed to win that fight a bit cleaner than they did. But Team Z, I mean, they've just given it away. Overextended, getting traded out now, giving Fluffy Dreamland another chance at this. Because now there's another EMP about to come online. There's another nano for Prota. And we've seen these have been really valuable, thrown out as counter nanos, keeping Grapes alive through the dives of Team Z. And it seems like Team Z, they're a little bit one note in their beat fights. They pop the beat, they run deep, they take the bait and fall for the counter nano time and time again. So let's see what happens now. Fluffy Dreamland, they are quite close to pushing it, only 20 meters away from equalizing with Team Z. With overtime spawns, that is one fight. Kitsune Rush comes out from Hanbei, and we're seeing a little bit of a kite come through, but a re-engage off the EMP from Haven. They're still fighting inside the Kitsune Rush though, and Prota's nano boost just seems to be missing in action. I think a little bit questionable to go for that EMP still in the Kitsune Rush, because everyone from Team Z was able to just sustain through it, do so much damage to Fluffy Dreamland's front line, and the nano nursed a little bit too long from Prota, needed that comboed with the EMP to close out the fight.
It looks like they wanted just to try and one-shot for Winston, but Haven then just loses the line of sight, so they don't have that burst damage. Didn't seem to be able to find the nade. Suzu was there for him. They survived through that one. And response now from Team Z. They've actually had a bit of a scrap with basically every team they've played so far. Took TSM close on the first day, and now actually seems like they're back in the running as we're going to head over onto Suravasa.
Yeah, no, we'll see what they can make work with it. I think Suravasa is not a bad map for what they just played here as well. The Lucio, Kiriko, Winston comps definitely viable over on Suravasa. Again, Suravasa is a pretty good Diva map though, but I wouldn't say that New Queen Street is a joke of a Diva map either, so it could be anyone's game at this point. These, you know, if we ignore the first map, all of these maps have been rather close, so I think there's a reasonable chance for Team Z to actually, you know, show us, you know, some life. Perhaps a reverse sweep is on the cards.
Why did they replay that EMP?
Let's run that back one more time. I've fucked up our sync to rewatch this, but I have to see it again.
It's not even one of those where he sees them, but he looks away and they move or something, and he just has like the wrong mental picture. Like he sees them all leave on his screen and then presses the button.
Well, you can see that Haven is like, you know, a little bit in their own head about these EMPs. I mean, we saw it there with that Kappa EMP trying to EMP the Lucio. We saw it again when Len popped the beat and Haven went for the EMP anyway, just EMPing straight into a beat drop, which is a really low value play. So overall, I'd say that Haven probably, let's get you off Sombra for the remainder of the series, eh?
Yeah, I could cop it. All right.
Was Haven the Sombra on King's Row?
Yeah, same Sombra.
Yeah, brilliant.
Alright, I'm gonna go grab some quick quiche. Think I've got time? I think I've got quiche time. I can feel it.
I reckon you got so much time to grab a quick quiche.
I'm on it. I forgot to press the add button because I'm a fucking client. So we're going to cop a quick one now so we don't have to get it from the tail end of the map. Sorry! Enjoying these products! And I'm going to enjoy this quiche. And Hunter will be coming back any second now to cover me eating this quiche. Any second now. Any second. Any second. But as we get a listening going maybe as well. No, any second. Unwavering faith in Hunter to unmute and take over.
Any Xavier's, or is he still quick quiching right now?
I'm eating the
Sounds like
quiche. I had unwavering faith that you'd be back in time to take over.
I love the way you said that, because that's super accurate. Looks like this first fight again, bit of a switch up from either side. Orisa coming back out for Fluffy Dreamland, Junker Queen comp for Team Z. Genji Sojin, bit of a callback to the past, not an atrocious comp, but a little bit outdated. And Fluffy Dreamland on the Orisa, they have way more staying power on the point. They have this nice neutral fight as well. So they are going to take the first fight. A lot of Team Z's success is going to ride on their ability to close the gap here. Painkiller catches Chime, but getting traded out in the process, probably not worth it. Team Z now, they're going to have to wait a long time, wait for their queen to get back before taking a proper push. And already Fluffy Dreamland 40% and counting on the objective. So, you know, if this drags on even a little bit longer, it's going to be the first point going over to Fluffy Dreamland. It's going to be last fight at least. You still on the quiche?
I'm so nearly done, but you're doing great. Keep it up.
Fuck, I just put a little bit of Mandarin in my mouth. I'll park it in my cheek and just keep going. Alright. He's 70% on the Dragon Blade right now. Painkiller as well. Actually hooning towards this Rampage. But unfortunately, the counter window from Proto, it does take down Peace. 1-for-1 trades, but XCal also taken out. Painkiller 90% on that Rampage now. It is clutch potential here, but with Grapes holding onto the beat drop. Oh, wow. Nice pick from Hanbei. Actually, TP's in, throws down the Kitsune Rush. Beat from Grapes, though. That's going to make things very difficult. Painkiller going for the 1v3 clutch, but there's actually a chance that this works out. Astro, with the overhealth from the Terror Surge, able to shut down Painkiller. Painkiller went for the axe at the end there, gets that cancelled spear. Oh, my knee, I just hit on the table. Can you take over?
Yeah, we're out of sync again a little bit as well, so going to be a Blade to clutch coming out from Peace. He's going for it. Finds one now onto the Baptiste. Peace will clutch. Needs to deal with this Lucio as well. But May's back too. Peace is going to walk straight into that one. We've got backup from their supports. Should be able to win this one. Slight advantage. They're still stalling it out for now. Mei will be taken down, and finally Team Z, they will get the flip back, looking for a late stagger onto the Lucio, but nothing doing. So what percent are you on? I'm on 8%, 9%, 10%, 11%, 12%, 13%, 14%, 15%, 16%, 17%, 18%, 19%, 20%, 21%. Beautiful.
You don't have to say percent after everyone.
Yeah,
I think I can do that.
I did think, I was like, it's really hard to fit in this entire word, and I was like, yeah, the percent was not helping.
I was thinking, like, what numbers is he talking about right now? By the way, Team Z, through some miracle, insane clutch rampage from Painkiller, they have actually managed to flip the cap. Excal throwing down the overclock now out in the open. Len catches Prota again. Prota so squishy here on the Baptiste, and look at Peace just slicing and dicing through Fluffy Dreamland. Only Astro and Chime left over, and if these kills are delayed by just a little bit, guaranteed last fight. No way Fluffy Dreamland are going to have a proper retake here. Really nice stuff from Team Z. Backs to the walls, down 99%. Painkiller not afraid to go for the clutch. The 1v3 rampage on a sliver of HP, and it has paid off. It has secured them the first point. Fluffy Dreamland, they had Haven on the sim just to TP his team out of spawn, but I don't think there's going to be a touch. This is going to be the first cap going the way of Team Z. Peace and Hanbei both coming up on the ultimates for the next fight, but we've already seen when Peace pulled the blade. It's extremely difficult to blade into Fluffy Dreamland's comp. They have the Suzu, they have the displacement from both the Mei and the Orisa, and then of course we have Grapes, who's 90% on the big drop. So really, going to be a super difficult ask to say, oh, Peace, can you just win us a fight with this ultimate? Blade ain't like that. Painkiller, on the other hand, so far away from the Rampage, we're probably going to see them really struggling here in this fight. Playing against the Mei, against the Orisa, so much spam to deal with them, and they can't just go for an aggressive push. If they try and play in fast, try and go deep, Grapes should be good with the counterbait. Here comes the Kitsune Rush onto the backline of Fluffy Dreamland. They've managed to flip the cap at the same time. Terra Surge comes out from Astro, but it's not enough. That is not going to kill anybody. Astro was so low around that corner, but Team Z can't close the kill. I hear a Blizzard coming out from Chime, but it seems that everyone is just addicted to fighting their demons with these ultimates. No idea what that Blizzard was about. Peace drops a question mark, and then his team crumbles, because even though the Blizzard got nobody, it was actually so stunning that Team Z just fell over as if they'd been hit in the head with one of those cattle stunners or something. Like, just no hope at all for the guy.
No frozen bodies, but frozen minds on the side of Team Z, so Fluffy Dreamland, it works out for them. They still have this beat coming back. Now they have the Blade as well. They can combo these together, be very aggressive. And the nice thing about the Jungle Queen ult is always you can trade some of these ults, maybe trade Blade for beat for Kitsune Rush, and then you have that Rampage finisher coming up for Painkiller. He was good for it on the first point, and they've rotated all the way around here, Team Z, flipping the map a little bit on him, and Painkiller's going to start forcing that objective. Wall comes out, Kitsune in response right now. Peace is going to Blade, forces of a speed trade, and now Painkiller. He's 1 HP though. He gets obliterated by this. Peace gets 1 with the Blade, but it's not enough. Player disadvantage still. They need Len and Peace. They need him to make a play, but they might just cut their losses here, try and reset, and go for one more fight. They need to be careful not to get staggered. Peace will deflect his team out, and they do have the overclock. They do have a Rampage coming back here, so still very winnable for Team Z.
Yeah, the thing is, playing the Junker Queen into the Mei on some of these points when the wall chokes are that oppressive, it can be ever so difficult to make it work. We see Peach manages to get the touch, and Hanbei, one of the dinkiest Kirikos here in the tournament, dinks Chime, takes them down, gets them a really nice early opening. Bob was invested by Haven, but Painkiller is happy to just line of sight that on the point, flips the cap, and now no support ults online for Fluffy Dreamland. Painkiller has the Rampage once more, and there is a very real chance that Team Z can once again steal this point away. Kitsune Rush thrown out onto the point, Astro forced to kite, knife inside Astro as well, Terra Surge thrown out, but an unbelievable Rampage from Painkiller escapes the Terra Surge, antis the backline of Fluffy Dreamland, and they're all falling over. Painkiller, look, in the neutral they have a hard time versus the Mei, but that's just the nature of the matchup. We're seeing a spectacular Junker Queen performance here today from Painkiller. These ultimates have been exceptional, turning fights, really good judgments on when to use it. First time Anj in the chat, by the way. Can someone cover that?
Also, a Saga onto the Orisa to ensure there's no recontest. And this map has been so incredibly close, but Team Z, they've clutched out on both occasions. And now they're coming back. They have the overclock for this next fight, which is maybe one of the alternate packs for least punch in their comp, but still can be used to force the objective here. But Fluffy Dreamland, they have the Kitsune Rush for Beat, for Blizzard all coming up. Really difficult ults for Team Z to deal with here. So Team Z, they have to try and save their cooldowns. They have to Suzu out of this Blizzard. They have to be careful of the support ult trade. So expect a much slower fight here, maybe from Team Z, just trying to play for that overclock angle.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that they try and swing out wide with the overclock, go out into main, but the problem is if they do that, they really need a second layer ult. XCal will be under so much pressure. It actually looks like Astro has gone and just thrown the game, given up high ground. They flipped over to the point, I'll give them that, but the fact that they've given high ground away to the Junker Queen team, not the best thing. Now the Kitsune Rush answers back from Proto, that early flip actually coming and giving huge value. Peace dashes out, but then Len comes in with the counter beat, so we're not going to see a lot of value from this beat drop. Peace has the blade now, but again, needs to find that opening. It's a difficult ult to execute. Suzu comes out, they miss the first slash. No, there was a Mei there on the wall, but that slash does not connect, and now Fluffy Dreamland, they're just going to answer back. And I think there's going to be no miracle queen clutches from Painkiller this time around, unless they want to go for a 1v4 rampage right now. You can see Painkiller is just on the run, a big slash, but not enough into a fortifying Orisa.
You can see it. You can see that twinkle in his eyes. He thought about it. He was like, it's on. If I hit this slash, we're maybe doing it. But now Team Z, they're going to be in a rush because they have to try and get the touch here. They do have the rampage for it, but a lot of things that can interrupt that rampage as well. Obviously, the Suzu can cleanse it, but also the spear, the flashbang can cut it a little bit short as well. Spear onto Hanbei as Painkiller will walk in, forces the ice block out. High Noon comes through. Suzu comes through, hits everyone with it, and now they're all going to die. They use the Suzu so early there. It allows Painkiller once again to hit the money rampage, and they will get the retake here.
Lack of discipline coming out from Proto, you know? One game-winning rampage, that's impressive. 3 in a row, that's starting to look like Proto might be making some mistakes in terms of an absence of the Suzu. I guess the first time around there was no option for that. They were on BAP. But now that they're on the Kiriko, they need to be disciplined. They need to hold on to this Suzu right up until the end, because Painkiller can turn these fights otherwise. Listen in!
Is it possible to push top? There's no DPS there.
Fair rush.
I'm gonna shield us. Let me shield us. Let me go
Each time, mate.
Can you go through left, Sam? Go through left. There we go.
Alright, yeah. Care is spam gun. Or
Christopher fire right side. 95 bro.
Shoot the queen out. Shoot the queen out.
She's walled.
Queen on.
Let's get rush. Get push.
Close left first. Over here.
Rushing there could something to rush. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1.
Care van.
Carry on point.
Queen.
Secure. Fine.
Chris, no recall.
Help me.
Yeah, I'm okay, yeah. Help me.
Try one.
Carry fire left.
Bar's 1 HP left.
This one.
Slow and steady there. You hear secure.
What do they have?
Oh, they're still going.
Nice.
They're gonna be.
You know, they take off the graphic and they keep playing them.
Oh, there we go. But yeah, lots. Good discipline there. You hear the calls coming through. Secure, care this, care that, making sure nothing goes wrong after they nail that initial ult trade. And Team Z, they were trying to play slow, trying to get their support ults, but it just wasn't enough time for him here. So Fluffy Dreamland won back on the board. But now Team Z, they do have no support ults and they are coming forward. Kitsune Rush comes in, Blizzard in response, but Peace can just fly over the top of that here. Rockets coming in, just trying to spam them back. They're going to be looking for the beat push here, Grapes. Len has the later beat. Barrage over the top, and no chance for Astro. Just in his face right now. And now they're looking to clean up this Mei. Ice block has been forced. Chime is going to get Kiri TP to him, but just another death in that one. And Team Z have to use a lot of ults there, but it was equal investment from Fluffy Dreamland, so a good fight for Team Z.
Yeah, I thought that, you know, maybe for Fluffy Dreamland there was an opportunity to kite there. When Team Z threw out those early ultimates before the point was unlocked, it was a reasonable chance to just run away, back it off, but instead they matched into it. They fought head on, not looking to edge out an advantage in terms of ult economy, and instead they've had to pay the price now. The Blizzard not catching any value. In fact, it was so low value that they've swapped over to a Tracer, and now Fluffy Dreamland, they have to play retake here. Swinging wide is Haven, has the High Noon, looking for that that angle, but be careful because Painkiller, once again, they have that rampage. Suzu comes out for Hanbei. Fluffy, Dreamland in control on the point. The cleanse is good, but it doesn't catch Astro, and Astro goes down with the annihilation. Prota comes out with a Kitsune rush. It's not over yet. Fluffy Dreamland actually getting the trades, finding the value late in the fight, and it looks like they are going to take this one.
Works out for him. Doesn't catch Astro, so they still lose him, but they do cleanse everyone else and they're able to clean up a fight. Fluffy Dreamland hanging on for this one now. We're going to see P swap over onto the Echo. Astro swap onto the Orisa, which is going to have Painkiller now. Ping pong onto another tank, onto the Diva now. So Team Z onto one of the comps we've seen them play quite a lot throughout this. More of a classic dive comp. They're about to have both support ults as well, Team Z. So a good retake here could just seal it for them, but it's a high noon to start from Haven. They try and disengage. Suzu out is good. They have the support ults to turn, so Fluffy Dreamland, they have to be careful how close they go because both support ults are coming up. There's a Kitsune rush and Haven just too close. Suzu not in time for him, will get taken down. I think Painkiller was just matrixing all of it, forcing the delay, and they'll get a really easy retake, and this is going to be a super tricky fight for Fluffy Dreamland to come back into here.
Yeah, the final death also going out onto the Tracer here. Is that going to slow down their recontest? Is that going to put them in a difficult spot? It looks like Haven knows the touch is very constrained. Swapping over to the Symmetra to get their entire team back into the fight that little bit quicker so that then there's definitely no risk of a C9 here. Team Z, they have ultimates to weather the storm right now. They are able to hold. You can see Chime sneaking in here. He's going to go for that first touch. Shooting Painkiller in the side, but it's actually a really aggro push coming out from the side of Team Z. Chime is going to flip the cap in this? No, he's not. Back comes XCal, gets the touch, Peace taking down Haven and Grapes, and this could be the end for Fluffy Dreamland here, Xavier. All of them wiped out by that push. The beat push, aggressive with just the right timing, knowing that Chime couldn't reconnect and come back into the fight, and that's the end.
Beautifully managed there from Team Z. We see teams doing this a lot, right? When they know it's first fight, they know the other team has to touch, take the fight really aggressive, force for 5v4. Obviously, the nature of having heroes like Tracer and Kiri means you get to have your cake and eat it too. You get to go and take that early 5v4, but you can still respond and not give a flip. They do it perfectly there, and all of a sudden, we thought it was maybe going to be a quick one, but it's actually all tied up 2-2. Team Z on the verge of a reverse sweep with Circuit Royale around the corner.
Team Z, I mean, you know, the early rocky performance completely, you know, done away with, and now just a Circuit Royale finisher. I wonder what these teams play on Circuit Royale. You know, do we go back to some sort of Sigma mirror
Is it real
matchup?
throwback?
Yeah, no. Are we gonna go back to ancient times? Because I mean, we're seeing ancient times out here. Painkiller on Junker Queen Genji. I mean, that's some real OG shit. You know what I mean? So I think at the end of the day, God knows what we're gonna wind up finding on Circuit. Maybe XCal wants to play a little bit of hit scan, but who knows? We'll find out when we get there. Until then, there's YouTube slop to be consumed. So I'm gonna get on that.
You get on that.
I will. You know, it's almost as appealing of a call as the coffee. So.
So yeah, reverse sweep now, test of the mental as well for Fluffy Dreamland here. They've done so well, but all of a sudden, you think of a lot of notes. It was a pretty back and forth flashpoint. The first 2 points especially really came down to the very last fight. Even this last one, it really came down to, there was a lot of back and forth, and they won out on the clutch every single time. And that's maybe a little bit unnerving if you're Fluffy Dreamland. They seem to be running into a few issues comp-wise. Didn't have an answer for the Queen there. Now, to be fair, it just won't be a problem on Circuit Royale. So as much as they had for problems versus his Queen and versus his clutch, just need to tighten things up a bit, and they don't need to worry too much about the specifics. Just steady. Also, yeah, get your bets in if you want. Does anyone believe Fluffy Dreamland? I think for the most part, they've looked the better team, but Team Z have been good in the clutch. Can they keep clutching out as we move on now? And what the hell are we going to see comp-wise? Does Astro have a Sigma in him? Or is he going to have to ram or something? I mean, even when he played Ramatra there into the Queen, which should in theory be a very nice matchup for Ramatra, we didn't actually see too much success from it either. I mean, it did force the swap ultimately, you know, and we got into this sort of ping-ponging of tanks back and forth, counter-swapping going on. But I don't know. I'm feeling Team Z. Team Z just seemed good for the clutch. And we'll move on to Circuit Royale. And I don't know, will we just see like a Bapillari or something? It feels so long since we've seen a Sigma Bapillari type mirror on Circuit Royale. So I'm just skeptical, you know. I'm just skeptical. It seems to be really erratic with how much break we get between games. Like, sometimes we're loading in immediately, and other times we'll get a few minutes break. What's the order of the games today? So TSM, Timeless, next. And then the winner of this game against the winner of... Oh, wait, no, we might be watching both games. We never got to the bottom of that, did we? Was it just starting later, maybe? Because they were the off-broadcast game. They weren't forced to pull it forward. Yeah, so Citrus Nation have actually kicked off, taken the first map. Would expect Citrus Nation just to kind of sweep them. And that seems to be what's happening, to be fair. Obviously, if you've not seen them before, Citrus Nation are the ball team, exclusively playing like BAP, Brig, Ball, their own unique look on the meta. Oh yeah, I was going to check my FPL. Did I get any points? I have gotten so few points. I've gotten so few points. Mitchell got an assist at least. That's a bit of a saving grace. Vice won map 1? Are you sure it says they didn't? Or maybe that's just King's Row. No, Citrus Nation, or well, Citrus Nightmare have been dropped by Nightmare and taken up their old mantle as the Citrus Nation. I mean, I think it makes sense. I mean, as much as I know, like, from what I understand, the Nightmare, they still like the guys, they finished on good terms. But, I don't really see, like, from, like, a business decision, right? What's the financial return on Citrus Nightmare? Probably nothing. And we asked what comps we were going to see. 20 seconds if you want to get your Preds in before... Now you've got a chance to see the comps. One map, and it's going to be Rhine, May, Bastion, the SSG comp coming out from Team Z. Fluffy, Dreamland, though. They'll get a chance to scout this beforehand. They were lining up what a classic Sigma, BAP, Zen, but they might take a different matchup once they see what's in front of them here.
Yeah, I think now that they've seen the Ryan Painkiller over on the Ramatra, going for the anti... I don't know, not sure whether the Ram is actually going to fare all that well into the Bastion, but not a terrible shout overall. Not the worst comp that you could possibly roll out on. Looks like XCal is just going to get run down out in the open. We've seen XCal on the Hanzo get caught out a few times. Low mobility... punishing them. Peace manages to take down Haven though, so these trades are insane for Fluffy Dreamland. Really, trading with a spawn hold, super valuable. XCal's actually back so fast and just peeking out of the spawn door manages to take down Grapes. So it's looking like Team Z's hold. They've gotten a little bit overzealous here. They got that first pick and all they needed to do was just maintain position on the corner. But unfortunately, they get caught out in the open. They get traded one by one. No discipline. And now they need to come back for a second one, you know. When we see Nightmare do this hold, you know, there are shades of greatness in it. But Team Z, they've got a lot to learn.
Going to be walking up to the corner here. Want to try and get as many fights as possible. They're going to stop the payload. Will get the corner. Form is used right round off the bat from Haven, though. So an easy disengage for Team Z, and now a chance for him to swing back aggressively. Hanbei's Baptiste window is coming up a lot quicker, though. Amplification Matrix there. They're harassing Chime on the coast as well. He does nearly have Blizzard here, but he needs a bit of pocket from his Reinhardt. Will get it. But Nair's now window timing now. They have to de-peek. Astro will... slide on out of there, but oh, they actually catch Chime. They knew he was behind the wall. They go and poke him, and they deny that Blizzard coming up now, so they have a window timing soon, but again, they're ready for this form. They take the D-peak, and they walk into XCal's arrows. Haven's able to get one trade, but the damage is done, and so far, so good for Team Z. They're dealing with this Rhine aggression. Fluffy Dreamland, they only got 2 fights in the end as well, so they concede first point, and still only just coming up to their first ultimates.
Yeah, it's a pretty rough start for them, to be honest. Team Z. Wait, so are the names right now? I'm told that Team Z. Wait,
Yeah,
the names
are correct right now. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. So yeah, Team Z. I mean, 2 fights and they're already rolling through it. Fluffy Dreamland with this cheesy comp. They really need to stabilize here and get that high ground hold, because as soon as they lose it, what the fuck is wrong with these players, man? What is that ultimate? Just lobbed from downtown. Astro, the saving grace, comes in, hits the shatter on Hanbei and Excal, but unfortunately, nobody there to follow it up around the corner. Chime and Grapes both answering back though, taking down Team Z, and it does look, well, Painkiller actually throwing in the Annihilation, but unfortunately Annihilation is not the same as a Rampage. You don't have that same insane immortal clutch protection, so now Painkiller going to invest the Annihilation really late into the piece, and Fluffy Dreamland, they can solidify this hold up on the high ground. Chime, I mean, they're a very long way away from a Blizzard, but we've seen that those Blizzards are borderline worthless when thrown out anyway, so not too concerned about that. And Fluffy Dreamland now, they have the luxury of bearing down on Team Z. Every time they go for this rotation, it's going to be so awkward. Peace has the barrage, but it's a very difficult ult to execute here. As an attacker, no high ground, no space. It's really difficult to find the angle. Maybe they can combo it with Len's beat to get something done. Early Bastion ult coming out from Haven, though. You can see them trying to catch Hanbei, but having no luck with that whatsoever. So that's a little bit of a waste on the Bastion ult. Blew it a bit too early. And now Team Z, they're starting to walk up. Painkiller's almost alone on the cart. Let's get a little bit more peeking going on, fellas. Let's get some shooting of our guns going on, because Painkiller has just walked up and pushed cart for free while the whole team is AFK down below. Big push coming out from Fluffy Dreamland. Again, a little bit sus. And now, here's that barrage opportunity. Window comes out, 1-for-1 trade, but the window is good. Grapes takes out Hanbei, shooting across the map. And now Team Z, again, they're disadvantaged in this fight. Hanbei was the only person with an ultimate, and there's no chance of turning with an ulti now. All of Team Z boxed inside this little room. And Fluffy Dreamland, they hold.
Peace now going on to the May and just going to force more of now a straight up mirror. Still need to be careful on this walk up here, as it's very difficult. You can see Fluffy Dreamland keen to peek him early, keen to swing in. Window will be used. Lamp is there, but Excal is still in the sky. Gets taken out beforehand, and this window not shooting all that much of anything. No one is being saved by the window. No one's getting shot by the window. Doesn't find anything in the end. Hanbei and Fluffy Dreamland, they're looking secure and solid on second point.
Yeah, this second point hold now, it's so difficult to break for Team Z. Peace making the swap over to the Mei, I like that. I'd say it's a more reliable ultimate than the Barrage, especially from the attacker's perspective. Another Blizzard from Chime, just leading me to confusion, I think, unless he caught Hanbei and Len with that one. But I don't know, I didn't see where that one was going. Maybe I shouldn't judge without having full knowledge of what occurred, but good God. Strange ultimates from Chime across the board today. Fluffy Dreamland, they're going for this spawn camp though. I really think they should get back up on the high ground and play for the better position, because here on the corner, the space is just a little bit worse, a little bit more neutral, and you don't need to do that, especially without a cart blocking for you. Windows swing, and Hanbei will be taken out. Haven goes super wide, gets Hanbei behind that pillar, so the hold continues, and the clock is really whittling down now. Team Z, they've only got a minute left.
Really big problem, and Fluffy Dreamland, they're winning these fights really efficiently. Another pin comes in. Bastion not getting thrown into that one. Doesn't look like it's doing much. Forces the ice block, and Astro's going to die for all of this here. And now they need to make sure they don't let the payload move that much. It has rolled back a decent amount. Proto will be the last one to die. And they still have the shatter and the beat coming back, but that's maybe some of the downside. How's he traded Peace?
Trades Peace and gets out. I mean, what can't Grapes do? Truly. We've got a savant of Lucio in the server right now. I mean, I've heard, people are calling Funny Astro, people have been saying that he's the IQ Lucio, but I think Grapes, now, Funny Astro has a competitor in the field. Astro with the Shatter, that's going to be really difficult for Team Z to deal with when they have to touch the card. Really easy layup if Astro can just be patient with the Shatter and wait for Painkiller to use their shield, because it's going to be so hard to block this Shatter when you need to get glued to the cart. Painkiller posturing up now. Massive backline shatter. Catches Len, who actually has the beat. And Len will not be able to get that beat off. They will go down. So game-winning shatter from Astro. Forget patience. Just run past the Ram and shatter the Lucio that's on the floor for some reason. Now, Team Z with no supports. It's going to take a miracle for them to win this one. But it might be a miracle that we're witnessing right now. because they've traded out, and Len is about to be back with the beat. Only 2 players alive for Fluffy Dreamland, and even though it seemed so good with that initial shatter, cutting out the beat from the fight, now there's nobody left to touch for Fluffy Dreamland. Unbelievable. How have Team Z clutched that one out?
It seemed perfect, right? Hit for shatter, hit both supports, kill one of the supports with their ultimate, then just make sure you deal with that annihilation. But they didn't deal with that annihilation at all. X count on the tracer as well, able to follow up on a lot of the damage. And now they find a way through. They give themselves a bit of a lifeline, a chance onto third point here. And because Len was shattered and died early, he's actually got beef in his next fight as well. They just need to care the mail as they walk up here, Team Z.
Yeah, credit where it's due. Painkiller has had some unreal clutches. Len just taking the piss though. Did they just Ajax as well? They're 0%.
Oh my god.
Jesus fucking Christ. Ajax in the chat as well, please. Len just hooning into the front line, drops the beat on negative health. You don't even hear the sound. Absolutely unreal. Grape says typical. A little bit of Lucio rivalry here between the 2 Lucios. Unbelievable scenes. We need to take Len out of the lobby. That is actually obscene what we're witnessing here. Now, Fluffy Dreamland again with this solid hold. They get to maintain the choke. They have a great sightline for the window, and Team Z, they've got no ults to play with. Final fight, everyone is swinging super wide. Massive dino here, catches Len again. The damage boosted dino through the window. Recall forced out, piece on a sliver of HP, no ice block. And Team Z, I mean, we saw an unreal clutch from Painkiller last time, but no annihilation to play with this time around. XCal surely going for the touch. Shatter walled off by Chime, and then another Blizzard catching 0 players, but at least this one's on the objective.
On point. Yeah, it's a huge improvement.
From Len. I've seen nothing from Len but death after death after death for the past like 3 minutes or so. So I mean, honestly, it's a deserved hold here for Fluffy Dreamland, because even one more meter conceded and we'd be calling for Len's head.
I just need to get myself an action replay of this one, because I just don't understand the series of events that led to Len being in that position. He's half health. As well. He swings around the corner. Yeah, he gets about like 0.02 seconds through the cast time of this beat, where he is literally in front of a Reinhardt's face on half HP, way ahead of his entire team.
I'm gonna put this in 0.25 for the stream. Here we got Len flying in, gets headshot, is burning from a dynamite, is on top of the enemy Ryan's head.
Is beating time.
In swing range of the Ryan, drops the beat there. In swing range of the Ryan on half health while burning from a dynamite. This is your goat. All right.
It's just one of those like. Oh, I had like another tab. Wait, it'll be hard. It'll be. Oh wait, what? I'm on 30,
25. Okay.
Oh, wait, I'll count. Yeah, 27, 26, 25, 24. 23, 22. I didn't tell you, but those were all seconds as well, just for clarity.
I was actually just about to ask, what did those numbers mean? What were those? Orange
yeah,
would have lived
all
that with
seconds.
1 HP. Sauna, did you see Orange's 1 HP barrage in the match earlier? 1 HP beat. He got barraged in the face and he went for the beat and he actually got it off on 1 HP. Fucking orange flicker, you know, or I don't know what the orange tweak, I think is the emote for that one, you know. That's what he must have been fucking like actually tweaking to go for that one, but he got it off. He got it off. That's the people's champion. Team Z now on the defense, this close corner hold. Let's see if they have a little bit more discipline with it than Fluffy Dreamland did. Bastion form forced out early and they've all kited away, but it looks like Hanbei has no interest in kiting inside the room. Instead, kiting out into the open, so Haven is able to just continue swinging and take everybody down. Both teams completely incapable of holding this close corner, just clueless, utterly clueless as to hold it.
Well, at least they got at least 20 seconds on for clock, and now you can see they're almost even up to 30% of some of their ults. So a flying start here. Astro's actually super close to the shatter, so teams need to be ready for that. If they're not aware, it could catch them off guard. They will get a hold on this good corner. They just need to respect this Bastion timing, because Fluffy Dreamland, obviously very scary when you do have it. As they drop this wall, they go for it as well. Defensive wall comes out, and the block from Painkiller, they take the step back, but now they can look to be a little bit more aggressive. They can peek back, they can put them under pressure. Lamp was even used for Astro there. I didn't think he was all in all that much trouble, but I guess Prota felt differently about it. So no Lamp, but no May for the side of Team Z. So another swing. Bastion form coming round now, looking for Painkiller here. Astro has the Shatter too, can line that one up. The Lamp comes through, but they will take care of this Ram, no problem. And it's clean sailing for Fluffy Dreamland now.
Yeah, Fluffy Dreamland just walking through this one with very little resistance. Shades of Team Z's first point attack in this one, but let's see if Team Z are able to re-establish their hold here on the second point. This slope is the name of the game on Circuit Royale, especially when you're playing a ground tank mirror that is not a Sigma, because it's so hard to attack up the slope. But you can see Fluffy Dreamland, they know that slope fight, it's so difficult, and they're holding up, they're trying to buy time, they're trying to get as much car push as they possibly can. Counter wall from Peace catches absolutely nobody, and Fluffy Dreamland continues to be smooth sailing. Mirrored windows in main, Hanbei taken out, Violet jumping in the air, but Haven actually traded out, and now we see Xcal 80% on the Bob. Peace has the Blizzard, so if anybody pushes aggressively, there will be a counter Blizzard in play. Chime has a super wide angle. Painkiller's actually been walled off, and this is a disaster now for Team Z. This second point is gone in a flash. Painkiller getting caught there, actual mess for Team Z, because now they're not even going to get a single contest on the second point. The cart has not stopped moving from the second first was capped, and now we're on third, not even halfway needing to push with 5 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, Xavier. I mean, it's not over, but it's so over for them.
Oh, the Blizzard in as well. It catches Painkiller. The beat not in time to save him. The Lamp not in time to save him. And now the later beat comes through from Grapes. Bastionol over on top. They're just pressing everything. They're just going to run him over. They only need to get it just round the corner. And Team Z, they got it all the way. They threatened the reverse sweep. They're going to ignore this Bob and keep walking forward. But they got it so close. They did such a great effort to clutch it out on these previous maps. But now it's just going to end. Nearly 5 minutes still on the back. Len's going for it. Doesn't make it. Now Painkiller will get on. Does have the Annihilation, but an immediate shatter there, so it lasts for all of a millisecond. Still about 10 times as long as Len's beat.
I love what's happening.
Listening?
I need to be shot for boss.
Shaking your comms?
I need to be shot for boss.
I need to be shot for
I need to go and just
Hey guys, it's Jake here. We're here for a
There he is.
interview.
It's fine, guys. Good clutch.
Congrats, guys.
Really good attack. We actually won every fight.
They're just
Did you guys
ignoring
hear
him.
me?
Bro, I think we actually won the game because they
Fuck
played
Jake.
bench
No, no,
already.
wall that
trolled their
motherfucker.
turns.
Dono walled.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. They're listening on the winning moments.
You got, I'm here. We're here, guys. We're here to ask you how you feel.
Don't trade if you're gay. Don't trade if you're gay.
How was that the winning moments there for you guys?
She's so brain dead.
Nah, we all need to get shot, bro. Oh, bro, my serve loss was so bad.
I believe they did there.
Bro, like, my tracer was so good.
Yes,
but my main was
Jake
so bad.
humiliation ritual, yes.
Jake is
We're
not in
listening to
their
their comms, but we are not in their comms.
It's me, I'm Jacob, and your comms. And they just they muted you.
Did you hear that one at the end?
That's a
They get
classic
traded if you're
Lucio,
gay
though.
as well.
You could tell they were feeling the pressure there. That was the primary emotion I was sensing in those comms.
Fucking
Relief
awesome.
to shut down
Fucking
the reverse
awesome.
sweep and to do it in dominant fashion, frankly. On Circuit Royale, not super close. The Bastion Ryan looked well
Oh,
practiced.
all right,
There's a
shut
reason
the
they
fuck
brought
up,
us that
Jake.
map.
Let's
That was not close at all.
let's just
Was it-
let's get back into
was
the
it the
news.
Ajax?
I'm gonna go back to montage viewing until the
yeah.
next match. Who's up next?
Wait, I
It's a
don't
good one,
know.
right?
They're still waiting for the. Yeah, I think it's upper bracket now, right?
Yeah,
So it should be
it'll
Timeless versus
predetermined, right?
TSM. Mhm.
Oh, that's gonna be a turbo banger, dude. Let's fucking go. It's
Oh.
actually perfect timing on the coffee.
Beautiful.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. We're gonna get to see the Maryville boys going at it. You know, can you do a Yaki montage? Shut the fuck up, Sona.
This is their big chance too. They could literally win it.
Yeah, it's winnable. All right, I'll see you.
Laters. All right. And it's not always the cleanest region. There's some questionable stuff going on. But they win it out at the end. Fluffy Dreamland, they keep going. There we go. Citrus Nation, they're a map down. What's going on? They just won Kings Row 5-3. This game's going to be going on a while. Check ball. Oh, is it ball skunk? Got it? Oh, good shout. Good shout, Quinn. Where's Bully? I'll just use the left-hand side like a normal person. 5-3.
Rarely couldn't quite get their ultimate online. I don't think it would have mattered. What a push out of Citrus, though, as they had got a monstrous amount of meterage for just 1 minute on the clock.
Good night. Good night, Trash Panda. Of course. Vice have 4 minutes, yeah. this map is actually not close to being over at all.
We're out on the push. Holy cow. Hero swap out of tap. The Genji was a smart counter to Venture. It's one of the earliest we saw. A good dualistic instance.
Just go to sleep? No, this is the big one. Timeless v TSM.
Range of Venture.
No, I would not be waking up. 5 a.m. wake up? No, thank you.
Smart pick, and they're sticking with
Bed for you as well. Good night, Coleman. Congratulations. Thank you as well for story time. What are they also just playing a Queen Mirror? No, so this game's happening in the lower bracket right now. We're going to go to the Timeless TSM one on the main broadcast after this. And then there's also the winner of this Citrus Nation game against Vice. The winner of this will play...
My health bars aren't on.
Oh, the name just came now. Fluffy Dreamland. Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Zama.
Is it not just a different Luca?
Already found out. Vice did one and done this point, I mean, with a fervor last time. And you can see Azur already ravenous and pushing forward to the back of Hotel.
It is the same Luca.
Zama will clear out Hotel. Now
he's a champ Venture OTP?
Move into the back line with the burrow.
Oh, okay.
Along the wall, they get a shot on to Jacob, but they are forced out by the threat of Zeb.
No, I don't think we have to wait for this game. I'm gonna go grab another Diet Coke. But I'll leave this on for you. Ball Skunk will keep you entertained, and then we should hopefully be back in time for the Timeless one, okay? Alright.
Watch for Nevermind playing along this left-hand side.
Be right back.
Neutral right now leading the server in ult charge. An aggressive push in. Neutral was in a bit of trouble there on that back line. Oh, jumps up and punches Luca. Oh, and Neutral. Neutral. That was amazing. All right. So they're able to push through the archway only using nothing. No ultimate spin. And I was surmising that, Citrus could force a couple of ults out by this point. They have to get ults out here. The more the merrier. At the very least, for them to force them to win this corner. If any one or two be fine. If Citrus can get them all out. That's what we're talking about. Good start. Tap will go down. Oh, God. Luca pop that right after they get the drill dash. Brilliant play. Follow up on Zeb as well. No ult spin. I'm sorry. Kitsune was the only one spin. Kitsune was invested for both sides. And you are ecstatic with that if you are Vice. Still tons of time. No overtime spawns, so there may be a recontest if Tap can hold this for a bit. Yeah. They're going to use Deflect to stall. Recall in. Tap goes down. Luca's able to pick up another one. Oh, another opening pick onto Tap very specifically. And no blade in this fight. That was a little bit of lag there. But whoa, what's going on? What is happening? Somebody clip that. Let's just see how many clipped back into position. I've never seen that in my life. Holy hell. Somebody clip that. I'm making a short of that. That was wild. Oh, it's time for some pause polka. That definitely deserves some pause polka. Yeah, the server absolutely shat itself. There's Zamba. Yeah, you can see my warnings are popping up. They're still popping around. Oh. I feel like I need to keep the music on. Oh yeah, we're definitely keeping the music on. I'm dying over here. Oh, I finally cleared.
Oh, I'm back. Did they manage to do it? What's happening?
As I pause.
What happened? What did I just
Turn
miss?
off the pause polka.
Server died for the last 3
fucking
minutes.
Sweet. Thank you. Good to know. Good to know. Skier, appreciate the follow. Strider, thank you for the follow. Dude, legend. Been a fan since G-Force, my friend. Best ball in A.
What happened? Someone catch me up. Someone
Yo,
catch me
what's
up.
going on?
So the server lagged. Vice is going to lose because of a server crash?
Oh. I think they have to remake. You can't remake this lobby. Like, we're in a 4-5.
Yeah, Bullstunk's right. This
There was a
situation's
lot
fucked. You
momentum.
can't
I will
replicate
say there was
this.
some opening picks for. Yeah, there it went.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Do they have to replay it?
What? Don't mind. Never mind the background screen. I had to set it for this fast. I didn't get the.
Oh
UPF
no!
for the background.
Fuck.
What? What?
Do they have to replay the whole thing? What's the answer here? Replay the whole thing?
Curious with the official decision. This is a tough one. What do you do?
I actually don't know. You just restart. Replay the map.
Are they trying to join back in?
Replay 25-minute map.
Okay, they're back in.
Oh, all right. This one's gonna be a while.
Right here. See?
So what happened? It was the
Vice
overtime
was
attack, right? Vice were attacking. And then massive
Hey,
server
second
lag.
follow.
And just no pause for like 2 minutes.
Dude, it really is very unfortunate. All right, that's enough. That's enough pause polka. What the hell is going on here?
Yeah, if you can sign up, it'd be
It's just admin
appreciated.
Paused. Yeah, we're just in an admin pause. All right, the pause polka continues. I'm gonna turn down with it though, which can drive me crazy. Infected, you legend. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you being here. Wait. Oh, what?
Well,
I've got no room chat.
that's outrageous. My god. Can't clip my VOD because it's sub only. Fuck. Should be timestamped. Let me check it out. Let me mute this.
No overtime spawn, so there may be a recontested tap can hold this for a bit. Yeah, they're gonna use deflect to stall. Recall in. Tap goes down. Luke is able to pick up another one. Oh, another opening pick onto tap.
Oh, no.
Very specifically, and no blade in this fight.
Yeah, I think I can see where the lag starts. I think I can see where the lag starts. Seems to be right here.
What is happening? Somebody clip that. Let's just see how many
The mid-air burrow? Fuck. When we unpause, let's skip forward a bit. Oh wait, let's unpause.
Oh.
Doesn't seem way better. Doesn't seem a lot better.
I feel like I need to keep the music on.
Potentially worse.
Yeah, we're definitely keeping the music on.
Look at this queen. Just slow twirling backwards. Guys, and people say Overwatch is unwatchable. This is easy to follow the action.
Oh, I finally cleared.
Oh, there I am. Who's this guy? Did they manage to do it? I actually miss all of the lag perfectly. So as far as I'm concerned, when I sit down, everything's fine. I was like, what's just watching the last fight. Just a clutchy last fight, trying to get cap. I see how it is. Everything's fine. Alright, they're just playing it. It seems, despite replaying this entire thing, they actually also have they also still have no idea how to defend King's Row first point, as it was an immediate cap. Yeah, so we're going to replay the entire King's Row. Ah, fixed. Don't worry, mine's terrible as well. Do you want to see mine fixed? It will make you feel better. Like a couple of it, like nothing from Salah, an assist from Mitchell. Palmer maybe on for a clean sheet, right? Assist from Bruno. Doku didn't even start, so Muniz is going to come in with 1 point because he played 17 minutes. Thanks, Muniz. Where's Haaland? Fuck. I actually need to make drastic. I think it's time for drastic action. Drastic action is required. Because this is not good. You're on like 40, but everyone has played. Yeah, see, because even to be fair, like most people's teams seem to have done quite badly, right? But Haaland is just for saving grace for these teams. Like again, not huge points, like an assist out of Smith Rowe, but Haaland's for saving grace again. Yeah, just again, not huge points, right? But just again, Haaland saving grace. Oh no, multiple people can have him. You can all draft from all of the players. It's just about how you spend your budget. Oh, of course, right, another fucking pause. Reasonable. Maybe just watch Calling All Heroes. At least it's happening, you know. At least it's happening. Oh wait, we're about to go. Are we going into Samoa? Let me lock back into this. Because those guys are going to be playing King's Row forever, so we might as well move on. No point spending any more time on them. Alright, predictions in if you want them, 20 seconds. Oh wait, did I not sort for Preds? Am I a fraud? Wait. Of course Lady Trash Panda went to bed. I'm a fraud. Alright, I'll give you 30 seconds. 30 seconds for the money, people. And I'll just let it run the full 30 seconds. There we go. There you go. You see what happened in the other game? Wait.
No, what happened?
Oh, wait, keep counting.
20, 19, 18.
Oh, yeah, we're good. We're good.
17.
So, they're playing King's Row, right? It goes to an overtime round. Massive time banks. Citrus Nation, they get another 2 checkpoints. They're partway through third. It ends. Vice, pushing back. They cap first point, no problem. They're attacking the cap point for second. And then massive server lag spike. Massive server lag spike. Everyone's just out. And there's like 2 minutes left on the clock still. So they all just zone out. The pause comes through. They unpause. Still massive lag. Still massive lag. Another late pause. Then the server completely DCs. So after playing a 20, 25 minute King's Row, they have now started King's Row again.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible stuff. Timeless coming out on the Ana Ana Ilari composition here. Actually a nice counter to what TSM have come through with. Double hit scan essentially to take King out of the sky. King the dumb fuck playing with streamer mode on for whatever reason. Not sure why he's doing that to me, torturing my brain having to remember his name. But good start here from Timeless. Really squishy backline. Ilari and Ana together. Really difficult to keep either of them alive if they find themselves isolated. Icy should be having a field day here if he can ever close the gap. But the absence of Juno in North America may be causing some problems here because you can't get that speed ring diva just flying straight over to your backline to hit the one shots. There is a nano turn available for TSM though. They can nano their diva or their Pharah, and you'd have to imagine that one of the supports of Timeless is going to suffer from that. Here we go. Nano goes out onto King. Luke Minnow, he is the one suffering from success. And Timeless now, they're down one. Nano so close for Cuffer. Probably will go out onto Cuffer. There it is, but he doesn't know what to target. Looks like Lep has decided to reveal himself and say, hey, come, get me. And now Cuffer, he's actually been a little bit indecisive with his targeting, throws down the bubble nowhere, and it's just too slow. Luke Minnow actually gets a trade onto Rocket, but so many members of Timeless are dead already. It's just Luke and Cuffer alive right now. It's actually, you know, there's still a Doom Godoa, but that's only one kill. Oh wow, this barrage underneath from King. Even with the bubble, Luke Minnow not able to take out King. So that's going to be a really heavy ultimate investment from Timeless. The Primal and the Pulse Bomb thrown in there at the end with the Nano, and no trades for it. Timeless though, they're right back into it because King, he's gotten a bit too excited. He's gone to the spawn, been traded out by Vision. So there's a real chance for Timeless to retake this. Lep, he wants to stop that bleed. He wants to get aggressive, come in with the rally, but it's given no value at all. A rally jacks from Lep, bashing into main and just going down right away. Nice bob from Vision to cut Lep out of the game. Really good stuff from Timeless.
And now all of a sudden they have that captive Sun on Luke Minno's side back in control of a point, and should be a pretty good setup. Obviously has to factor in the Diva Matrix into all of this, but a difficult retake for TSM. They do have the Pharaoh, which it just feels like it's going to be hard, right? Surprised not to see King swap that maybe into something else, but he's going to keep rolling it for now. Tracer trying to make his way in right-hand side, but Rocket's going to get shooed away, and now Luke Minno looking for his opportunity. But they don't need to rush anything, Timeless. They have control of a point. Not saying that, Luke's going to drop it. He's going over the wall. There's only a Pharaoh there now. Is he really? He's considering it. He doesn't get it. I guess he thought the backline was there, but the backline most certainly wasn't there. They're still going to tick up to 90%.
Yeah, I don't know what about that one, little Luke Fish. I think that's one of the upper questionable. You know, people say that Luke Minnow is the Violet of NA, and when you see ults like this, I start to believe it. You know, there are shades of Violet in how Luke Minnow makes mistakes, to put it lightly. Unfortunately, this Nano Pharah, it's such a difficult combo to deal with for the side of the Winston team. And there you go, King, he flies right over to the backline, takes down Squid. Timeless, though, they have really good tools for the retake. They can throw the Nano Boost out onto Cuffer. Doomed has the Pulse Bomb. God knows whether or not he'll connect it. Doomed is a lot better with projectile heroes, so maybe the projectile pulse, that will be his strength here on the Tracer. But again, Nano Winston, that will probably layer into a Primal Rage. Luke Minnow under a little pressure here on the flank, but Squid, he's good for it. He's good to keep him going. Just needs to hit a little shot on Doomed, and then the retake, it's almost time. Doomed getting blocked out, though, has his recall force super early, and Cuffer naded as well. He's going to receive this Nano Boost. He gets it with just the right timing. Gets full jump pack damage. Vision actually dropped down to the left and flanked Coast. Took out Lep. Nobody marked that. King pops the barrage, takes down Squid, but Vision trades it out immediately. And this is going to be Timeless taking the first point here. Really good stuff from them. Tougher, nice jump pack damage onto the backline. And Vision, perfect timing on the flank, finding that window of opportunity. Rocket was blocking top right where Doomed was. So Vision, he swings left and he gets that timing with the backline dive, with the Nano. Really good.
Works out really nicely from Timeless across the board. Good value out of their ults. Maybe give or take the captive Sun. We'll discount that one. But the second Nano Boost really hits its target. We'll see if they do the same here. Because this stage here, Volcano, it's a lot smaller, a lot more compact. So playing the Ana Ilari can be very difficult. I imagine they'll both have to try and play quite back on the high ground. But maybe it'll just be Amalgam Mirror. A bit of a throwback. Always like a trip in the past when we watch these games after watching so much Juno recently. So we're going to get what looks like Amalgam Mirror, and we'll see if Vision chooses to keep this Sombra here. It's going to be Sombra, Reaper, Moira here against Tracer Venture.
Yeah, I mean, Icy on the Mauga going up against Kuffer. I like Timeless's comp here. It's a little bit old school, but Vision, I know he loves to play these rushy matchups with the Sombra 76. It's his strength on the hero. Less for the dive, more for these brawl matchups where you just play for high uptime, for farming of your ultimate. He's not having a lot of success right now, and they've got to be careful because King is swinging it on the side on the Venture. Cooldown's committed, Doomed in a little bit of trouble, forced to Wraith and back up, but Icy now coming in with a stomp. He whiffs it, doesn't land on anybody, and now the latest shout from Icy, it's paying dividends. He's full health, Kuffer is low as, completely forced out here. The Lucio Moira, always a little bit dangerous in the Mauga matchup because you don't have a Suzu for the stomps, you don't have a Suzu to cut out value from the shout turns. And look, Doomed and Vision have both really struggled to find value, so low on ult charge.
And now, all of a sudden, they're coming back in. They will have that Coalescence, but into the Kitsune Rush, into the B, it's going to be really tricky. Icy also ahead on the cage, so a lot of things looking up for TSM in this mirror. They're going to try and make their way through. Vision, currently cloaked, looking for an opportunity. Gets the hack onto the Mauga, but Icy will just take the back step. Timeless going to try and force point, but here comes the Stomp timing onto the back. Cole comes out here, but Kitsune Rush over the top. Trying to keep everyone pocketed here. They will keep pushing onto it. Both beats are available, but Icy, this earlier cage is available. Luke will drop the beat in response here, but now the tectonic shock for Cage, it only catches for Sombra actually, but pulse bomb from Rocket is good. So they use everything in the end, TSM. They use all 5. They do win the fight, but now they need to try and get some of these late kills because they need as much time as they can possibly get because Timeless coming back with 2 ults. 3 ults. Even.
Yeah, TSM, they got that early ultimate lead.
Oh.
I mean, did I DC my mic or something? What are we
Oh,
on?
no, you're good now. You're good now.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, sorry, man. Okay. King now, he's used the burrow. Kuffer's shouted super early, though, so he's got to be careful. In comes the engagement. Kuffer goes for the stomp on King, but actually he's already dead. Now, let's see if Timeless can actually win this one without investing any further ultimates. They should be good to do so, and there it is. Here's the cleanup. They need to cap that point quickly, though, because it's already at 82%, which means that their recontest, if they do lose the cap, is going to be very scuffed. Nice ult swing back for Timeless though. Squid already with another Coalescence, significantly ahead of Renko on the Kitsune Rush. So we're just going to have to wait and see how Timeless use these ultimates. If they use something like the Blossom super early, Shout can completely counter that out. So they really need to wait for a little bit of a skill exchange. Same goes for Squid. If he uses the Coal early, Shout and a Kite, it's a big deal. Kuffer's the only one that can go for an early ultimate with the cage, but let's see if he's actually able to find an angle for such a thing. It looks like TSM are playing rather passively, slow up in main, but Kuffer, he needs to find that cage angle. He's got Lep, but Squid is the one to open up with the Coalescence, and I don't think that this is much good at all, because as you can see, TSM, they were ready for it. They've kited away, and now the cage counter has come online. Renko has the Kitsune Rush. Really difficult to cage into a Kitsune Rush, but Kuffer, he wants to go for it. Blossom from Doomed is massive, though. That's going to take down so many members. Luke throwing in the beat, I think that's going to lose them the round here. I'm going to be honest with you. I think the Cage Blossom combo with no support ultimate to keep TSM alive, no beat in play, that should have been enough to win it for them. If they can't win with that, they don't deserve to win, full stop. But now, because Luke has no beat, Lep's going to come back with his own beat. Icy and King both have their ultimates. We're asking the world of Vision right now. We're asking for a super high value EMP, and you can see he's already been scouted out. He's not going to get that 5-man. He's got no TP. TSM are muscling up in main. Vision can't even get the EMP off, in fact. And look at this. Timeless, they're just going to fully disengage unless your name is Doomed, in which case he's going to die late on the point. They stall it out to 83%. They're definitely going to get a touch because they have the Lucio, the Mauga, the Sombra, but we're going to see such a dodgy fight coming through now from Timeless. They're under so much pressure to touch the point, and nobody's in position for it.
Vision has the EMP, but he needs to try and make it work. They're rushing towards point now. They are fighting on point. Vision looking for his timing, looking for his opportunity. Just tiptoeing onto point is Icy. Doesn't want to use the cage because it can get cancelled by that EMP. Pin trade, they drop it onto Icy. They want to try and burn him through, but that opens the door. Now Icy can just drop the cage. Tectonic shock coming through as well. So much damage for King, and he is going to burn through them all in the cage. I feel like patience was the name of the game there for Vision. Try and wait out some of the ults, bait something out, but Icy survives. They have the cooldowns. The shout is going. He tanks all that damage, gets his own cage off, and once you're locked in that cage with a tectonic shock coming through, it's just so much unavoidable damage to deal with.
Yeah, I thought it was a pretty poor decision from Vision to stay in stealth and to look for a big EMP, because instead he could have just unstealthed, shot in the neutral, forced cooldowns out from TSM, and then gone for that EMP later in the fight. He had it in the back pocket in case Icy ever used the cage, so there was no way that a cage was going to come out. He should have fought the neutral, but instead he went for it early, and then straight away Icy, he just hits the shout and counters it. So really, a pretty weak round from Vision there, low value on the Sombra, unable to find his ult timing.
Now, as we move on to the final and decisive round, it's going to be slightly different looks from both teams. Ramasha coming out from the side of Timeless, and it's going to be a Lucio and a D.Va on the side of TSM. So expect TSM probably want to take the high ground here. We'll try and get around into that position, but no, they've actually gone inside here. Renko swinging wide here, so a bit easier of a connect for Kuffer if he can find the timing. You can see Luke Mino playing up with Kuffer, seeing if they have that. But for now, it's just going to be a slow pokey fight. King going to be firing rockets across. Vision just trying to keep everything locked down here.
Yeah, honestly, I think TSM's comp, it's really squishy, but the fact that Kuffer is on Ram, he needs to find a catch onto Renko. He needs to be able to close that gap, and the Lucio might be able to stop it. King taken out early by Doomed, though. Nice little pickup from Timeless, and now TSM, they're not going to have the staying power to hold on to this point. Kuffer should be able to block backline and just force Icy back. If they go for more here, there's a chance that they can close it out. Rocket getting picked, and now they should go the distance. They should go all the way to the spawn doors, get all of these staggers, get all of these late kills. Squid still had the lamp in the back pocket. They're actually using it right at the end, so got to be careful about that one.
Nano nearly up for Renko now, so TSM will have this timing. They've also got Icy now onto the D.Va, so good options for the targets. They can drop it onto the D.Va, drop it onto the Pharah, really go for this engage. Squid doesn't quite have window. Lamp cooldown might be a little bit close, depending how quickly TSM choose to go with this one. You see Renko again coming through this right-hand side. They're going to start forcing point now, trying to find an engage, but it's a difficult portion of the map for King to really cross, so it might just be easier to drop it onto the D.Va. But no, he's found his way up above now, looking for it, but no! Too late, takes his eyes off him for a second, and now he goes down. They're going to nano the D.Va instead, try and win it 4v5. Focusing onto Kuffer here. Window comes out, but Icy goes right through him, deletes Vision out of that one, and Icy is crushed for backline with this nano. It wasn't the intention, but Icy is making it work. Has the bomb now to get back into mech. Needs a little bit of pocket. Pulse bomb onto the baby D.Va. Nice stick from Doomed, and Timeless, they still have control of a point, and that pulse bomb might just swing it back in their favor, because you see TSM, they've had to take a back step. They're having to regroup at choke and go again.
Yeah, the doggiest of dogfights taking place here on the point, but ultimately, TSM, they do get the cap. Luke Minnow couldn't build up that beat. They didn't have the staying power. Vision not quite there with the Bob, but they're right back on TSM's heels. Pulse Bomb comes out of the Vision, but Squid, he gets the lamp. Vision coach gun back into that range. Perfect from them, and now the Bob to answer back. Lep has to pop the first beat, but that's going to be second beat from Luke Minnow, so there's still an advantage here for Timeless. King 90% on the barrage, pressuring the backline so hard. And once again, we see Icy, Rocket here in the backline doing so much work, cutting the backline of Timeless to pieces. They're not done yet, though. Kuffer throws in the Annihilation. They flip the cap into Chaos, but unfortunately, Kuffer with an absolute Mickey Mouse ultimate. Icy is so low. Luke Minnow cleans up that kill. King invests the barrage on the coast, takes down Doomed, but now Rocket, no recall, chased by Kuffer, taken down in the middle of the point. This is an absolute dogfight, but there's no tanks on the point for the side of Timeless. No tank, rather, in a 5v5 game nowadays. Get a grip, man.
And it means they're going to maintain control of this point the entire time. 10% encounter in TSM. This retake needs to work, and they need to do it with no ultimates as well. We've seen Squid, we've seen Vision. They've been put under big duress, but mainly as a result of those ultimate timings here. So TSM, they need to try and find a way through without it. They're going to start this fight nice and slow, poking, but Doomed, he nearly has that pulse bomb. Squid getting closer to it, so it's just a full neutral right now. Playing it slow, keeping it contested. TSM, they're getting closer to that nano, but both teams seem pretty content just to sit and wait for their ultimates here. Wait for that next timing. We'll see who gets it first. Renko's getting ever closer, so could be a Pharah timing again. They're just trying to get a few cooldowns out. Nade onto Kuffer as well. They want to try and force his form. I don't think they do, though. And now Doomed looking for the stick. He's gone. He's gone. But no one else is gone. Luke wants the pause, but the fight's going on. They're desperate for a pause. They're going to window on point during this 4v5. They go for window. Nano onto Icy. There's the pause.
Oh, another case of the FACEIT admins just being completely off the ball with these pauses. I feel like it must be an automated system. It must be something that's reacting to the chat messages 10 seconds late, because it's just unreal that the pause is so obviously needed. The observer was quite literally
perfect
on
thing, yeah.
the person disconnecting, and still it takes 10 seconds.
Especially in these situations, because these ones are just—it's just an absolute nightmare. Like if that was like how do you recreate in a situation, right? It's impossible with the current technology. So now in this crucial fight, I mean, obviously it's going to benefit TSM ultimately, right? Like suddenly they've got a player advantage. They wait out that window, and Icy's going to get the unpause. Obviously, Timeless have a lot of time to try and consider exactly how they want to peel this one with the D.Va in their face. But I don't know, because Doomed had pulse as well, right? So no pulse bomb on respawn either.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, losing that ult. Squid even threw the window into that once Doomed had DC'd. So, I mean, they're already fighting a 4v5 and they're investing ultimates. I mean, that could be costly for them, even though they're in control of the point. They had 70% to play with, you know. I think Thomas only has 29% of the cap right now, so dangerous one. I might deafen up, do some chat interactivity until we're ready to get into the news, you know?
Yep. Oh wait, we're unpausing. Wait,
we're back, actually.
Hold.
Oh, yeah, we've got Grapes here in the following list, mate. Great job gapping Len there, mate. That Len beat on Circuit Royale, absolutely extraordinary. TSM invested the nano boost there, but they didn't find the kill on the Timeless backline this time around. They haven't flipped the point either. Rocket throws out the pulse bomb, and that does catch vision. So this could be the end for Timeless right now. Doomed actually didn't lose his pulse bomb, so I guess it was maybe it was
just lag out,
keyboard disconnect or something. Yeah, who knows? Managed to stay in the lobby. Doomed actually pulses Renko and Lep invests the beat. I think this is really good for Timeless. Trading a pulse bomb for a beat is massive because now they can come back with the beat advantage. Vision is really close to the Bob. He's been slow cooking it, but he's close to the Bob. And TSM, they're not going to have the ults to weather the storm here. Really, you need to see a good ultimate from King. We need to see a big barrage, because if King can't find massive barrage value, Timeless, they have some of their biggest ultimates coming online. A Bob to force all of TSM back onto the back of the point, off the point even. Kaffa with the Annihilation, where he can just run down Renko. And poor little Luke Minnow, able to peel if TSM try to go all in. So let's see what they can do. It looks like without even investing an ultimate, they're just going to push all the way in. Take down Icy's mech, take down Icy too, and down goes little Junkenstein. King taken out by Luke Minnow in the skies. So that's just going to be an easy retake for Timeless. No ultimates required until Luke Minnow threw out that beat. And this is just a collapse for TSM. What is that? They didn't even need to use their ultimates. Timeless just walked right over them.
It seems really unreasonable that a Ram can walk all the way across the point in downtown, destroy all of the D.Va's health, and there's no kind of recourse at all in terms of a barrage or maybe some form of healing. I don't know, anything. It just seemed like TSM just sat there and took it, conceded all the space, conceded all their HP. Really, in that situation, you're in like a really difficult ult situation. Normally the players, either you want to play super slow, try and bait something out of them, or you want to play super fast, try and get King in an aggressive position, make it difficult for the retake, try and catch him napping. They were on Remarch, all right? So relative freedom to getting this barrage off with a bit of Matrix pocket, but no such plans in mind. And just, yeah, after a spirited first map, it just ends.
Look, it's not the first time that we've seen TSM's organization-wide patented strategy of giving all space on Samoa City Center. It's not called City Center. I can't even remember what it's
Downtown.
Called. Downtown, that's it. They should have just called it City Center, man. It's fucking City Center on Oasis. It's the exact same goddamn map. Just call it City Center again. But yeah, we've seen it before, you know, back when CJ was in the lineup, that they love to just all play at the back of the map and give a free retake. And they've done it there again, even with a mostly retooled roster. I guess we can pin it on the tank this time around, the fact that that has occurred. So yeah, not too bad. CommanderX Lawyer says, wait, Jake's casting this? I'm in the wrong place? Yeah, you are in the wrong place, mate. I'm not a Jake head. I changed the input the second Jake shows up on the screen so that I don't puke all over my monitor. All right.
Well, at least you're in the kitchen, so there's a lot of wiped down surfaces.
Oath.
All right. Also, yeah, so TSM... disappointing, right? Disappointing. What a pushover of a last hold that was after they did so well to battle back into it. Why is Max in the kitchen? He's just moved into a new apartment, so he's set up. I don't think he's actually literally in the kitchen, but he's in the room that can see the kitchen. So new apartment, not fully set up yet, but he's mostly moved in. He's abandoned his grandma. No, he's got an apartment that's nearby his grandma, so he's still close enough to help out with stuff and be there for her, but also has his own space and has his own space and she doesn't have to deal with maybe being up super late talking about European and North American Overwatch. All right, straight into King's Row. So it looks like that lag issue we encountered there was just like an isolated to doomed issue, which is probably a good sign compared to some of the issues that have been happening in the other map, where there was maybe a little bit more severe issues where they had to fully replay the King's Row. I don't know what the hell is happening in that Citrus Nation Vice match now, but it seems like Citrus Nation won the next King's Row a lot more convincingly. Oh, did they actually 3-1 the entire series? Is it over? I don't know. I don't know what the update is. Anyway, this King's Row starting though, so we can get it underway. I will end these submissions as we're looking at more D.Va, Pharah, Tracer, and a Brig this time from TSM, where it's going to be Winston on the side of Timeless and a Tracer Ashe. So Tracer can be a little bit tricky on this first point at times. Pharah very powerful. You'll see King be able to take a pretty early position here and start laying rockets into this high ground. Make it very tricky for the backline here of Timeless to hold on. Icy now trying to clear this top area. They run into the Winston. Kuffer's going to take so much damage. The nade just about gets him out of that one from Squid, and they will get a decent chunk of ult charge. But so far, Nano's are neck and neck. Both going to find this early timing. We'll see who the choice is. But we've actually just caught Rocket here, so an opening pick makes it a little bit easier for them. Nade from downtown doesn't catch anything. My feed's going to quickly refresh, but I think we're okay. Kuffer will jump back out. Nano timing a little bit closer for Renko right now, and we'll see if it goes onto the D.Va or into the Pharah. We've seen throughout today how difficult it is for the non-D.Va teams to deal with a Nano Pharah timing, and it's the exact problem that Timeless are going to have to face here. For now, Kuffer's just going to counter dive it. It's actually a Nano onto Icy here, trying to fly. It gets a little bit lost in the source, will get slept as well, so this Nano has been completely negated on the side of Timeless here. Holding strong, but no, they lose Kuffer on the point where this is going on. The rest of TSM, they stepped forward, they took space, they put pressure onto Kuffer, they found the nade. Now Squid has the Nano, but this recontest, they're going to have to do it without Kuffer because he's not quite there yet. Doomed is going to blink onto the point. Initially might need the Nano, but no. Vision's going to die in the choke to all this spam. They just end up falling over as a result. They're going to try and clutch it. Nano onto Doomed here. Kuffer is back, sleeping on the point once more. The barrage comes in, demolishes the backline from King. And now all of a sudden, Doomed will trade Renko. Gets his one with that Nano, but the damage is done. While they were going for that recontest, King, he took the top position. He set up for that barrage, and he annihilates the backline. And once again, Anna Brig backlines with no D.Va versus a Pharah.
Yeah, we're back. Was that one fight or two? How many have I missed?
It was one fight. It was like a slow fight. There was a few like trading of position jumps first, but it was one fight there. Kuffer got caught on his exit jump, and then that gave them the entire map.
I see. Kuffer getting picked. Tail as old as time. Nade splashes, takes Luke Minnow backwards, and Doomed actually gets gapped by a rocket. I suppose there's no surprise there. I've been talking enough shit about Doomed Tracer to say that. Timeless just on the back foot now, really having to play slow. Kuffer jumping over to King's position though, trying to take him out before anything can go too sus for them. Another nade lands on Luke though, good grief. Renko smiling through it all, hits another purple, keeping the backline at bay. Luke Minnow though, he's not done. He wants to keep walking up in main, keep posturing, keep trying to get TSM back because they want to block the cart. They want two fights here on this point, and the only way to do it is to quickly fight. Nano Pharah comes out, Squid cops 3 rockets on the chin, and down he will go. King is so deep, but it looks like he might be bailed out. Lep comes on the flank, starts to provide those heals, but Kuffer, he's going for the Primal Rage. Renko is actually the one over here on the flank, and he's been juggled all the way back into Timeless's spawn. No juggle kill though, and it is looking like Timeless are not going to be taking this one. There was a bod thrown in by Vision at some point there. I think maybe when the Nano Pharah turn actually started, but I mean, this is just going to be a wash for Timeless. Completely pushed back, no ultimate value at all. These Nano Pharahs serving to be too difficult. They want to recontest this. Luke Minnow's coming back on the Lucio. Squid so far away from the from the Nano Boost though, still 85%. It's going to be really hard. Doom triple blink pulse, so he's not going to be able to contest. Kuffer eats so much of that barrage, and King is still alive. Down goes Kuffer, and this Lucio swap from Luke Minnow has borne no fruit whatsoever. 4 minutes for TSM to cap third point now.
think you're slightly ahead of me. I'm on 59, 58. This is seconds. 57,
Yep.
56, 55, 54, 53.
Back up.
Beautiful. So yeah, Luke Mino going to be swapping over onto the Alari now. Plenty of space to use this on the back part of the map here. Will be hard to engage onto him here. And also will be a pretty reasonable response to the Farad. Help keep King in check a little bit more. But it's a load of time on the clock for TSM. And they nearly have that. Oh, the stick as well from Rocket. And there we go. This is going to open it up. So Luke's not going to be doing too much shooting back at this Farah now. They can clear Kufa out of this position. They have the nano timing, but Timeless, they need to find success with this. They are on the back foot. They're on the verge of getting full capped. They need to win this fight. Kufa's going to go for it now. Full peel comes out. He's awfully close left. He's awfully low, but he will be okay. Bomb has been forced out from Icy. Will get into mech, and now they want to clear Kufa. But Lep, he still dies. But push up here. Timeless, the rest of them flood forward. They find the follow-up, even though the nano didn't find the value initially. And now Timeless, they find an important stabilizing fight.
Yeah, look, Timeless, they needed that so badly. And Luke Minnow, I mean, he went down so early in the piece. So TSM, it felt like they held all of the cards. But, you know, sometimes it just folds by virtue of Lep getting magic picked. Luke Minnow, once again, getting really aggressive up in main. And he is bailed out at the last second by the heals from Squid. So close to a death there. Kuffa has the primal, so if they can pull TSM in just a little bit more, Kuffa will be able to start contesting these backliners. King sticking the Pharaoh on third point as well, coming up on a Nano Barrage turn. And I mean, I've talked about this to no end about how strong that combination can be. Looks like Lorenko is thinking about it. He's saying, I'm going to give it to King. King has the nano boost now, but he doesn't have a good angle to actually get the barrage off, completely wasting that nano early on in the piece, and then barraging the Winston that's sleeping. Actually manages to get out is Kuffa. So Doom takes down Icy, and that's going to be a wash for TSM. This is a huge ult turn for them, a huge opportunity, but get real. A huge opportunity for the side of TSM, but unfortunately King just couldn't find a good angle to get that barrage off, didn't commit deep onto the back line, turned around, and then didn't even take down Kuffa. So really rough for TSM. You see King having a bit of an identity crisis about his hero pick and spawn. Farah, Echo, off Farah, back onto Echo now. So here we go. Let's see if TSM can make something happen here. But now Timeless, they've got Luke Minnow's captive son. And I mean, look, last time he threw out a captive son over on Samoa, it was absolute wank. I think it was a 0-man. Let's see if he can do some more with it. Rocket takes down Kuffa though, pre-fighted, pulsed early on. And now Timeless, they just have to wait. They have to play slow. And then probably they'll re-engage with the Nano Breeze. Looks like they're going to re-engage with another Luke Minnow captive son. But Icy is all over that. Absolute joke, Luke. But even though the captive son was a joke, Vision and Squid are clearly not jokes, as they get a bunch of trades, take out a bunch of TSM. And again, with their backs to the wall, they manage to find these trades, hold the point solid. A 4-minute time bank has evaporated, Xavier. There's only 1 minute left. And Squid with the purple onto Renko, a nice pre-fight pick.
Keeps them checked there in spawn. They have a nano to go with their next time in. Pulse Bomb and Bob just coming up for Timeless too. TSM, they do now have some of these more powerful ults in terms of the nano and the rally. It's so important they live with this rally. You can't cap third point on these maps if your backline gets traded. They're going to nade onto Kufa to clear him initially. They force him back. Now, this is their final chance. 25 seconds. Looking at King. Maybe a nano echo just onto this Winston, but they have the nano as well here, Squid. We're going to start with the rally, actually. Pulse Bomb will be a miss, so they'll survive. They'll jump over the first hurdle. Now they're going to clear Kufa, but Squid, he's waiting for this nano timing. He nearly has it. Now Icy will be nanoed in for backline. It's a nano onto Kufa. He has a primal coming up as well. He's all over this backline. Rocket's trying to deal with it. Now the primal comes. That'll surely be the end of Renko as well. They're still moving the cart in. They do manage to touch. As long as they avoid this bomb, should be quite, well, not possible for Vision, but possible for enough of Timeless. Now they still have the player advantage on this point. A bubble from Kufa, a copy primal from King, but he has so much to do. He is going to get slept. He's going to get burst down. One more run back from Lep. He's back on the point, but he's just getting focused down. Lep does get one. They're still staggering back in, but it's just supports right now. They need more help. Now it's Renko 1v3. Needs to buy time. No cooldowns left. Whoa, Icy. Good for one more, but I think he needs a lot more help than this, and they will bleed it out eventually. And they get the stop just short of third. Good hold from third on Timeless to recover.
Yeah, Lep having a hard time here on the brig, misses the flail on Kuffa for the nano turn, and then just gets zapped to death. It didn't look like Doomed was there to connect with that nano Winston dive, but still Kuffa manages to make it work. Does it solo, takes down both supports. Nano Winston into Primal Rage, and that's enough to just completely seal the deal. Even if Vision is going to stand still in the open and die to a bomb, it's enough for Timeless to trade it out. No healers, no chance. So now for this attack, I'd imagine we're going to see very much the same sort of matchup. Maybe Rocket on the first point will swap off the Tracer onto something a little bit more spammy just for the first point, but we could just as easily see the Pharah Tracer continued, and I imagine we're going to see much of the same from TSM. Ana Brig backline, there you go. The exact same comp from TSM. And for the Timeless side, I'm just wondering what Luke Minnow is going to pick, you know? Is he going to walk up on the Brig like he should, or is he going to go, nah, I need to play Alari here? And yep, well, okay, he needs to play Alari here.
It's an Alari moment.
Very different look here from Timeless, doomed on the Echo now. I mean, he's not too bad on the projectile heroes, so I think it's not the worst thing in the world for him to roll out on this, but let's see if he gets any value from it.
Yeah, the problem seems to be a bit of deja vu with both of the Captive Suns so far from Luke Mino, where he goes top left, he sees an opportunity to fly over something and drop a Captive Sun, but both times he just sees nothing on the other side of it once he gets out there. So, we're going to be a Timeless listening now, so let's lock in.
Grenade.
I'm gonna bubble you guys. I'm gonna bubble. Oh.
Nice bubble, bro.
Oh, can nade. 3 people get naded and Copper doesn't bubble. Nice.
Fucking spawn peak.
I'm rotating now with you.
Hold on, wait, he's rotating.
Yeah. I'm gonna take top right first, okay? Or top right. I'm jumping in 2.
Right top right, right side.
3 now.
Very close, very close.
I have this space, Brick's chilling. I have this chill.
Chill.
I want to force point soon.
What's that, nice?
Forcing point in 2, 1. Forcing point.
Bring up. Bottom right.
All turning me. I have to chill.
Reloading.
No nano charge coming up because Luke is stealing all the heals.
Yeah, bring low. Right left.
I see.
Chase. Nade on point, look Diva. Clear me.
Nathan. I have to chill. Stable. Just building them.
Why is Vision not just playing Ashe here? Ashe Echo's so viable, no?
Yeah, pretty fine.
Nade on top right, if they're close. You want break up right? 3, 2, 1.
Naded Brig.
I bubbled even point. Shoot.
Vision in no position at all to follow up. What's up?
Break top right.
Hello.
Okay. Still forcing point. Leave half. I'm back up in 2, 1. Back down. We can turn if they hard to race. Far close, help vision. Train, already. We can take space now.
Alright. So yeah, a little bit blunt really on that one, but now all of a sudden Kufa onto the Brig, but Lep's gonna skirt away from that one and Kufa's just gonna get focused down. Lep's gonna go for round 2 apparently. Will now bash out one more time. Does get back to Renko. They group up at the choke here, and Kufa wants to keep going. Has this Primal, will have backline in these sights. Just get the D-Mech though, and now a Captive Sun coming through round the corner. Does not catch anyone. It was actually completely blocked. Now the Primal will be invested too. Will get slept. Timeless, they're throwing everything at this. They will eventually kill the backline. They'll get all the kills. Even a pulse bomb coming out from Rocket, actually? What's he thinking? Anyway, they do get the first point there, Timeless. They win the ult trade. They did use a lot in the end, so they used a lot of their big ults. Only DPS ults left, but they get it later rather than sooner, but it all counts.
It was a slow-cooked attack, but I suppose they didn't get themselves horrifically traded all the way through. And now they have a pretty healthy time bank for the second point. It would be nice if we could see some action outside of the ult turns, but at the end of the day, you know, the nano turns, the nano timings, it's probably your best opportunities to actually execute on that. We see Vision here hiding on the left-hand side. Vision loves to sit in stealth, to hide in corners, to do anything but shoot his gun at the enemy. So hopefully it pays off with a pulse bomb. You can see he continues to sneak in behind, and it appears that he has been heard. Renko knows, but no pulse bomb attempt. He's actually just going to continue to jerk off and do nothing. No gun shooting at all for Vision. The cart continues to roll though, already up to the first corner. Vision, after all that time, you know, very slow cooked, falling off the bone pulse bomb. Unfortunately, just wasn't worth shit. So what a waste of time for Vision. Doomed uses the copy now, looking for his own pulse bomb. 2 Tracers going at it in the backline, but no kills converted as of yet. Left pops the rally, and that is going to bash poor little Coffer in the face. He needs to get the fuck out of there. Not enough, unfortunately, and that is going to be TSM holding this one easily. Really, that was rough for Timeless. No good dive timing coming through. No nade dives or anything. A good nade splash from Squid at the end, but that was during the rally, so there's going to be no kills coming through for Timeless. Lots of ults invested too. Double DPS ult for nothing.
A lot of timing as well. Like Vision was in position, but Doomed and Vision just working in silos there. Don't really sync up. Now Squid does have this nano. Looks like it's going on to Doomed. For the Echo Jewel, annihilates King with that one, so they get the kill. The rest of TSM are backed off, but no, a sleep onto Icy will catch him as well. So Icy will have to accept his death here. Will provide time for his backline to get out. And Rocket, even with the trade onto Vision, Rocket is behind enemy lines here. He's gonna go for a pulse bomb. Actually, Rocket wants to try and find another one. Gets packed, but not enough to get out. Nice finish by Doomed, and now they're hunting this backline. Lep still under a little spot of bother. Cuffer is considering going for more. He has the primal if he really feels it, but chooses the conservative option. Will just force point with his team. They have Captive Sun, they have primal. Good ults to finish the second point here. Timeless.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully Luke Minnow can finally find some value with a Captive Sun. He's done absolutely nothing on this Alari for the entire duration of the map, just meaning that his backline can't walk forward. There we go, he did something! He hit 2 shots in a row, forced the recall out of Rocket. Now King uses the copy and he's on the Tracer as well. Recall forced out from both. Luke Minnow throwing his pylon to the wind as he is going to be kiting back in main. People have been pulled in just a little bit, but again, the Captive Sun comes out, Icy's marking it. He splashes on both Tracers, but there will be no one to pop that. It looks like both Tracers have made it out of dodge. Icy's received a nano boost and he's pushing up in main, and Timeless, oh, Luke actually catches King on the Echo. So there we go. Luke, he heard me talking shit about his useless Alari and he manages to clap back with a kill. Doom goes down at 95 on the copy, but it may be enough still for Timeless. You can see Vision, the trigger discipline is excellent for that kill on Renko, just getting all the damage he needs to chop up both backliners from TSM. If Timeless can play this one slow, no heals, no! Squid! Little Squid's walking into walls instead of getting around the corner. And that bomb from Icy, that's going to save the day for TSM. A hold here on the second point looking more and more likely. TSM, they've built back up a support ultimate. Lep is back in the fight with a rally. I mean, a Lep rally often not worth a whole lot. His Brig, you know, it leaves much to be desired. But Timeless, I mean, they don't have a huge ult bank, so TSM, they've got a real chance to hold this now.
Yeah, it seems quite reasonable. They're actually holding forward here as well. Icy catches an early nade, so they have to concede space as a result here. Trying to walk up Timeless, find a chance to go with that copy, find a chance to go with that nano. They need to maybe use one, force the rally, and then try and use the next ult to kill. We'll see what they choose to start with. You can see Doomed making his way onto the flank right now. Kuffer will be waiting for that timing. Vision is dueling a Tracer in the meantime now, forces him out, but the rally push comes through, but they lose Renko immediately. Copy Anna comes out from Doomed, hits the big nade, I think, and Kuffer will demolish his backline. So now a great opportunity here. No more ults to use here for TSM, and they should be good. They're gonna drop the nano, so I mean, they'll definitely clean up those 2 remaining players. I mean, they cleaned them up, I get. But don't need that one, I guess, for third. They're just going to have to rely on Kuffer's Primal coming up next. But Timeless, giving themselves a chance here.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the nerves might be starting to show a little bit for Squid. That's a really consequential waste of a nano because you need all you can get to push out a third point. As soon as TSM get their backs to the wall, they can afford to just trade out scrappy fights again and again to close it out. Timeless, though, they still have Kuffer's Primal Rage. They're still getting free car push right now. And Luke, over on the Brig, he already has a rally. This is a nice, quick one. He's very low on health, but Lep very nearly getting caught out again. Forces the nano from Renko. And look at Vision just applying pressure in the backline. He's fine for now. They're going to try and force him out, but as soon as people start to back up, here comes Kuffer. Slept up, but they're not going to be able to kill him because he has the Primal Rage. He's got Renko perhaps trapped in a corner here. No, he's Western. He can't trap anyone in a corner. He gets nobody off the map. He's getting a whole lot of fucking nothing. Renko now being Primal. Then finally, Kuffer finds some value with the Primal Rage, but Doom goes down 80% on the copy. King pops his own copy now, and there's only 20 seconds left on the clock, Xavier. This is turning into a final fight situation very, very quickly. King loses his copy, gets naded by Squid, taken out. The repush is here for Timeless. Vision comes in on the side, forces back Rocket. Icy still has the bomb, though. We've got to be careful that Squid doesn't go down like a Canale death. And now, Pulse Bomb comes out. Luke blocks it. Squid, 95% on the nano. These nano turns have been incredibly deadly for Timeless thus far. Kuffer, he wants it. He wants that nano so badly. I can see it in his eyes. supports. He blocks Lep, and again, another low-value, useless rally from Lep as he dies to the Primal Winston. Icy loses his suit. Oh no, Luke Minnow's been taken out. Bomb parked in main, doesn't catch anyone, but King has killed both supports. Doomed whiffs the pulse from the copy, but it's not over yet. Timeless, if they can clean this one up quickly, they have a chance, but now there's a Diva on the point, and that is going to be fighting Cuffer. Doomed goes down to Icy, and it's looking less and less like Timeless have a chance at winning this one. Lucio Kiriko coming back, but it's just not enough. Insane heroics from King there at the end, taking down both Timeless supports. Lep trying his hardest to lose every Nano Winston turn. Supports going down because he's not able to hit those flails, not able to perfect the spacing, but still, they've managed to weather through it. Carry from King there.
It's just reckless as well with some of them because he's just bashing. They surely know the nano turn's coming as well, so bashing in aggressively, trying to one-shot a Winston, but so hard to one-shot a Winston if he's got that defensive nano available. You see it nearly costs him there. Lep does go down in it, but again, all about those trades once you're on that third point defense. If you keep trading the backline, you're always going to be in a fine position to hold for fight. Exactly what we see there. And TSM, after a disappointing end to the first map, responding kind, and we're tied up 1-1 as we get our 85th Runa Sappy of the day.
Love watching Runa Sappy. Love watching the only push map in the pool. So, all right. I've seen Jake on the screen. It's time to go. See you on Runa Sappy.
Oh. What's happening, guys? I feel like I was reading some stuff. Is everything resolved now? Everything resolved? Do I need to bother reading up, or will I just be wasting my own time? All right, we're sorted then. You know the person who was banned? I don't know if you saw it, Mapino, but Twitch gave me a warning when that person messaged. You know how sometimes, I'm sure you guys see like the first time chatter thing, or like this person is a raider for like this person is a raider from Kineo or whoever, right? But it came up with a warning, and the warning said possible ban evader monitoring. So when I saw it, I was like, it was really distracting me because I was like, I'd never seen it before. So I'm like, I'm trying to lock in for the game, but I'm also like, I'm really curious now. It's like, why is this person being identified as a potential ban evader? How does Twitch know? But Twitch said it was monitoring the situation. Yeah, I'd never seen it before, so I was like, I was really curious, but Twitch somehow knows. Yeah, it was a really weird, it's just like a fucking nothing question about like, it's just like, why do people play Overwatch? I don't like this game. So, how can you explain to me how I don't like the game, but other people like the game? Fucking hell. It's fucking 11:30 on a Saturday, bro. Oh. What's the deal with Overwatch these days, people? They play the game, they only win half of them? Fuck me. We got Jerry Springer in my not Jerry Springer, Jerry Seinfeld in my fucking chat. God. And then they just started getting I mean, it's just an attention thing, right? Like, they try and do the bait post to try and get everyone debating Overwatch with, you know, everyone's going to debate this opinion and they're going to be stupid because it's not even my real opinion. I was just baiting idiots. Yeah. And then they don't get the attention they were hoping for. So then they're like, well, I need to escalate, right? So homophobia a good starting place, and then we'll hit them with the racism just, you know, to make sure everyone's talking and thinking about me. God. I know in some ways it's a compliment, but imagine trying to evade a ban to watch me talk about Overwatch. 11:30 on a Saturday. Fucking hell. I am curious though how to this is my third account. I am curious though, how did Twitch know? How did Twitch know they were possibly evading the ban? Did they just like recognize the email or something? This is your 40-second account.
Yeah.
I had a suspicious user in my chat. Twitch was warning me about them, but they've been taken care of.
Too.
Yeah,
I've had 2 suspicious users pop up recently.
Yeah, the ban evaders.
Posy, yeah. I don't have any banned people in my chat, so I don't think it's a ban.
I know mine was a ban evader warning, but.
Okay, well mine's just a monitored suspicious user, so you get what you get. Either way, Timeless now coming back out on the Vision Sombra. The TSM, they're doing one better. Vision Sombra might have looked sus on the Koth, but the only thing that could look more suspect than that is Icy rolling out on Winston willingly in this matchup. So really unfucking believable plays here coming out from TSM. You can see they're backing up in the neutral. Kuffer's got to be so careful of King on the Reaper. Big Reap's a little bit scary for the Winston, but Vision, I mean, he's been playing Sombra 76 to perfection this time around because he's already 85% on his EMP. Another virus lands and he is about to have that EMP. Icy just addicted to taking damage. Please shoot me in the face, he screams. Vision misses that final virus, but with this short jump from Icy, I'd imagine we're soon to see the EMP. Vision's ready for it. He doesn't want to use it. What is this guy doing? Beat comes out from Luke Minnow. Now Beat from Lep. Here's the EMP from Vision. Too late, and that is going to be Vision going down inside of his own EMP. The Kitsune Rush from King from Squid is a little bit short, but Icy still manages to go down. Kuffer 75% of the ult, but King is alive. Luke Minnow getting caught really, really deep, but Squid doing it all himself, channeling his inner clip dump, and somehow the bot has been pushed all the way to checkpoint by TSM. This is unreal. I didn't even realize that TSM had just been free pushing the cart this entire time. What a fucking disaster of a first fight for the side of Timeless. Vision, when he built that fast EMP, he should have just busted it out then and there, but instead he waited for TSM to use their first tempo ults, and then it's just game over for Timeless. Pressured to touch over and over again, but never quite able to block the cart. 72 meters and counting. Not once has Timeless meaningfully contested the payload this entire offense.
And really, when you use the Sombra instead of a Reaper in this type of mirror matchup, you're really looking to win those ult timings to have that more powerful ult, and that's really hard to deal with, but they missed their first opportunity, and now are into a mirrored Primal situation here, but the Reaper will burn through that Primal so much quicker. We see the Primal being popped by Kuffer right now. They're just, well, actually, no, Lep's just going to get taken down. Kuffer's just having his way with the backline here, and they're just going to fall over. No response from Icy. TSM going to be conservative with their ult investment. Just take the loss. Let their backline get Primal and keep some of these ults for a fight on their own side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, look, at least Timeless were able to stabilize here. Vision only 60% on that EMP, though. Squid will probably have to open up with a first tempo Kitsune Rush here just to get him over the line. TSM, where are they retaking from right now? I can't even see them through the walls. Maybe they're a healthy distance away. Maybe the observer has the outlines turned off. No, it's just orange on orange and a low bitrate stream. That'll do it. Looks like TSM are flipping back through the top of main right now. Vision has scouted it out. He has the side angle, but he needs to get out of stealth and start shooting his gun. Wonderful hack onto King, though. Forget about getting out of stealth. That manual hack is worth its weight in gold. Beats mirrored, but Luke Minnow unable to escape the Kitsune Rush. And somehow, despite the 5 versus 4, Timeless not able to kite out that Kitsune Rush. King goes down early, and they're going to have to re-engage through the cut-through now. 4 versus 4. Vision has the EMP, still looking for manual hacks. Squid actually throws down the Kitsune Rush, and surely this is enough to take down Icy. Icy pops the Primal Rage, so not quite enough to take him down. He has another 1,000 health in the back pocket, but Vision still has this EMP, still looking for a kill here, not able to find anything just yet. Kuffer Pulse Bomb, Luke Minnow taken down again. Luke Fish just incapable of surviving for more than a couple of seconds in these chaotic fights, doesn't have the chops for it, and Vision again, another fight where he's nursed that EMP a little bit too long, too greedy looking for the perfect EMP, and instead he finds nothing at all.
We get a replay now of this pulse bomb going in just onto the Winston, booped back into the corner there, and that'll take Luke with him as well. So this also allows a nice situation for TSM where they've kind of cheated the ult economy there by winning it through pulse bomb. Now they have Blossom, they have the beat, but all about this EMP timing. We'll see where they're playing. Needs to catch for Lucio in it here. Vision has to be worried for that counter beat. Lep's hiding inside right now. The dive comes in. Lep will be coming around the corner, but they all die. Well played by Vision. Saw that Lep was still a little bit far away, so by the time he comes round, they absolutely burst it. And worth noting, Doom's also made the swap onto the Reaper now, so it really matches up in that sort of frontline Winston burning power from the side of TSM here. So Timeless's comp now very punishing to the enemy Winston.
Yeah, I mean, King, has he used this Death Blossom yet, or is this a 5-minute hold of the Blossom?
No, he used one earlier.
I missed that one. Kaffa has the Primal Rage now. Could get something done with that. Looks like he's posturing towards the backline a little bit, but nobody is able to push him out. He's actually jumped extremely deep, and King has opted to Blossom a Winston with Primal. Nice juggle from Kaffa, getting left halfway over the finish line. King hacked up again by Vision. God, Vision is in poor little King's head, or what's left of it, as he gets primaled into the backline and then taken out by that manual hack. Now, TSM, they've got nothing left to stand on, no legs whatsoever. And Timeless, if they can just close out this fight, keep the push going before Icy gets up that Primal Rage, they should be good. Looks like TSM are actually just going to fully disengage this one, play for a better fight, 5 versus 5. But again, Timeless, they've got really good ults to weather through this. To Icy with a Primal Rage, I have no confidence whatsoever. Again, nice little engagement. Kitsune Rush in lane, and Icy doesn't even build the Primal Rage. Blown up by the virus, the Kitsune Rush, Doomed on the Reaper. Doomed has a really solid Reaper too, so happy to see him make this swap over to the Reaper. Put more pressure on Icy. Icy, not a very confident Winston, I would argue. So this is a really good change for them. And look at this Vision. He won last fight with an EMP, and now he's 85% to another one. He must have got big damage off in that Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, they absolutely obliterated that Winston. Really gets one shot. Icy now does have a Primal, but still a difficult situation. Blossom, EMP, B, all to deal with here. TSM, they're going to step up on this corner, but you can see Vision is in the backline, making his way around, ready to drop that EMP. They're all in front of him right now. Is detected. Is going to go for the backline there, but I think it was just suited in the end. Only catches Icy, so Vision, it felt like the opportunity was there, but couldn't find the timing. Completely countered out this time. And TSM, they hold strong. They lose that fight. They would have conceded lead, but they win it, and now a chance to put more meters on their own side of the board.
Yeah, I don't know. Vision, like a little sus with that EMP,
hesitant.
I suppose. Maybe rushed it a little bit. Should have, yeah, hesitant is the name of the game when it comes to Vision, I suppose. He thinks too hard for the perfect EMP and then loses the opportunity. You really don't have to think too hard with that ultimate, you know? Sometimes overthinking it just kills you more than anything else. The opportunity slipped right through your fingers. Now, we've got Timeless holding this close corner. Luke Minute gets the beat drop off. Doesn't land on Squid, but maybe that won't matter. Beat Blossom coming out from Timeless, and Lep is taken down. Squid, he wasn't a recipient of the beat, and it looks like he is going to be traded as a result. Kitsune Rush and Blossom in the corner, but Kuffer is good for 1. Can he get 2? Can he juggle the Reaper while he simultaneously lifesteals off his big fat face? It appears not. Vision taken out by Icy, and again, close spawns enabled for TSM. Doomed, Kuffer, Luke, they're all back here coming towards the cart, but it's going to be really difficult for them to push back through the middle. Icy has a Primal Rage, no great ultimates for Timeless, and if Squid throws down that Kitsune Rush, Icy could very easily primal someone out off to the side, get them out of the Kitsune Rush.
Icy's going to go early as well, looking for the backline. He's got both of them in here now, trying to find the juggle, trying to find the setup. Suzu is forced out, but he's so low. He's overstayed his welcome. He will die. They trade it for Vision, though. Still 4v4, and they're moving the robot away. Kitsune Rush was actually used by Squid, but they're kind of just walking away from this one, TSM. But they have no Winston. Should be easy enough to follow up. Rocket looking for a kill, trying to keep the robot contested. They've actually lost the robot now, and a TSM just behind them here. What's their decision? Just to live?
Yeah, devious Primal coming out from Icy there. Quick one, a real flash in the pan. Squid's had his TP force though, and now he's in huge trouble. Doomed walks into the bubble and does not catch the Suzu. That's probably going to be a death for Doomed. Again, no Squid, little montage clip throwback. Headshots on the Blossoming Reaper, takes him down. Oh, now he's dueling Renko for all the marbles. Luke comes in for the finish. Unfortunately, Squid not quite able to get that kill, and that is going to be TSM once again winning this fight. So close, but not enough. Timeless, they've got good ults for the next fight, but the cart continues to push forward for TSM. This is rough now, because Timeless, they don't just need to win one fight, they're going to need to win something closer to 3 in order to regain a lead, and there's only a minute left on the clock.
Kitsune Rush will be used quite early here from Renko, trying to turn the corner, but Timeless, they look far enough away in Vision. A chance to turn with EMP. They've all walked kind of forward yet. No beat to respond with. Vision's looking for his timing. Onto the front line, onto the Reaper, catches him. King gets one shot. The bubble was out by Icy, but they'll still burn through all that health. One ult and done here for Timeless. A clean one. 30 seconds left on the clock. They need to start stringing a couple of fight wins together here, but they've got 4 ults with which to do it.
Many ultimates in play for Timeless, many for TSM as well. I mean, it's still a really big ask to say, hey, can you guys take this one? Can you win it? Can you get the lead? Because, I mean, it's just so brutal when you need to start pushing the cart. You get glued to it, and there's cart clearing ultimates in play, you know. King will probably have his Blossom up by the time there's the final fight, and they're going to need to play into that. Kuffer looks a little bit nervous coming out with the Primal ridiculously early. Not sure whether Renko has TP. Renko has his cooldowns forced. Now, oh my god, that was fucking nice. A little bit nice from Kuffer there with the Primal. Takes down one, but the ult exchange, it's rough, right? Timeless has just spent 3 of their ultimates. Squid throwing down the Kitsune Rush at the end there to secure it. But again, it's just like the King's Row. Squid coming out with these ults in advantaged fights when he needs that discipline. If Squid can't be disciplined and hold on to the ult for the final fights, now they've got basically nothing to answer Lep's beat. If the fight goes long, which it almost certainly will, Renko will also have the Kitsune Rush, and that's going to be a disaster for Timeless. They need a pick in the neutral, or they are going to get fucked by the ults.
They need Vision. Previous fight, Vision went for a play on Lep. They got him in the end. I think that's why Kuffer went so early. They need the same play again here from Vision. They need to get onto this Winston. They go around the corner. Lep, he has the beat. It goes off. It connects with everyone. They survive the Blossom. They kill everyone. Now, I didn't see exactly what happened, but Lep able to get the beat off. And that's the important thing. That seals the fight. That's TSM holding on to their lead right now. And they will take the lead in this series.
They're losing to Icy on Monkey, man. They're losing to Icy on Monkey. Good God.
It's just the ult management, right? Because they nearly made that play, because they get the hack onto Lep early. Kuffer pops for Primal to finish it. They do eventually get the kill, but they just bust everything for it in the end.
Oh, how many times did Luke Minnow die that map? That would be a good check, you know? I'd like to know that. But okay. Anyway, Jake's face is on my screen again, so I need to change what I'm seeing. See ya.
Yeah, see ya. Is this game finished now then? Citrus Nation won it as well. Citrus Nation have beaten Vice. We can take a goosey goose. As they say, goosey goose. Luke, only 5 at a time, you know? Two of them were within the same 10 seconds, but only 5 altogether. New Junk City. So New Junk City and Junkertown. So a very Australian-based finish to this one. How does Renko have 7 deaths and win? Just positive mental attitude, Wilder. You'd be surprised how far it can take you. All right, let me do a quick ad. Oh wait, I need more water. Let me do a quick ad. We'll go to this. I'll leave you with the highlights so you at least got something to pour into your eyes. And I'll be right back. Got myself some jammy dodgers as well, so we're living it large. Living it large. Timeless won more fights than TSM last game, right? Like, they probably should win, but Should have won if they didn't throw by leaving the car for the first 2 minutes. I mean, yeah, just 50 meters and checkpoint, most importantly. Just a really big deficit. I mean, all these, like, all the payload maps and the robot maps, so... I mean, to be fair, it's also true in control, but just objective control and objective management, actually playing the game mode properly, makes all the difference in these matches where the teams are pretty evenly matched and they're back and forth. Because you can win as many fights as the other team, but not all fights are equal in value. And that's what we've seen there. Who would have guessed right Atlas? But you'd be surprised. What am I eating? Jammy Dodgers. More views on this, on the Calling All Heroes than this, yeah. I mean, it's on the main channel, right? Everyone follows. We were looking at it earlier. And there's like 154k that follow this FACEIT channel. And, what was it? Like 4 million that follow the OWCS channel. Hobnobs are alright. Take or leave them for me. Wouldn't say no to one, but wouldn't buy them. 2 million, sorry. Thank you, Wilder. Oh. All right. So, loading into New Junk City. It looks like we're going to go back to some of that amalgam mirror we saw briefly on Samoa Volcano. Obviously, that was a pretty back and forth one at the time. We saw the Venture come out, and it looks like King's going to be locking the same thing here. Timeless want Vision on the Cass here too. We'll see what they stick. Farah may be a little bit tricky on this first point of New Junk City, so we don't know if we'll see them commit to that here. Timeless seem on a little bit of a weird version of the Malga comp here.
Yeah, Timeless, they're playing the Vision-friendly version of the Malga comp, where Vision gets to play the Cassidy. We've got to be so careful here, because while Vision has a bit of pop-off potential on the hit scan, he could be a massive liability. Vision and Squid both on this cast back. Lots of mechanical skill, but lots of opportunity for Icy as well. Big pins, easy stomp target, and that is going to be something that they have to watch out for. Icy's actually invested the pin early on, running around the back, and Vision is just going to catch out Lep. Not sure what young Lep was doing. King also going to go down early, so this neutral is just going to completely collapse. TSM committing their mobility, but not to engage on the enemy, instead to rotate around them, and then Timeless, they spot that opportunity and just push in full force, taking down TSM very easily for the first fight.
It works out really easily in the end there. TSM, but the nature of their comp, it should be well matched into Timeless's. It should be set up to cause all sorts of problems for Squid, all sorts of problems for Vision. On that burrow timing, follow it up with a stomp, try and connect all together, make it really difficult for them. It really should be on Doomed a lot to carry this, but that first fight, nice and easy for Timeless. Rocket's going to start in this next one with a point force. Will we get shooed away by Doomed though, and he'll regroup with his team. Now we need this engage timing here. Farah spam coming in. Icy's going to go, but he takes a lot of damage and doesn't get all that close to the backline at all. Unburrow comes through, but just a disengage from King. And so far, TSM, they just don't seem to be able to get close to this Timeless backline. They will just get forced back. But Rocket, he's flipped the point. It's been stolen. They have killed King. A big Rocket onto left as well. They're going to try and follow that one up. So they have player advantage, but they've lost control of the objective. They're going to lose Luke Mino, but they trade it for Amalgam. It's a net positive for Timeless here. They can get the flip back. They'll regain control. But that flip there, it buys TSM another fight.
Oh, nice late pick from Doomed onto Rocket, though. That's going to definitely hamper TSM's recontest here. If they want to go for one, they're going to have Lep flying across the map, probably feeding his life away to go for the touch, and it looks like it's going to be a really difficult one. Not sure whether they're even going to go for it. Orange maps with orange borders makes it very hard to actually tell. And we can see Rocket actually does make it back. Window up on the high ground. Icy already taken to less than half health and committing the shout. I think Timeless are just going to... Oh, no, they're not going to flip the point here. Cuff Kuffa drops down onto the low ground. Renko just hiding away, going for shots underneath. Doom goes for the barrage, Lamp barrage, and it's an absolute disaster trade for Timeless. Doom gets nothing with that barrage, Lamp wasted, and now TSM, they get a cheap retake. They only had to use Kitsune and Pulse, 2 for 2 ult exchange, and now, look, King, he's laughing at poor little Doomed. He must have gone for a barrage on the Venture and King slipped away under the earth or something, because now ult's totally even. Cage is going to be quite difficult for Icy to execute if Vision can keep distance, because High Noon hard counters out the Cage if Vision is not inside of it. But let's just see how it pans out here, because ults are rather even. Luke Minnow still just slow cooking this beat. Let's see if he's actually able to find any value with it too. Icy forced out super early, caged up. High Noon comes up, and this High Noon is going to be enormous for Vision.
Oh, yes, left in the end as for beat phase, and they're also low after this. Luke Mino's later beat comes through, helps them roll over it there, and they had to commit the ult so early there, just because they lost the neutral, really. You saw Icy get caught, tries to pin out, doesn't get that far out, then is forced to drop that Cage in response, and then it just allows a much more comfortable beat to come out for Luke Mino on his timing. Timeless, a bit shaky, conceded the flip halfway through, but they take the first point, and now Doom will be going over onto the Tracer as well, as TSM have made a more severe swap. Kiri, Lucio, and D.Va now, so a bit of a very different looking comp here from TSM. The D.Va going to try and eat up a lot of those cardiac overdrive timings, and still be pretty effective into diving into this Bapcast backline of Timeless.
Yeah, Luke Minnow, I mean, that beat came out a little bit late for poor little Kuffa, but it got the job done in the end. Now TSM, we've got to be careful for the tectonic shock of King. That's a very powerful ultimate with us as this stacked up backline right now. Everyone corralled into the corner. Good opportunity for King to pop the ult. He goes for it, but Kuffa still has the shout available, and that is going to counter out a lot of King's damage. TSM might just be getting the flip from this, though. They've all gotten down on the low ground, gotten the cap, and now here comes the re-engage. Kitsune rush up on the high ground, but Squid answers back with the window. Not a window that they can swing with, though, and now the backline dive is coming through. Icy in the backline with King. Vision trades out on left, but it looks like these trades might just be going the way of TSM. Kuffa takes down King. Icy loses his suit, so it's actually far from over. Rocket's sick, 18 health and no recall, but Kuffa, he dies. He does not get the conversion, and somehow TSM, they managed to clutch it out, even when it was starting to look rather winnable for Timeless. Kuffa not able to get health leached back with that final shout. Timeless, they've really crumbled there, to be honest. That window being too far back, not allowing them to swing at all, that's a big issue for them. And now TSM, I mean, they're already 70% on the cap. There's only one fight left here.
They're in Baby D.Va right now, so they just need this last bit of mech. You can see Timeless trying to make the move quickly. Icy is going to get it, just about gets back into mech in time, and now they can try and turn. Lamp has been forced, and Icy, he's going to turn the tables on him back in his big old suit. Takes down this backline, and Timeless, you saw him trying to rush it. You saw him try and find that Baby D.Va timing. But once they don't get it, they're just not set up for anything else. And that's just for Cap. Didn't have to use anything in the end, TSM there, and that's going to buy him valuable time because they were behind on ults versus Timeless there. So they have a chance now to build up to their own Kitsune rush, maybe another tectonic shock, and be a little bit more prepared for this next big ult fight on this next point.
Yeah. Kuffa, again, with the Cage, that should be good value for them. Really difficult to counter out a Cage, especially without the Kitsune rush to help keep everybody alive in there. But, I mean, it's just a big ult exchange that's going to take place no matter what. If Icy can avoid the Cage, then Vision won't be able to combo that High Noon properly. He will just get shifted on. So let's just see what happens when the point unlocks. Who's actually going to be able to step up? Icy should really look to preserve his Matrix here for the step, because now he's on the point. He needs to use all of that Matrix, but Kuffa, he's also stepped up, and he doesn't appear to be taking much damage at all. Vision with that better long-range poke. Oh, wow. Fast engagement coming in here, actually. Lamp invested. Luke Minnow drops the beat. Kuffa drops the Cage. So many ultis coming into this fight right now. Rocket pulses inside the Cage. High Noon comes out, and everybody falls for the side of TSM. Doomed, Luke, and Vision each get a scalp to themselves. Squid cops one as well, so it's only little Kuffa, the boy with no hands, that doesn't get a final blow in that fight. Nice one for Timeless, but an expensive one. Got to admit. What was that? 4 ultimates thrown in the blink of an eye.
Now coming back, self-destruct and the tectonic shock available for TSM can be so dangerous, especially onto this BAP and cast backline. But TSM, listen in. Why is he there?
Lost.
Shoot Margo when he touches. He's DM. Kill him. Really weak. How's the pin out? Shoot, what's that?
Spray a little bit. Facing tray left. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Face half.
Chill.
Okay, other window. They still have window. I want to hold close.
Yeah, look at me. I'm gonna flash in.
Maybe.
I'm gonna hold behind them.
Actually, Cass is baiting.
Let me know where they are. Faces on ping.
All right, well, a bit of an underwhelming fight in the end because Vision just got caught at the front of everyone. Nice, easy kill, free flip for TSM. They hold on to both of their ults. Tectonic Shock and Self-Destruct ready to go. Squid has this window, but maybe a tricky one to use into these ults. Looks like he's going to try and come through this far side potentially, and King, he's going to go behind them now, looking for that setup, trying to get him trapped, and now they're all trapped in the corridor. They need to get out of there.
Luke.
Squid labs them out. Luke will get caught by Lep, and now King burrowing underneath. Will just turn on the Tracer, though. Plays it more conservatively. I don't know what the window is. It just inside? So TSM are going to be really fine for this one. Pulse Bomb trade from Doomed in the end, but he goes down for that one. They've had the cap this entire time, and it's just ticking up for TSM. They're going to make way onto point now, but it's just Squid and Cuffer. What can they do?
Yeah, I mean, Squid's already invested his shift, so now this is bad news for the boys hiding underneath the point. Cuffer actually manages to get a miracle kill on Renko. I think Luke might have just gotten a boop as well. So it's actually somewhat winnable for the side of Timeless. Luke's 95% on the beat. There is a beat push coming through, though. Doom has the recall, should be fine. Cuffer might go down. He has the form, he's blocking, but Luke's ult, it's just going up on passive charge alone. Will he invest the beat drop here? It's only Luke and Doomed right now, but Vision should be back shortly. It appears that Luke has... Did he die?
Just chilling.
Did he just run away from the fight? Like, what? Where was Luke there? I swear he didn't die. Squid got pulsed and he was on 90% beat for so long. Like, where did Luke go? And need an action replay on where the fuck Luke Fish was in that situation, because I thought he was going to have the beat. Lep throws in his own. There's just no Luke. No Luke, no beat charge, nothing. Timeless making more swaps now, sticking the BAP for Squid. Liability heroes galore. Doomed over to the Mei as well. We don't see a whole lot of that coming out from him. Not sure how comfortable he is on this one. And TSM, I mean, they have ults to match Timeless. Doomed already getting forced out. Ice block taken. Luke comes in with the beat, overlapped with Cuffer's Annihilation. But King goes down. Icy's also extremely low. He won't be investing the bomb, so it looks like TSM are happy to give this one away. Just roll into the next one. One ult for two there for Timeless.
Not too bad, grand scheme of things. We're going to get the Pharah swap now coming out from King. Not sure how I feel about this. Still going to be relatively tricky. It's a big open point here, so in theory, Squid and Vision should be able to keep eyes on him, keep him relatively contained. We only have the self-destruct and the pulse bomb with which to retake here, TSM as well. So Timeless should feel pretty good about controlling this next fight, keeping everything under their watchful eyes. Rocket's going to regroup with team now, just looking for their opportunity to go. Rocket's going to go right-hand side. They're going to start forcing point. Pressure onto the backline. They've just sort of corralled Timeless to the back here. Vision's going to try and hold some space a little bit. You see Doomed also taking that left-hand flank, trying to challenge the Tracer. Now walking into the Pharah. Vision will push him back as well. Icy tries to respond here. Just holding it, trying to keep their eyes on this D.Va. Icy is now behind him. Pulse Bomb comes out, but it's wide from Rocket. Icy's behind him, so they have to be careful. When he's got Luke Mino, how's he got away with that one? Kuffer will trade Icy while the bomb goes out, though, so tank advantage, but it's 3v3. It's an absolute dogfight. Vision finishes off one. It's now just Lep. King floating around as well. Will get finished off. Vision should just be able to get all the cleanup here, and will send it 2-2. Remember, Timeless to stay in the series. They need to win this flashpoint. They need to win this final checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, look, presence of mind from Squid there. I really thought he was going to throw down the window sometime in that dogfight. But unfortunately for TSM, he managed to hold on to it. And now Timeless, they've got a crazy ult bank for these next couple of fights. Already, it appears that TSM, because of their spawn location, they have the point positioning. But Timeless, they have the ults for the retake. Doom just going down in the neutral, though. No ice block, no lamp. And that's a ridiculous fight win for TSM. Early one, too. No staggers, though, so I suppose, you know, the only silver lining for Timeless heads such as myself is that all of this wipe has happened before the point has even been unlocked, before it has even been capped. So TSM, they're probably only going to get about 30% on the cap before the fight really breaks out for Timeless. Still, that's a rough one to lose, just going down to a face barrage. Unreal.
Trying to come back through, both supporting the hand of TSM, but Timeless, they have so many ults to work with here. They can start with a window or high noon, try and force that objective, force TSM to make an aggressive move. They're going to come round, amp through Vision onto this high noon. TSM, they're just trying to cheat the ultimate, all DP it. They'll concede the flip for it as well. Timeless will be happy with this. Where are TSM? Here they come, trying to get a bit of a flank going. King's firing rockets in. Kitsune Rush comes through. Beat goes off from Luke Mino in response, but Lep, he now has the second beat, a chance to push it in. Vision trying to find his way out of them, but here comes the beat. Both DPS on him. He rolls back into Lamp. The Blizzard from Doomed is good, though. Catches Icy. Player advantage. Pulse bomb is out. It's massive. Oh my god. Now just 2 people left. Rocket, he's been good with the pulse bombs all day, and he finds a crucial one there. They did get the cap, so they do have a retake here, Timeless, but they are on the ropes, and they only have this Kufra Annihilation to work with.
Oh, disaster fight for Timeless there. It looked good with the counter Blizzard, but Vision just shooting blanks. Comes out onto the side angle, has a chance on King, whiffs it. Has a chance on Rocket, whiffs it. Just getting no value at all. No damage came through after that high noon. Happy that they capped the point, but nothing else. And now King has another barrage. Recall forced out from Doomed already, and King is hot on his heels. It looks like King might have bitten off a bit more than he can chew, though. Again, we've got Timeless aggressing on the point. Pin comes out from Icy, and everyone is so low for Timeless. Now Luke taken down by King's barrage. Rocket takes down Squid, and unless Kuffa can perform a miracle right now, it is going to be the end of days for Timeless. TSM take it 3-1, 3-2 on the flashpoint. Unbelievable. And that's the last we're ever going to see from this particular Timeless roster, as word on the street is that, well, you know, some players have been poached in the past 24 hours.
We'll still play tomorrow though, right?
Timeless?
Yeah.
Isn't this a lower bracket game?
This is the upper bracket final, and this is the big dogs.
Oh, I thought Timeless lost something yesterday. Maybe I'm just getting like OWCS flashbacks. This is not the last time we'll see them.
Well, it's approaching though. It's approaching. But
unfortunate.
Yeah, so a chance Timeless now will play the winner of this next game we're going to watch, which is going to be, if I really concentrate, Citrus Nation versus Team Z. I remembered all the team names.
It's Fluffy Dreamland, or?
Oh, no, you're right. It's Fluffy Dreamland versus Citrus Nation. I nearly remembered all the team names.
Ah, jeez. Oh, well. On to the next one.
Is what it is. No. All right.
Yep.
Time for more Jammy Dodgers. That's what I'd anticipate Proto. I'd expect to get a rematch of this. Let me change the stream title. Fluffy Dreamland versus Citrus Nation. This could be a really close game. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, say what you want about the NA action. It's a little bit of a throwback because we don't have for Juno, but I mean, they're all scraps, right? They're not always pretty. You know, when we watched SSG versus Ents earlier, and it just felt like we were watching a really high-quality game between two teams who had a good understanding of the macro, a good understanding of the push-pull, and we really see them try and one-up each other, and really long, big ult-trade fights going back and forth. Doesn't really feel like quite the same here in a lot of VNA games, but at least back and forth, right? Like that was a good map, you know, it was entertaining. Citrus Nation and Fluffy Dreamland went 3-2 against Team Z in playoffs. Yeah, I think Strider just plays all the time now. If you've not seen Citrus Nation recently, they're basically just a BAP Brig Ball team in almost every situation. You watching Japan finals? No, it's on too early. I need some form of sleep. What were we saying before as well? I saw us talking. I say us, many of you guys. You guys talking about like the Blizzard versus FACEIT promotion thing. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Blizzard don't care really too much about Overwatch anymore. I mean, that's really not a hot take. Probably should be clarified. When I say Blizzard don't care, this isn't like one of those things where people just moan about the yeah, the devs don't care about balance or whatever, like, bullshit stuff is. It's like, it's not about the people who actually work in the Overwatch department or the people who actually work for Overwatch esports. They all clearly do care about Overwatch and care about their jobs. The people who don't care about, when I say Blizzard don't care, it's an investment thing. How much money and time and effort is being poured into this? How many staff are there? How many employees are there? It's like, that's where the sort of lack of care comes. So when this FACEIT stuff happens, they've sort of just let FACEIT do it, and it's FACEIT's problem to figure out, essentially.
Join us for a quick chat for a winner's interview. So let's bring Rocket, the man of the hour, in after just watching the highlight reel there as the player of the match. Rocket, thank you so much for joining us.
What's
Congratulations on the dub. How are you feeling right now? You just had a monstrous performance on your Tracer.
Thank you so much. I mean, it feels really, really good to, you know, finally take out, you know, these upper echelon teams after, you know, it felt like such a long time of, you know, definitely underperforming as a team. I think I lost a lot of what, you know, I kind of lost track of what made me special. And I kind of, you know, just lost my identity for a long period of time, but I think I've regained it. And, you know, these guys are good. You know, these guys, the enemy team, like they're a really good team, but today, like, I think as a team, we were way better.
Is there a team you think you're going to see in the finals? Do you think it's going to be Timeless again, or is there another team that maybe sticks out to you?
Definitely Timeless. I don't think anyone else in the tourney is capable. Obviously, you know, we had an upset to Citrus and to BCS, but I think with a little bit more prep time, especially against that ball comp, you know, I don't think ball's as good if you're not Junbin. So, you know, just a little more prep time, I think will be fun.
So I'm curious, you know, for you guys, like, this is a big win, you know, like you said, to beat a top team over after a long period of it's fair to say you guys not really performing to your potential, to your best self. Do you guys, is this like a big wind in the sails? What's the emotion like, I guess, getting this win? And how were you looking at the match going into it? Did you feel like you were the favorites, or were you a little worried at all?
Oh, totally. I felt like we were the favorites for sure. You know, like I said, like reconnecting with my individual identity, and I think, you know, a lot of that was being capable of leading a team no matter who I have. Yeah, not just, you know, not talking, trying to 1v9 on Trey, like kind of how I was approaching it before. You know, I think when I really, you know, try and lead and, you know, make sure everyone understands everything, you know, hours before the match, you know, prepping the enemy, studying their VODs. When we have that prep time and I'm in the game, in the server as a leader, I think there's no one we can't beat, especially in this tourney.
Well, I mean, the preparation was
Rocket
a full
is
display.
like,
you guys were phenomenal today, and we hope to see a repeat performance, of course,
he's
in the
like
grand finals, for which
he's
you now
media
qualified
trained, you
for.
know?
Thank you so much for joining us, and best of
It's
luck.
like a classic
so much,
sports person interview, you know, from like football or rugby. Oh, all right, last series to stay in the tournament. Elimination match. Citrus Nation obviously had an absolute slog where they had to replay the King's Row earlier, but they made it through it. They beat Vice. Did you see the CJ Logitech sponsored Twitter post for TSM that came out? No. What happened? So he left TSM, but they still, what, posted from his account? You got the link? He did not sound like he loved Logitech. Does he not love Logitech, though? Is it still on his Twitter now, or has he deleted it? Let's have a goose. I think I follow CJ. Nightmare CJ, that seems like the one. I guess he might delete it as well. I think it was on the TSM Twitter. Oh, the TSM Twitter will be full of so many things.
Bap one, bap one, bap one, bap one, bap one, bap dead, bap dead.
Cast inside. Any heal point,
Cast one,
I can. We're living
Flake cage, ram, backshot, king, just play low ground. Trade.
This tray. Nice one.
Trade. Fucking go, bro. Fucking clap.
Let's fucking go.
Buddy, let's go.
We're so back. We're back. Nice.
Oh, I'm lightheaded. Oh my god, I'm about to pass out.
Fucking Americans. No offense to any of you Americans, but fucking Americans. Just got the new Pro X16 and shit is fire. What's... Is that CJ? What the Look at him. Wow. Now I see CJ holding this. I just feel compelled to buy the product, you know? Just feel compelled to buy the product. Because this guy, clearly under no duress, no firearms being held to this man's head off screen. Just to see his pure passion and enthusiasm for the product. He's really convinced me to buy one, I think. Yeah. Is this the original one? Who fat fingered an ult before?
TSM Overwatch. I've officially swapped to the Logitech G Pro X60 Lightspeed keyboard. I like the size of it just because it's very sleek and it's very easy to travel with since it's only 60%. Instead of hitting my keyboard every single time I try to hit a flick to the left, like I never hit my keyboard just because it's so small. Since flicking is basically unavoidable in all scenarios of Overwatch, flicking with your mouse and having that extra desk space is very beneficial and helps me aim a lot. Having the lifetime of the Pro X60 keyboard be 95 hours is very helpful because whenever I'm traveling with my Logitech mice too, it allows me to only charge it once before I leave, and it's good for the whole entire trip. Having the scroll on the side is very beneficial just because if I'm in the middle of a game and it's too loud or it's too low, I can just change it like between every dev, and it's really easy. The 2-in-1 pairing with the Logitech...
Wait, what was that?
If it's too loud or it's too low, I can just change it like between every dev, and it's really easy. The 2-in-1 pairing with the Logitech mice is very beneficial. Having the scroll on the side is very beneficial just because if I'm in the middle of a game and it's too loud or it's too low, I can just change it like between every dev, and it's really easy. The 2-in-1 pairing with the Logitech mice is very beneficial because when you're traveling, you don't have to worry about one receiver inside of two, and you're more likely to not lose the receiver. I really like the switches on the Pro X60 keyboard just because it's more responsive and it's not as easy to click compared to like other keyboards, so it's like it gives a little bit of pushback, which helps a little bit sometimes when you accidentally like fat finger an ult or a cooldown or something like that. Logitech G's Pro X60 Lightspeed keyboard is definitely designed to win.
Beautiful. I guess I'm gonna have to go buy some Logitech products. I mean, it's just when I hear all these things about how beneficial it can be, it feels really hard not to buy the product, right? So it's so beneficial. So I kind of just, you know, feel like I have to buy it. Because who doesn't want to be benefited by their keyboard? Yeah, from what I understand, Ayua, if you do fat finger and alt while using the Logitech keyboard, they'll just replace it immediately for you because it has to be a fault with the keyboard. It's not your fault. Yeah. The same way you get those million click guarantees, you also get a 0 fat finger guarantee. Yeah, one more game. We're going to watch Fluffy Dreamland versus Citrus Nation. So Citrus Nation of a Bull team, Strider and the gang. We still got 3 minutes. I guess I'm going to the toilet then. Fuck it. Fuck it. Be right back. Still loads of time. You're not first in the uncoachable FPL anymore? Fuck, yeah, I don't think I was ever first, and I don't think I'm getting first anytime soon. I want to make dramatic swaps, I think. I think that has to be the play. You're so cooked next week? Yeah, well, I'm considering like -4s, maybe even wild card. I don't know. What's going to happen is what I'll do is I'll wild card, I'll get Haaland in, and then he'll break his fucking leg or something like the week I do it. Because he had a bit of a niggle this week, right? And then he actually cleared to play, does play in the end. So fuck. Niggle. Nice try. Yeah, I don't know. I know more wildcards this season. I can't remember what the rules were. All right, we're still just back on desk. Where do I want? Is it under help? Rules. Chips. Wildcard. All transfers, blah, blah, blah. Deadlines. I don't want deadlines. Wildcard chip can be used twice a season. The first wildcard will be available from the start of the season until Sunday the 29th of December. Yeah, so I get So I have to use it before December anyway, right? But obviously it's going to be the busy Christmas period. The second wildcard will be available right after that. Okay. Okay. What happened in EMEA? Ents won a super tight series. It was a vintage SSG Ents match. So if you're gonna watch any match from today, go back and watch that one. I think by far the best one. And then anything else interesting happen? Not really. EXO kind of just got bummed. Didn't look very good. By Virtus Pro, that is. Virtus Pro then also beat Ioma pretty convincingly as well. So other than that, really just the SSG Ents match is probably the big news. Yeah, VP are going to play SSG tomorrow in the lower bracket final. Winner gets to play Ents. What's happening with OWCS Fantasy? Well, they stopped using the FACEIT lobbies to run it, so we didn't have any data for it. So if they use the FACEIT lobbies again, then we're in the money. But if they're gonna not manage to update, because the problem with the FACEIT lobbies is they don't work. They're designed for a map ban system. They're not designed for a loser picks map system. So what happens is they stopped using the lobbies for stage 3 because we moved over to that system. So just, yeah, no chance to use it. Could we maybe get a FACEIT League Fantasy going next season, maybe? Yeah, possibly. That one maybe seems more reasonable. It's just how much interest there would be in, like... Maybe it would be, like, for playoffs only. Yeah, TSM beat Timeless. 3-1 in the end as well. Timeless had their opportunities. Varuna Sappy's probably the one that hurts the most, I think. Right? Because when they're playing the Reaper Sombra version of the comp into the Reaper Tracer, the Sombra version has to be way better. Has to be way better. Also, Cuffer Winston into Icy Winston probably feels good, right? But yeah, chances go begging, a few bad EMPs. Doesn't work out at all. Icy Winston. Like, I don't know if Icy played a better Winston, but he was the winning Winston. So, that tells you all you need to know, right? Yeah, that would be the problem. You'd have to do it for playoffs only, I think, Toby. Regular season would be like too chaotic. The schedule's too erratic. And oh boy. Alright. Oh, one yawn. One yawn. And we're ready. Citrus Nation, Fluffy Dreamland. Did I update the title? I sure did. And we are ready to go. Alright, Li Jiang Tower. So, your eyes aren't deceiving you. The team names are, in fact... yeah, imagine FPL, but the matches just happen whenever. The teams get to choose their own schedule. Be a fucking disaster. Summon in Sparker because he's playing 7 games this week. I mean, that's how they normally do their scheduling, so you would have to. But, alright. The team names have been corrected. We have the correct things on our screen. I'm going to lock for predictions. 43k a piece on this one? Fuck, big spenders, eh? Citrus Nation, the slight favourites. It's going to be a Tracer, Sombra, Junker Queen on one side from Fluffy Dreamland. So I think they're expecting a ball, and they have good reason to expect a ball because they are playing against Citrus Nation. So I feel like this comp is designed to ruin Strider's life, Max. Oh no, he's deafened again. What a prick.
Nah, I'm here. I'm undeafened again, you know? I come and go with the wind, you know? Strider hacked up early on, but I don't think it's going to matter. He was up in the air for the whole duration of that hack. Rolling around the back, looking for some environmentals here. Not going to find any. Actually gets knifed in by Astro, but again, it's so hard to catch catch Strider. Jacob, on the other hand, easy to catch from the looks of things. Easy pickings, as now Citrus, they're going to lose this first fight. Nice little rotation to the back from Fluffy Dreamland on the Queen, and they've just completely cut out Strider's value. The hack, into the boop, into the knife, and down he goes. Now Tap making a swap over to the Pharah. He sees Sombra Tracer, thinks maybe I'm going to get up in the air, you know? Nothing to catch me up here. Good ult turns with that, so not a bad shout from him. Let's see if Citrus can do anything to actually displace Fluffy Dreamland from the back of the point, though, because now we see it's actually Chime getting caught out, stuck on the right-hand side of the map. Recall forced, boop from I think a boop from Strider onto Grapes, and he's marking him over on the coast. Thought he had them off the map for a second there, but apparently not. Zomber actually gets that opening pick onto Chime now, so Fluffy Dreamland, they really just need to stagger out the point, wait for their Tracer to get back. Shout turn comes through. Prota actually takes down Neutral, so it's even back up. Nice dinks from Prota there, and it is looking like Chime is back in the fight. Trades the kill back onto Zomber, and the fight, I mean, it's a dogfight, but it looks like Fluffy Dreamland are going to sustain this one.
Been in control of the point the entire time as well, so going to get up to 60% and counting as all these ults starts to come online. They're also going to be slightly quicker to both their support ults, and this EMP is coming around the corner, so a big finishing ult. I'm being informed as well. I need to tell you to suck a shit. I'll give you one guess who that was from. And as we get the support ult trade coming in here, it's going to be Strider just trying to harass his backline early on, but can't find too much. Just got a little bit of trouble with this wall. Now we'll go for the roll through, trying to get someone, just force these cooldowns out. Does get the TP out of Haven, who nearly has that EMP, and Citrus Nation, they're cooking this one slow, so they're only going to get one shot at it. Prota will ult first, and they lose Haven, though, while they do that. So now Citrus Nation, they're about to have their support ult. This is their chance. They lose Zomba, but Mines onto the point. Will be a knife in. Beat comes back through. Astro just going to be walking through in these mines to try and get in this ball. Now needs to shout out of the Kitsune rush now. Trying to play it slow, trying to play out of this one, but Jacob still has the beat for this Kitsune, or for this Rampage if it comes in. But they've just got the flip. Citrus Nation with their first chance here.
Yeah, Citrus, I mean, it's nice that they actually have a chance and they still have some ultimates to spare to hold on. We need to be so careful against this Rampage from Astro, but reasonable answers. You know, Jacob has the beat. Neutral could be disciplined with the Suzu, you know. Neutral, not the Zen one trick that they used to be. Now actually capable of thinking about other heroes that have abilities. Chime comes in with an early pulse onto Tap, though. Flying hero taken out by a ground-locked one. So that's a really good start for Fluffy Dreamland. Strider also under a lot of pressure, and it looks like Fluffy Dreamland are just going to go for the flip right away. I think Citrus are going to concede this one. Play for the overtime recontest at this point, because that early pick onto Tap, it was just too much. Who's going to get the first touch? It will be Strider, but he's hacked out, and that's bad news for him. Now taken extremely low. Haven back on the point. Now Citrus, the overtime wicket's going to be burning down quicker and quicker, and Jacob with the beat caught out by the EMP in main. Straight away, the Rampage comes through from Astra, and that's just going to be Citrus wiped out of this round.
Good patience in the end there from Dreamland. You can see there in the neutral, they're just looking to punish Strider as much as possible. Not always finding the kill, but always putting significant damage on him there, and it's keeping him in the back foot. We see Chime with a stick there. Actually, a triple blink all the way across. Nice stick from Chime. But also great patience from the end. We saw Haven a little bit shaky with the Sombra earlier, but that one finds the perfect target, just drawing out the fight as long as possible. Eventually, Jacob oversteps, trying to get value, trying to contribute, make sure they can commit to the fight. Haven spots the opportunity, takes him down. Nice, easy one. And I imagine we're going to get much more of this same matchup through the rest of Lijiang.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think here on Garden, it's probably the best point possible for this Citrus comp. Strider's going to be able to do a lot of work, and it's going to be much more difficult for Fluffy Dreamland to just bunker up on the point. The pressure from the Pharah is going to be much greater here on Garden. Dreamland are going to have a lot of pressure to push in and do something, but Tap already early on getting taken so low. Those must have been some shots from Prota. Again, Haven actually taken out super early, so there we go. There are the cracks starting to show for Fluffy Dreamland's comp here now. Out in the open, just getting spammed. Tap comes around the dojo, high uptime, lots of damage, and it is looking like Citrus are going to take this first fight with ease. Astro's bunkered up inside, manages to get a slash kill on Jacob, and then Strider gets a bit overzealous too, and now it's actually looking like Fluffy Dreamland. They are going to have a really good chance for a recontest here. Zomba and Tap together though, nice team play, taking down Grapes on the inside, little 1-2. buckle Grapes' shoe, and now there is once again a chance for Citrus to actually hold on to this one. Piss off, mate. Give me a break. Prota getting taken super low, and again, Fluffy Dreamland, they're running out of steam. No Grapes available to keep Prota alive, and that's just going to be Citrus wiping this one easy.
It looks like such a great start for him. They hadn't pinged into Fluffy Dreamland, but got a little bit messy towards the end. They do sort it out though, and now they're in control of point here. So Fluffy Dreamland, difficult retake for them here because they can go the inside route and maybe avoid a little bit of a ball timings, a little bit of a Pharah timings, but they'll have to try and play through point, which means they have to play slow, which just means more and more Pharah damage, more opportunities for Strider. So I think it's going to be a slow one for Dreamland. Can they play to punish Strider? Can they catch him with that knife timing? But now though, Chime's also going super high. We'll be dropping the pings, trying to line up this timing with Haven. I don't think Tap knows. Definitely doesn't know, but misses the sticks, and Tap just flies away. I don't even know if it was on purpose. Just a bit of an anti-timing maybe for Chime. Will regroup with his team. Meanwhile, Astro has taken 1 billion damage in the front line. Has to walk back from these mines. And Citrus Nation, they're rapidly approaching 100% here.
Yeah, no, you're not top dragon, little bro. Get the fuck off the Echo. You're not making it work. It's not going to happen for you. Double support ult available for Fluffy Dreamland, so any aggression will have an answer for now. Barrage comes out from Tap. Suzu lands on him in the air to keep him alive throughout it all. Big comes out from Grapes, but Jacob a little bit slow. Something about going down early, and now he doesn't have the beat to answer back. Decent position for Fluffy Dreamland to perhaps take this, but Strider takes down Prota, Haven as well, and now it's all on Astro's Rampage. That might catch Zomba, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Fluffy Dreamland, they just don't have the in here. Strider, I mean, everyone looked full health on the side of Citrus, but Jacob throws down the beat. The only person on any low health was Strider, and he didn't even cop it, but it's not going to matter unless Fluffy Dreamland can get a 5-man pulse bomb. Looks like there's no 5-man pulse coming. It is just going to be cleanup kills here on the point, and it is going to be Citrus taking Garden with ease.
Worked out really nicely for him there. I think maybe just a bit of a mistake of a first fight. You see him try and play that dojo side, and the problem with playing that dojo side is once the Pharah gets behind you and is playing that coast, it's just really impossible to deal with it. If you want to peek for Pharah, you have to care the boop. It's if they just get bled out, they just get demolished by Tap there. And we're going to move on to Control Center now, which should be a little bit easier in some ways, but again, there's this high ground where we are above where we are right now, where the Pharah can play. The Pharah can go coast. Looks like Fluffy Dreamland, though, they're going to go their classic Orisa here as well. And to be fair, Orisa into the ball, I actually think is fairly reasonable overall. You've got the Spear to try and cancel some of the roll and movement abilities. You've got decent durability during all of it. So, might work out here for Fluffy Dreamland. Obviously, they love to play the Orisa here. Citrus Nation, though, of course, it's balled all the way. Pharah again for Tap.
Yeah, no disagreements here, JK. I think the Orisa is a good one here for the Control Center. I'm not too sure about the Mei, though. I feel like it's going to be really difficult to find value on Mei when you know that Citrus are going to come out on this ball comp, on something where there's just nothing to wall off and catch, really. They're going to have to get some insane counter ball inside in order to get any value on the Mei here. Fluffy Dreamland, they have a very nice comp otherwise, though. Lots of pressure for the Pharah, and big slam from Strider inside. No wall to answer back, though. And Strider, he's actually under a lot of pressure, rolling all the way back to the spawn, and he will be taken out first. A rare Strider L here. Slammed in, not counterwalled, but still goes down. Because the support's peeled so far back to kill Strider, though, Astro did not receive any healing, goes down right away. So 1-for-1 tank trades. Fluffy Dreamland do get the cap. Astro actually swapping over to the Diva right away, going to counter out this Pharah. Lamp invested by Prota in White Room, but it's not enough. Both supports for Fluffy Dreamland taken out. That ball tracer dive, too much to deal with. Strider back so fast on the wheel and such high uptime. There we go. There's going to be an immediate retake for Citrus.
Works out nicely. Ends up, once they get an Astro pick, they're all just vulnerable in the White Room, and it allows these big, scary timings for Tap and Zomba to go, even without their ball. Now Strider will be getting himself in the corner, in the spider spot, ready to hit this slam on the choke. Sticking the Diva here. Surprised to see, I guess they're going to keep the bat. They're kind of close to the window. Cast now from Haven as well. Again, more things just to try and make these ball timings a little bit harder. Deal with the Pharah better. But an early barrage is available for Tap, so they have to be careful coming through the choke here. Astro needs to keep his eyes and ears peeled for that one, as Tap will be looking to go when he sees the opportunity. For now, though, Strider's just going to reposition. Poked out quite early again, so they're going to get a point force going on here, but they're going to take a step back. Astro's actually just lost the mech. Seems like it shouldn't be possible. Yeah.
What is going on here?
If only D.Va had some kind of ability to prevent damage in some way to herself, but I guess not. We'll be out of mech, 75%, 90% on Baby. We'll be able to get the remech now, but Kitsune Rush comes back in. Astro does not get back into the mech. Now the barrage timing comes. Obviously, a nice barrage timing is when the D.Va doesn't have her suit. They actually end up using 2 for that, which ultimately feels pretty heavy-handed against a Baby D.Va team. So maybe an opportunity now for Fluffy Dreamland on its next retake, but they seem to be having a really hard time with how to take this one.
Yeah, they're really struggling here on the retake. I think that their initial comp, you know, it was missing the mark just a little bit, and now they're really suffering from that. Astro also repeatedly getting first picked on tank, not ideal, but here we are, another point force coming through, now a window in the white room to sustain that as well. So there is a chance here for Fluffy Dreamland. Their point force might actually bear some fruit. Strider taken down early by Chime, chased around the map. Fluffy Dreamland doing a really good job of shutting down Strider's value here, but it is taking a lot of resources away from the main fight. Point flips over to Fluffy Dreamland, and with some time to spare, so 85% definitely going to be a retake if they ever lose the cap again. Haven getting neutral, that's going to consolidate this fight win, and they're just pushing all the way to the spawn. Down goes Jacob as well, nice late picks, giving Fluffy Dreamland a real chance here. Chime also marking the flank, shutting out Strider once more, but now they've got no recall, they've got to be careful, because that Ball Tracer side fight can be deadly. Prota pre-fighted by neutral though? Good grief. So many pre-fight picks coming out here. Prota was the only person without an ultimate, so you'd have to imagine the Fluffy Dreamland is still going to invest in this one. Booped up into the air, very nearly an Ajax for both. Both Lucios just soaring through the sky, but Haven is now only 1 health. Prota swapped over to the Kiriko, wasn't able to save Haven in time, maybe not back in the fight just yet, and it looks like Citrus are once again going to be winning this trade. A lot of that has to come down to the fact that Prota just got pre-fighted on BAP.
Just a massive opening pick, and that puts them in such a difficult situation. Forces the ults to come out early, and now Citrus Nation will be able to get the flip on 85% and counting, and they have the barrage, they have the pulseman, they nearly have a Kitsune Rush. All the tools to win this. Only a high noon from Haven, but so easy to shut that down. They're going to have to try and make it work. Maybe just a point force with it. And Grapes is going early, I guess, for the touch. Now the Tracer and D.Va are going to go. Doesn't feel like the optimal way to do it. Maybe their hand was forced. Kitsune Rush now on point, and they can just start burning through this. Pulse Bomb's good as well from Zomba. And that's just going to be it. Citrus Nation, all the tools to finish the job. Barrage onto the D.Va. And wow, it felt like they had a pretty reasonable answer for the ball in some places. Once we got over to some of these other points, it just felt like their retake on Control Center, no plan. How to take the first fight on Garden, well, maybe a plan, but maybe not a good plan.
Oh, repulsive Jake POV. I got to get that off the screen right away. I'm going to get right into the slot because I'm just going to auto-play some YouTube shit while I disappear from the screen for a minute. So, you know, goodbye, chatters.
Oh. You got nothing? Payday? Citrus Nation believers? You got nothing? Oh, oh, oh. You lost 470k, Kuma? Fucking hell. Fuck, that must have been a particularly rancid run of form. You peaked at 250k? Oh yeah, I remember that VOD review. Fucking Midtown. Yeah, I think Zomba's still not old enough, if I'm not mistaken. So they can only play in this FACEIT tournament. SSG cooked you up for World Cup. Your faith was misplaced. Yeah, well, I was a bit more enthusiastic for SSG at the time as well. That faith did also did not pay off, unfortunately. You went down with the ship. It was any good, Captain should. So I can't remember what the other maps we had are, but it feels like they clearly have some ideas for how they want to cancel, how they want to counter the ball. Surprised we didn't see more of the Orisa. I guess it was a bit of a comfort for Astro, but D.Va in theory should be really fine versus the ball for the most part. Yeah, so what happened is the EMEA teams asked if they could play Juno, and FACEIT said if all the teams unanimously agree, then Sure they can. So all the EMEA teams came together and everyone voted yes on Proposition Juno. And then North America didn't go to FACEIT and ask it. And FACEIT didn't offer it to them either, even though EMEA had brought it up. So North America just miss out. Asked, yeah. Like if you want the real detail of it, I'm pretty sure Hattie just messaged in the fucking Discord and was like, yo, can we run Juno? Can we play Juno in this upcoming playoffs? And then that kicked off the conversation. And that's why we got to see all the Juno. Like, Hattie just asks. No, the rest of the patches, we're still on the live patch for the rest of it. It's just that Juno's locked out from being selected. Everything else that's in the current live version of the game is the exact same in North America. So just a hero difference, but obviously as we see, because Juno's such a big part of the meta in Korea and in EMEA. It's like, yeah, apparently SSG, or like back, yeah, SSG said they wouldn't play if they weren't allowed to, because I don't know the full story of it, but it was something along the lines of all of the teams said yes, pretty much when asked. Then ENTS, all the players except for Kev said yes. And then Kev was like the last bastion holding out against Juno. But then they eventually twisted young Kev's arm and got themselves Juno unlocked. And then obviously proceeded to lose to ENTS in that Juno mirror, so maybe it backfired. But I'm glad they had Juno enabled. Definitely makes it a better watch, I think, or a more interesting watch. Really surprised to see to be honest, I would have thought FACEIT would have just been interested in it from the get-go, no? Like, if I'm running an Overwatch tournament and I've had, like, problems getting the same sort of traction and viewership, then I'm actually probably really keen to enable the new hero and have that hero be enabled and played and on show. And I'd be like, look, it's all the North American teams doing all of this, etc., you know? But what do I know, eh? What do I know? I saw some of this talk earlier. I think there's no beef. Like, I think, like, if you're, what's the, like, the simplest explanation is normally the most likely explanation. And Blizzard don't have any beef. They hired out a license. They gave a license to FACEIT to run the tournaments. They just hired a contractor or like hired a supplier. So it's like, it's just their thing to deal with, right? Blizzard, they don't seem to be investing that much. So it's no surprise that they're maybe not spending loads of time on FACEIT. I don't think there's any like conspiracy going on or any maliciousness between Blizzard and FACEIT.
There's a lot of conspiracy under the surface, Xavier. I don't know why you're trying to thread this pro.
Did you not get your hush payment? Did your hush payment not come through?
I haven't checked my bank account, actually, so maybe the hush payment did come through. Hush money came through right before I started the CoStream today, and I must have just missed it. Fluffy Dreamland actually rolling out on the Lucio Ana. We have not seen a lot of this in North America at all. A little bit of a callback to the old patch, but I suppose we are on the old patch because these motherfuckers refuse to play Juno. We're American. We're not going to play Juno in this tournament. Fucking unbelievable scenes. We see Citrus, Zeb, the Orisa specialist in, holding the high ground on Orisa. This is a very interesting one for the side of Citrus, but it makes sense. You know, it's really hard to play the wheel on Kingsrow. Although Zeb, you know, for all their specialized Orisa skill, it's really hard to hold Kingsrow first when playing Orisa, jerking off in a corner on the high ground. And every single member of Citrus has fallen by the wayside, so now they're all just going to die. And that is going to be Fluffy Dreamland easily capping this first point. For a second there, I thought that Citrus might be the attackers because of how little the point was going up after all those deaths. But it seems that they were all just super locked into securing that Zeb kill.
It's interesting as well, because he starts holding the high ground, Zeb, but he didn't really hold it all that much. He just sort of conceded the space immediately at the first sign of danger. So the high ground hold was more of a just having a bit of a glimpse before disengaging. And now we're going to be going on with the Junker Queen, which matches up reasonably well into the D.Va, but we'll obviously have a problem with these high grounds. But they're choosing aggression situation. They've just shouted through. They've caught both DPS immediately. They may have lost the first point, but they will get a full reset here, and they can even stagger out the baby D.Va for a while too. Wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see Astro swap into this as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, do you like this queen swap? Do you think this is a good one for Citrus? Because I honestly thought that he was just going to stick the Orisa for second point. I thought that the straight line fight would be okay. But I mean, I suppose if it works, it works. And it looks like they haven't even let the cart move an inch. So can't really be all too critical of it. Pushing all the way to Fluffy Dreamland spawn, just wiping players left and right. They're still not done as well because Chime is floating up in the sky. But I suppose for Citrus's comp, it's going to be pretty difficult to take out a Skylining Pharah unless Neutral is able to hit some unbelievable shots. It looks like Jacob is also stuck behind. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on Citrus to re-engage here. Here it is. The Kitsune Rush up in main. Tap, Jacob, all putting in the work to take down Prota. Tap follows up with another one onto Haven, but Chime is there to shoot him in the back as he climbs up on the wall. So Fluffy Dreamland, they're ahead in this fight, and obviously their spawn door is just around the corner. 2v2 right now, but already Fluffy Dreamland's players are respawning, so there's no hope here for Citrus.
And you see Zeb will be the last one to die on cart here. They did actually use for Kitsune Rush there, Citrus Nation. So Kitsune Rush for self-destruct. Really happy with that trade of your Fluffy Dreamland. This is maybe one of the trickier bits here for the Lucio Ana in this sort of narrow choke points as we wind towards the cap. Maybe a really good time for Zeb and Tap to connect on these shout timings here. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Prota maybe move to the high ground somewhere a little bit more difficult to get to as they look to take this next fight. Because they've got a lot of ultimates, but I imagine the Barrage, the Bob, they might all just be used defensively to keep Citrus Nation at arm's length while the fair Pharah and Ash can do work. But actually, Chime, is he just invisible? He just seems to walk through. They shout and scatter away, so I guess they just about avoid it. But Zeb, he has to kite forward and dies for it. It runs into more trouble. So they get the Nano Barrage timing out, but that payload, it's still moving.
Yeah, I mean, the payload is just going to roll all the way through to the end at this rate. Jacob dying late, not good news for Citrus as they need that speed boost to get onto the point quickly. It does appear that Chime has an invisibility cloak on. We saw this first on Garden with Chime slow floating in to go for the ult, and here again it has happened. Zomba needing to commit all 3 blinks to get onto the point, and then Zeb actually comes in with a very fast rampage. Hits lots of players, but Grapes is ready with the counter. Here comes the blade though, and Grapes is stuck in the corner, so he's more than likely going to go down. Mech also taken out, but Astro actually manages to kill Tap before he can finish off the baby D.Va. So Astro very nearly has a resuit. Fluffy Dreamland so far ahead in this fight. It looked good for a second there for Citrus. They threw so many ultimates into it, but the fact that Tap went down mid-blade, that was sort of the end of their momentum. Now, Fluffy Dreamland, 3.5 minutes to take it on third point, and I mean, they don't have any ultimates to really play with here. They can push in with the Kitsune Rush, but Fluffy Dreamland deck comp, it has so much control of the high ground, and Zeb can't do anything about that. Jacob, Neutral, and Tap are going to have to do these little ping-pongs up onto high ground in order to deal with this Ash. There we go, Tap dashes up with the shout, is forced to coach gun away onto the low ground now. What is Chime doing? Chime in the back line, must be dueling a Tracer or something, and here comes a Kitsune Rush from Neutral up in main. Looks like that might be kited out by Fluffy Dreamland though. They seem to be all the way back in their spawn.
Forced all the way out, but they don't have to use any ults for here, Fluffy Dreamland, and now they can walk forward. They've got this Nano Barrage timing again, and as we've seen, Zomba's going to get picked first, so now they can start moving forward. It's just going to be a double down from Citrus Nation. They're just trying to infiltrate. They look for it. They do get Prota, to be fair. Can they get any more? They're just going all in. Any kill will do. Zeb's going to get a second one as well, and they've made this into a dogfight. They've got the trades, and they're getting close to a next wave of ultimates here. Zeb still trying to find Chime. Chime just trying to avoid the fight, wait for Astro to come help him finish the job, and somehow, someway, Zeb still trades Chime super late there. So they can walk up and take a bit of space as Citrus are going to have to wait for Zeb here, but that Nano Barrage is coming back once again, and this is the difficult one for Citrus Nation, and Zomba caught again pre-fight.
Zomba on their specialist hero getting picked a couple of times in a row now. Got to tighten that one up. That is not a winning formula right there. Too aggressive on the Tracer from the looks of it. Now Fluffy Dreamland, they have these terrifying ults. Nano Barrage, beat around the corner, Bob Bomb. They've got everything they could ask for. Fortunately, Chime, not too much chop with these Nano Barrages. Does manage to take down Zeb and Tap, so I don't know what I'm talking about criticizing that Nano Barrage. Perfect as always from Chime. And now Zomba, the lone wolf, needing to tap the point, goes down once again, and there's just no hope here at all for Citrus.
And yeah, I mean, I don't hate the Junker Queen into the D.Va in terms of a matchup. I think with the slash and you have these engaged timings, especially to punish an Ana, it's like reasonable on paper, but this map in particular, when there's all these high grounds, you just see these situations where when Fluffy Dreamland have space, they park Prota on a high ground, they park their Ashe on the high ground. Pharah is just in the sky by default as well, and all of a sudden the ability to run onto these targets is really difficult. The ability to trade for D.Va or get slash value into the D.Va, really difficult because she's just always above you on one of these higher grounds. And Citrus Nation, the only success they had was that one fight. They just went really early tempo to camp them in spawn. They get the kills, but they get traded out, and it's all just a little bit too easy for Fluffy Dreamland here. And it seems like Citrus Nation didn't want to play the ball, but now their backup, their plan B, doesn't seem to have any legs. Maybe no arms either.
Yeah, no legs, no arms, just Citrus off Wrecking Ball compositions, unfortunately. So that's a big ask. Now Fluffy Dreamland, they get to continue playing this Lucio comp. It looks like Zeb, because they're so locked into playing ground tanks without D.Va in the pool, only going up against an Orisa and a Junker Queen, it's so easy for Fluffy Dreamland to pick a greedy composition, to keep Grapes on the Lucio, to play this Lucio Ana. And with all the spam heroes that Fluffy Dreamland have, it's a really big ask to expect Citrus to take this one. Even on the first point, I'd imagine they're really going to struggle. So reliant on their Lucio and their Genji to get these high ground conversions. And how can you do that? Zeb, all they're going to be able to do is stay on this low ground on the corner of the point. If they rotate up top, it's going to be so easy to mark that with Haven and Chime. Nades from Prota as well, so much danger.
Making their way around, Zeb trying to come up to this high ground here, has made it up. Now they can look for their next engage timing. I think they're trying to look for something else. Zeb's going to be moving forward. Tap from the other side. Has used for deflect. Deflects for sleep. Actually sleeps. It's Jacob who gets slept and all of that, sorry. Will be going through, and Zeb, he just gets body blocked in by Astro there, so they deal with that one. Tap is going for more trades, but they all just about avoid it. And Fluffy Dreamland, they hold strong on this high ground here. And the problem is, it was really just a two-person dive, right? Zeb and Tap, the only ones following it up. And it was just all a little bit too easy for Fluffy Dreamland to deal with after that sleep hit.
Yeah, I do feel like if Zeb is able to connect on a dive on the high ground, everyone should be able to connect on a dive on the high ground. So I'm not sure what happened to the other members of Citrus. But, you know, Fluffy Dreamland now, their hold is starting to consolidate. Prota nearly has that nano boost. Citrus miles away from any of their ultimates. And it's always just going to be a difficult rotation up onto the high ground. Lots of spam that they have to get through. Looks like they found an opening, though, because Zomba has snuck in the back, taken down Chime, actually getting a wonderful flank off after not being caught out in the previous fight. Grapes has not marked that one, and now Fluffy Dreamland's hold is in serious peril. Nano Boost comes out onto Astro. They can't find the conversion onto Jacob, though. He slips away into the night. Zeb is eating damage from Astro, but he still has the Fortify, so he'll be just fine. And now Citrus, for the next engagement of Fluffy Dreamland, they're going to be able to throw down the Kitsune Rush on the point.
Great chance to finish it here. You can see Astro coming in for the flank, has for self-destruct, so can bleed it out for a little bit longer, but Prota finds the nade. It takes care of Tap. Pulse Bombo into the backline. Zomba doing so much damage onto the high ground here. So the beat from Grapes, it ends up getting no value. They've just been eliminated on the high ground, and Zomba looking for more, should be able to finish that one off. There's Neutral to help him out with it, and it will be first point falling to Citrus.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of feast or famine gameplay here from Zomba. As you know, on the defense, we saw them picked a few times over, but here on the offense, they've really blown the hold of Fluffy Dreamland wide open. Good looks now. And on the second point, Citrus's comp is going to look a lot better. It's going to be way easier for Zeb to connect everywhere, having a strong presence on the cart as well. Orisa can play cart for almost infinite time, so this is going to be a much more difficult point for Fluffy Dreamland to hold. We really needed to see them getting more time off the clock there on first point, but that unmarked Zomba flank, it was all just too much. I'm not sure what ult they would like to use for their first layer here. Citrus actually just going to back it off. Neutral uses the cleanse, but not for Jacob, and Jacob goes down. But Zeb, the Orisa master, spears Haven, takes down Chime as well. Both DPS eliminated by Zeb. Insane Orisa player, by the way, actually insane. They were hard carrying in the Orisa meta, and now they've pushed up onto the high ground, pop the ult, another spear kill onto Prota, goes right past Grapes to get Prota, and now look at Astro locked in a corner. Zeb putting in the work.
We'll be trying to finish it off. Just get the bomb out here. Tap is just going... What was he trying to do? What was he hoping to achieve there? Tap dies to the bomb. So they will be reset despite Zeb finding a lot of those kills. They were trades along the way. So Citrus Nation, they need to take a step back. They need to regroup. But now they have the Blade, the Pulse. They've got the Beat and the Kiri ult to go with as well. Fluffy Dreamland. They have ults they can use defensively. And they've got that Nano Barrage here. But Zeb, a few more counterplay options into the Barrage with the spin and the spear. For now, though, just trying to get this cart around the corner. Bully Astro out of position. Pulse Bomb is good, actually, from Zomba. Catches Grapes. No defensive Nano available. Will get traded for it, but has to be a net win. Kitsune Rush comes through, but here's the Nano Barrage. Can we have a look, please? There we go.
Okay.
Nano Barrage gets one, but that one will be the Kitsune Rush. Beat doesn't help him through it, and now the hold looks like it should be good. They get that opening Pulse Bomb kill, but again, some of the same problems. The first bit of this second point, long straight lines, flat ground to work with, and we see Zeb get value. But as we get to this latter part, the final cap, there's suddenly a few more high ground for him to use, and Zeb, he's made the Diva swap.
Diva unlocked for Zeb. Interested to see how this one plays. I know that he has the mechanics to get the one-shots, but not sure how familiar he is with the movement. Not used to playing tanks that are capable of vertical movement is my understanding when it comes to Zeb's hero pool. Citrus, I mean, that last fight, it was really theirs to win. Unfortunately, Zombie, you know, even when they get the insane picks, they're just getting taken out a little bit too early. Had Blinks, had Recall, still went down to that Barrage, but now looking over to this fight, Tap has the Blade, no ults on the side of Fluffy Dreamland, and here we go. Here's the Blade engagement. Booped backwards, but can't find the conversion. Burning from the Dynamite. Beat comes from Grapes late, but it doesn't matter because Citrus, they're on the back foot. They're going to get pushed all the way back, and that was a really nice kite from the side of Fluffy Dreamland. Good boop from Grapes, good coach gun from Haven, really shutting out all of Tap's value. That is brutal. And now Zeb, the Stagger too, going to have to go back to spawn and swap on and off.
Nano available, self-destruct available too for Fluffy Dreamland in this next fight, so great tools to deal with this. Zeb is going to go on to the Junker Queen now, so I think I know what Citrus Nation are going to do. They probably have time to get this Kitsune Rush, but normally when we've seen them playing this comp before, they've just played a really high tempo, super aggressive, just tried to shout in, connect on Pro to take him out, and they've got Zomba set up behind here, which is the perfect setup now if they do want to make this aggressive play. But the nade comes out early, and they've actually nanoed Astro aggressively, so Jacob is getting taken for a ride. Jacob's now on the flank, and Haven's died during all of this. Astro's trying to find value, but they've just scattered Citrus Nation. They're all over the place, but they're going to converge on the point now. They can pocket tap out of this one, and they've crushed the backline here. It looked like it was Fluffy Dreamland. They tried to make the first move. Astro's going to try and remake with this bomb. Zeb gets the slash, does deny the remake as well, and now Zeb will be slept, but Citrus Nation, they had no ultimates. They had nothing to really work with. But they just go in. They just go in. They kite. They turn that kite into a push in the backline, and they just eliminate him. Fluffy Dreamland kind of fluff a big opportunity.
Zeb is so good with these projectiles, whether it's the Orisa Spear or the knife on Junker Queen, just opening up so many fights, getting so many picks. Really, I mean, a shame about the constraints of their hero pool because they really are a star player when they're on the right hero. Really dominant stuff. And we can see now they're just trying to play to push the cart. Suzu forced out because Zeb got a little bit too aggressive, tried to axe the Diva and wound up catching a nade to the face. Kitsune Rush push coming in here from the side of Citrus. And again, Chime under so much pressure. Zeb manages to get the knife onto Prota, takes them down. And this is going to be a really solid push here for Citrus. If they can consolidate this, they might actually be able to catch Cap with time, and that could be huge. Zeb already has the Rampage. No support ults available for Fluffy Dreamland. Also, Prota sticking the Ana means that there's going to be no cleanse on it. And look at this. Zeb just camping the spawn. Massive anti in the door. Catches so many members of Fluffy Dreamland. And Dreamland, they need to stall this out. They need to get the clock down to 0. But it's looking like Zeb has other plans. It's a 2v5 right now on the objective. Down goes the Kiriko, Bob despawns, and it's only the Diva left. Insane stuff from Zeb. Citrus, take it. Fucking one-trick team, man.
Just every knife's just landing, and if you land every knife, you've always got a chance. I think they call that one handbin theory. If you hit enough knives, you can play Junker Queen in any situation. But works out from here. The problem is now they're gonna have to try and do the same again, and it's the first point now. It's probably actually the trickiest for their comp. So I don't know what they're going to do. They're gonna go into the Junker Queen here, but how exactly do you play the Junker Queen on first? They struggled with the Orisa on the attack on first. So while there's a lot of potential, it works sometimes. I don't know how they solve this first point.
Yeah, look, I think that this first point is extremely difficult for them. I think sticking the Junker Queen and getting Zeb up onto the high ground will be the only move that they have up their sleeve. We see Fluffy Dreamland sticking it with the same comp, but the thing is, that comp has a lot of liabilities. Lots of heroes that Zeb can actually chase down. Prota and Haven, prime targets, if Zeb can close the gap. And it really did look like on the defense, Fluffy Dreamland, they weren't prioritizing catching Citrus on their rotations. They were always letting Zeb get up to that high ground free of charge. And because Zeb was able to make those rotations on the attack, I think there's a very real chance that they can make it happen again. Let's listen.
Yeah, like if she nades me and we live that, I think we can get on them and win. I think their nades the only like...
They're gonna nade.
I'm shouting. Going under 3, 2, 1.
I'll TP over and 2.
Shout for the rotation.
Alright,
I'm under.
I'm walking. Too good.
That's just really close. No coach. I've shouted.
I'm ready, Zeb. I'm ready whenever you are. I'm ready whenever you are.
5, 5, 5.
I have flank as well.
3, 2, 1.
Somba's in as well.
Work on me. Fair one.
No need.
Fair dead.
Does it again? It's Groundhog Day.
Exactly the same.
Start pushing point in a sec.
I can hit backline again.
Yeah. Kill. Force point. Go point.
I'm on. Nice.
Unbelievable.
Right.
Fluffy Dreamland, I need... Yeah, I'll actually keep listening.
All right.
Yeah, Fluffy Dreamland, they really need to block some of these flanks. They let Zomba get in for free in the back, Chime just not marking it at all, and at the same time they allow Zeb and Jacob to make that main rotation. Haven not hitting the dynamites on the cross, Chime not conking people out into the open space, and that's just going to be a free first point for the side of Citrus.
I was really surprised. I mean, the good thing about the Junker Queen comp is it is really good at engaging on key targets, and if you give them the entire map, you give them all that space, they will just do that. But we're going to go into overtime now, which means Citrus Nation, they are anchored to point. Their Kitsune Rush is coming up pretty shortly here, and whoa! Zomba's just on. Zomba's just on the flank, taking down players time and time again. Astro's going to get DMX'd, and if you missed it earlier, Citrus Nation played a multiple overtime Kings Row just to have to replay it after a server crash here. So there is a real big risk we are in Groundhog Day and we'll have to do it all again. But for now, Citrus Nation coming up to all the ultimates. Astro with a Ramatra swap now. But Fluffy Dreamland, they really need this nano barrage timing, or this could really get out of hand.
I think that this is already out of hand, Xavier. 1 minute losing to a Junker Queen offense on King's Row, and now Citrus with the lead on all of those ultimates. Slow, completely wasted by Astro as well. This could be a push timing for Zeb as soon as tips touch. Zomba in the back again, whiffs the pulse bomb, has to force the recall really early. Didn't even take any damage, so maybe a little bit too keen on that one. Out comes the Kitsune Rush though from neutral, and ults are all coming online for Citrus now. Barrage comes out, Jacob drops the beat, but down goes Chime. Wasn't able to charge up the nano boost in time, going for that way too early. Second beat from Grapes has some promise, but it's a massive anti from Zeb, missing a knife for the first time in their entire career, and it actually may be enough for Fluffy Dreamland to hold this one. That second beat from Grapes was good. It counted out the anti, and Tap, for some reason, didn't pull the blade. Tap had blade at the start of that fight, and at the end of it, they still haven't used it. Zomba is on the stall game now. Headshot could convert, but no, it's not going to be enough. And honestly, I mean, I want to know what happened to Tap. I want to know why Tap didn't pull the blade during the beat. As soon as that Rampage came out, as soon as everyone was antied, it felt like the timing, it felt like it's now or never. But instead, they've gone down.
And they didn't get the nano in time for the barrage there, Fluffy Dreamland, but the nano onto the Ramatra actually just solves the problem for them. And I wonder if they'll lean into that Ramatra more here. Ramatra, in general, very much enjoys fighting a Junker Queen, can just use that slow, bully the Junker Queen a lot, try and force out a defensive shout rather than these shouts used for engages here. So Fluffy Dreamland have had some success. They have 2 minutes, 13 seconds, so not straightforward. And it looks like Citrus Nation happy to keep running the Junker Queen, and Fluffy Dreamland now might be relying again on that Pharah and that Ashe, and we saw this. Once they can get these Pharah and Ashe into high ground positions, it can be a real problem for Citrus Nation.
Yeah, I think that this first point defense may very well be a flash in the pan for Citrus. It might just be a case of trying to bleed time off the clock rather than actually win the fight, because it's so difficult for Zeb to find any value, so hard to chase anyone down, so hard to deal with objective pressure, because as soon as you drop, you just lose to all of these players controlling the high grounds. But again, I mean, they've pushed the cards so far. Oh, another listen in, 2 in 1 map, what a treat.
I'm looking to fuck queen, okay? I'm sowing early and pushing queen.
Defend objective A.
Last side there's a queen, I think, actually.
Here you on, here.
Okay, we can just swing out right, top right. I think maybe trade top right. Trade top right. I'm gonna force point in 3, 2, 1. Queen wrapping left. Queen left. Slow main on queen. Queen pushing out.
Walk guys, queen. Trish is out.
Henry's under. I'm
Queen trolling. No shot. Secure. Tapping the point.
On a secure in a 5v5? Okay.
No.
Queen side. Queen this low. The one.
Seb actually gets it.
Queen up.
shooting queen.
No shot.
Carry behind you guys.
Seb gets 2.
We have point in mid tag advantage.
It's only supports.
I can be touch.
Good man.
I think
A minute off the clock, but no ult charge.
And yeah, no ult charge for anyone really here. Chime's going to swap onto the Mei in this as well, which is an interesting one. Does obviously combine quite nicely with Ramatra, right? Just hit the slow from the Ramatra into the Mei left click and just burn through a lot of Zeb's health. But they want to go early again. Here is what Citrus Nation did previously. They've gone all the way in, and Haven been a little bit separated, but they managed to get the trade out. They deal with this one, and Fluffy Dreamland, they're going to clean up this fight. And Citrus Nation, they really didn't charge too many ults off of that. They're going to have the Pulse Bomb, but nothing else. And now all of a sudden, Annihilation beat, Kitsune Rush, all slightly closer for Fluffy Dreamland. And Zeb's done it. He's pressed the Orisa button.
Yeah, Zeb over to the Orisa, the Ram Mei, a little bit too much to deal with on the Junker Queen. I do think that this could come back to bite him though, because now he's definitely not going to build an ultimate. He may have been able to do it previously, but I mean, maybe he didn't have a lot of ult charge. It was pretty low after first point, so it could just be a no ult charge situation. No big deal either way. Citrus, I mean, there's actually a very real chance for Fluffy Dreamland to take this now. It is last fight with the overtime spawns that are going to be coming through. Zomba coming in with the Pulse Bomb, and it does land, but Suzu, really nice Suzu's coming out from Proto consistently here. Now, look, there's a Kitsune Rush in main, and it's been completely kited out by Fluffy Dreamland. Bob in there. I think they're just going to burn this Bob as the first step of their master plan. You know, I'm wondering what's going to come next for Citrus, because they're running out of time. They need to push up. They're about to have that blade. They're about to have that beat, but they're not ready yet. Annihilation comes out. Jacob has the beat now, but Grapes has a second one, and Chime has the Blizzard. The Blizzard could be disastrous for Citrus here. Who's going to stay on the point? Zeb's going to stay on the point. Has the Fortify for it. Perfect counter. Now, Tap Blade comes out. It looks like Astro might... Oh no, it's not enough for Citrus, even though Zeb, so many heroics on the Junker Queen. Fluffy Dreamland, they counter pick, they wind up on the Ram Mei, and it's enough to close out the map. Painfully close.
Yeah, really could have gone either way in the end there. They do manage to deal with it. But a few more good looks for Citrus Nation here. We're interested to see what they choose to do next, right? We saw them do both looks. And really, Runasapi is one that could go both ways, right? I could see him running Bull there, but I could also see him just being like, it's going to be a Junker Queen Orisa type situation again.
Slop.
Slop it up. All right. It is a Theory at the end of the day. Yep. And Theory, you know what they say? Theory can only take us so far in these situations. You know what else can only take us so far? All these advertisements I'm going to show you. All these products can take you so far. So let me line this one up, and then we'll be back. Predator up. Perfect. Thank you very much, mods. And we'll be back. Runasapi next. Of course it's Runasapi next map. It's fucking push. Of course it's Runasapi. Ugh.
20 foot creep, ooh, walking with that heater. Look around, stay low, make sure they don't see you. Catch them bad, walk down, face them with that heater. The devil under your feet, you on your way to sin.
Perfect. Am I just in time? Oh, I've nailed it. I've nailed it. What happened? Oh, thank you, Hitori. We're going to Runa Sappy. Wait, is my Discord crashed? Maybe I've lost Max. I'm sure he'll be back. There we go. My Discord seems to have reconnected. That was weird. Thank you, Hitori. Hope you had a good stream. Oh. Game pause? Alright, we're missing nothing then. Missing nothing. The Secret Lab chairs? No, not cheap. No, not cheap. I'm trying to think. I did get a... This one I did get a free one from Cloud9 originally, but it was the old model. It's the old model and it got just like declined over time. So my fiance got me for my birthday. I got the Secret Labs desk. I got the Secret Labs chair, the new Titan one, which is a bit wider. I sit cross-legged a lot. So the old ones were quite narrow and it had like the sloped sides, which is obviously a bit shit for sitting cross-legged. So I got the Titan one as well, which has just a bit more space. So sitting cross-legged, a lot more comfortable on these ones. Secret scientist, yeah. There's not too much science going on here, really. All right, looks like we're hopping right back into it. Get another second Herman Miller. I mean, that seems to be the gold standard, right? But everyone's not always recommended for comfort for long use. But the Secret, I mean, this one served me well. Very comfortable. The arms are a little bit battered, but everything else seems to be holding up really well. All right, Runa Sappy. One more time, Strider is back in the lineup, so Bull will be the name of the game. Fluffy Dreamland obviously know what that means as well, so we'll be starting on the Sombra Queen. Well, overwhelming predictions for the Strider side of things now after Citrus Nation won that previous series. And all eyes on Haven. I imagine he won't be looking for many aggressive plays here. We'll just be looking to play a little bit of Sombra 76, a little bit just through the ball for the most part. So Strider has to be careful, has to be wary of that. Try and play through the Sombra where they can. Be careful about these hacks, because any timing could be chained into a knife, chained into another kill, and put a big chunk of him. But so far, hack only onto neutral, doesn't find all that much. And they are inching the cart forward now. Astro going to take the advantage of the fact that Strider really needs to try and find a more valuable target. There he goes, avoids the first hack. Pressure onto Haven, but not able to turn that into much of a dive. And now they're going to try and rotate forward, move to the next one. And it's Zomba who gets caught in all of this now. So now that's one of the key dive threats eliminated for Fluffy Dreamland. And they're just holding strong, bunched up together, playing in distance of Astro's shout. They deal with the targets, and they're trying to get this late kill onto Tap. They're really going for actually speed onto Haven, but I don't think he will get it. Actually catches a load of nades, somehow gets away alive. But Astro's killed Jacob on the other side. So player advantage remains for Fluffy Dreamland as this payload goes further and further forward.
Yeah, Cart keeps on rolling that late pick on Jacob. That's going to hurt Citrus. They should be fine to contest this. Oh, Zomba, the fucking first pick bandit. For as many times as they've carried, they've also thrown an awful lot getting first picked in these fights. And now we're not even going to see a point touch from Citrus before the checkpoint comes through. God, we've seen a lot of 1.5 minute caps on the checkpoint today on push. And this is no exception. I say push rather than Runasapi because, I mean, it's basically all Runasapi when we go to the push pull. Yeah, I mean, I think we saw one new Queen Street throughout the day, but everything else is just Runasapi all the way. And now Fluffy Dreamland, I mean, they're in complete control. Cart continues to roll, and it is just looking easy for them. They need to find an opening. Citrus, they're really on the ropes, and I mean, holding inside this room, that's a good shout, because it's going to enable them to push the cart, drop back if they need, but also make it really awkward for Strider to find any meaningful engagements. Look at this, 80 meters on the cart. Haven just kept on pushing, or maybe it was Chime, but somebody just kept on pushing the cart on the low ground. Haven, a little way fast TP on Sombra there. Mines come out from Strider, but the beat back from Grapes is good, and Astro catches a knife on neutral. So now things are starting to look really dicey for Citrus. Copy comes out from Tap, not done yet, and Zomba finally coming alive, catches Prota. Grapes soon to follow, so it's a 3 versus 3 right now. Jacob is incredibly low though, but nobody from Fluffy Dreamland wanted to invest their ultimates. Haven had that EMP all fight long, but just greeting it and allowing Citrus to find their footing, find a way back into this map.
It would have staggered out the Queen a little bit as well, and most importantly for Citrus, they held onto both these support ultimates. So now, even though Haven has no EMP, has a choice, needs to try to make sure they hit Jacob with it. The last time we saw this, it was on Night Market, and Jacob did just wander forward, and Haven was able to get the juice at EMP. A lot of pressure now on Jacob to either find a timing to go before Haven can set up, or to just play line of sight so Haven cannot hit him. Looking for the opportunity now, but Fluffy Dreamland, they can just regain control of a robot so easily. Strider comes in for the slam. You can see Jacob now playing quite far back. EMP comes through, catches both supports, both of them taken out. Perfect from Haven this time, and no chance to respond. Haven will die for it, but the damage has been done. We'll be back to the fight quickly, and they just need to make sure Proto doesn't trade here. Strider and Zomba still lurking around, but they deal with one. Strider will reset. Still both support ults for Citrus Nation, and now no EMP to worry about.
Yeah, look, I mean, at least Fluffy Dreamland, they've taken control, but Strider now, he's trying to block the card. He doesn't want those close spawns even being enabled, and this is really good from him to stop the close point from being enabled. Strider, though, caught out by a hack. Nice hack from Haven. Astro comes in with the Rampage, and Beat comes out from Jacob, but I mean, it's not looking good for for Citrus right now. Oh, it's looking great for Citrus right now. It's not looking good for Fluffy Dreamland, as they've actually lost those trades. Even though the early pick came out onto Strider, the support ults were great, and that's going to be enough for Citrus to get the cart back onto the enemy side of the map, back into pushing territory. Fluffy Dreamland also don't have any ultimates at all to play with, and now Strider, he has the minefield, so when Fluffy Dreamland come into touch, he's going to be able to throw down the mines. If he doesn't want to use it on the objective, he can always look for a squishy target too. They've actually found Zomba early on, Chime rather, terrible with these names. They found Chime early on, and look at Zomba chasing it down. Now though, Strider getting a little bit overzealous, hacked up, and again they're going to go down. They forced all the Tracer skills out, but then they chased right into the stack of Fluffy Dreamland's backline, and that was a little bit overzealous. So there, Citrus, they had an opportunity, but they've blown it.
I feel like the success they've actually found more often than not, Citrus Nation, is when Strider and Zomba, they take the attention, they pull the backline apart, bait Haven onto him, and then actually they find the kills onto Astro instead. But a few times now, these hacks keep coming through, mines onto the cart, and Proto Wall slow on the disengage now, ends up being the furthest one forward. No chance to just get Kitsune Rush in response now, and they can hunt down this Sombra, and it will be a very efficient fight here for Citrus Nation. Only you have to use the mines for that one, and now they have the copy, and the copy is so nice into the Queen comp, because you can just copy that Queen, run into the front line, just trade damage onto the Queen, get a fast copy rampage, and drop it on them here. Fluffy Dreamland do have the support ults to deal with it here, but Citrus Nation, a great opportunity to get capped here if they can get copy value, and Strider setting up early in the sky, as he so often does.
Yeah, Strider with another one of these dicey high ground positions where it's possible that the enemy team won't even scout it out. Fluffy Dreamland actually rotating inside, and Strider again, he's ready for the slam. Hits a big one. Haven taken very low, no TP. Zomba not quite able to finish that kill though. Kitsune Rush from Proto keeping everybody healthy. Tap does have the copy Junker Queen, 90% on the ultimate, but will not get the rampage, taken out by Chime. And now Chime, he's out for blood, takes down Zomba, and that is again going to be Fluffy Dreamland holding it. Citrus having a real hard time out towards the checkpoint, consolidating a fight. They've done a good job stalling the cart here in the center, just close, but they are never able to consolidate closer to the checkpoint when fights get out in the open. Really rough for them. We see now there's very few ultimates for Citrus as well, so Fluffy Dreamland, this is pretty much theirs to take. EMP for Haven could be deadly. Grapes has the beat to counter, and I mean in no time at all, Astro's also going to have that rampage. EMP comes out from Haven, but the virus misses, and the pocket was solid from neutral. Still not enough to keep Tap alive though. Looks like maybe the Suzu didn't come out, had already been used, maybe it was missed, who knows? Not me, that's for sure. EMP, reasonable value from Fluffy Dreamland. A 5 versus 4 now, but Tap will be back soon, so they need to keep pressing the advantage. Keep going here. Rampage comes out, and it is enormous. Catches everyone. Suzu does nothing, and there's a... oh my god. Astro's just gone and taken 3 down with that Rampage. Chime cleaning up kills onto neutral, and that's a full wipe, a team kill for Fluffy Dreamland.
And this push is getting big now. Support ult's finally coming online for Citrus. Tap going to be making his way onto the Genji as well. Strider will be taking the Queen Mirror now. They're just going to go a good old-fashioned Queen Mirror here. Might mean Haven might swap off to his Sombra when he gets the opportunity. But for now, they have the beat, they have the Pulse Bomb, but they have no need to make the first move here. They can try and get something out of Citrus, force them to use an ult to retake this space. And they've taken a step back all the way to the checkpoint right now, and they'll be fighting on this next corner. Shout in from Strider, dash in. Haven gets one shot. Suzu is slow. Kitsune Rush over the top, but Strider gets blown up. Now the beat back from Grapes forces the beat out from Jacob here, and that should be enough to see him over the line. Chime will finish that one off though. Neutral's going to get caught. Jacob's going to get caught, and the support ult advantage, it just makes it a dogfight. Zomba will be cleaning up on point. Now it's just Chime versus both DPS. Doesn't have recall. Takes it down. Zomba looking to hunt Haven down one more time as well, but it's... everyone trades. Zomba will be able to reset the payload back to the middle here. And really, both support ults out, but not a clean fight win at all. Pretty disappointing from Citrus Nation. Ultimately, Strider getting burst down so quickly cost him, and now another EMP timing coming up for Haven.
Yeah, I mean, Strider, Zomba wasn't even able to turn off the close spawns, I don't think. I mean, unless my eyes deceive me. But now, I mean, Fluffy Dreamland, they're in complete control. The dogfight, you know, not being a decisive win, that's really bad news for Citrus. Chime takes down Zomba early on. The recall was forced pre-fight, and then Zomba is just taken to the cleaners. Kitsune Rush taking down Zomba, Strider taken as well, and Fluffy Dreamland, again, they're in the driver's seat. You know, now that Strider's gone and taken the Queen Mirror, you have to wonder, would it have been better to just keep Zeb in and take a Queen Mirror on this map too, you know? Maybe Fluffy Dreamland would have counterpicked in that case, wound up on the Mei Ram again, you know, trying to take advantage of Zeb's inflexibility. But honestly, Strider has found very little value on the Wrecking Ball, and now over to the Junker Queen, which, while it's not like he's never played it, I think I've seen him play it in Pro Play a little bit before, he's no Zeb, he's no Knife Magician, so that's always rough. Tap has a blade, but I mean, we've seen how Tap's blades have gone so far today. It's been a real struggle for him. So I'm not feeling too optimistic about this one, because Fluffy Dreamland, they've got all the ults in the world. 2-man Rampage there, Suzu'd off, but Tap is actually taken out before even having the opportunity to to pull the blade. Strider catches Haven. So there's no EMP for Fluffy Dreamland, but the cart is continuing to roll forward. They're all behind. Citrus stuck in the back, and now they're trying to contest the cart. They're trying to find an opening. Tap will be back soon. Not as much can be said for Haven. Astro actually getting pushed aggressively now by Strider, by Zomba. Down they go, and it looks like Citrus, they will stabilize this one. Still have the blade in the back pocket, but the same can be said for Haven's EMP.
Exactly, and it's coming into... We're already into overtime here, so Citrus Nation, they don't just need to win one fight. Remember, they don't even have caps, so they need to win one fight just to get the cap, maybe even 2 more fights after that. So Fluffy Dreamland, so much time to play with here, so they can even just take some low investment fights, just try and bleed the ult economy out of Citrus Nation here. So a lot of things need to start going right, but Haven, he's behind, EMP hits, Jacob's going to get deleted, Kitsune Rush comes out with a DPS, they're gone, Tap needs to clutch with Blade, he gets one, but he needs more, does get the Sombra as well, but Chime, they're trading as a dogfight, and dogfights aren't good enough for Citrus Nation right now. They still need to win this one, though. Tap is doubling down, gets one more kill, but Chime trading all of these kills back. Strider is alone on point here, hits the slash, hits the shout, good knife to finish Chime, but has he got the healing? No, can't get the slash off. Astro takes it down. Jacob on the point, Lucio's back, Zomba is able to get one more touch, still has recall, has to burn it now. Jacob goes for the next touch, they can't get it, but Robot just kept inching away, and Fluffy Dreamland will take the lead in this series.
Oh, Strider so close to clutching that one out with the knife onto Chime, or was it Zomba? I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it was Chime. Unbelievably close to clutching that one out, but it just was not enough. Tap also heroic there, 2 with the blade, kill on the Kiriko afterwards, but just not enough. But I'm watching some really high quality slop right now, so I'm just going to get right back into that.
Crack on. Okay, and we're all tied up. All tied up. Yeah, it's a difficult situation, because essentially what happens is there's 2 versions of the comp that, or two different comps that I'm so bad with the names as well. All this sort of Lower America blurs into one. But Fluffy Dreamland, they have 2 versions of the comp, right? They have this Junker Queen Sombra comp, which they will run versus Strider, and they will make Strider's life absolute hell on the Wrecking Ball. So, this is why we see situations here where we see Strider taking the Junker Queen mirror, which maybe isn't one we typically want to see him take. But if they put Zeb in and they start playing Queen, they start playing Orisa, then all of a sudden the Ram Mei comes out. And the Ram Mei is quite nice, because not only does the Ram and the Mei work quite nicely in terms of being able to wall the Junker Queen, slow the Junker Queen with both the Ram slow and the Mei left click, put a load of damage onto this Queen initially and force defensive shouts out. It also means if Zeb wants to swap to Orisa, which does match up more reasonably into the Ram, a bit more of an even tank matchup there, in a sort of brawl mirror. But problem is, the Mei's actually really good into the Orisa, because all of that Mei left click, it goes through the spin, so you can force the Orisa cooldowns out early. So the Ram Mei actually works pretty well into both of the heroes Zeb wants to play. So because they have flexibility in the roster, they have a few different sort of specialized comps that they can run here. Citrus Nation, because they have to swap tank players to do it. Whereas Fluffy Dreamland, they just need to swap heroes, just press the H key and they can find the counter to them. So it's a much more tricky situation for Citrus Nation to find their way through. And I think we're into New Junk City next, which feels like it's probably a Zeb map, right? I'd be surprised if we see Ball here. So maybe Zeb comes back in, play some of Orisa, play some of that Queen. And I wouldn't be surprised here if we see, if Zeb is in, if they do just roll out on that Mei Ram composition to begin with here. Just keep Zeb in, Strider hasn't won a match. True. Yeah, I mean, I think also just New Junk City just suits it a little bit more as well, right? So, seems to line up on both sides of the equation, both sides of the agenda, really. No Citrus believers? What are the Preds saying? People have lost faith? People have lost faith. I mean, I don't know. I feel like Fluffy Dreamland Fair have been a team that have been struggling to get into the top 8 multiple times in WCS, and when they have done, they haven't gone that far. But they've always looked like a quite promising team. Astro seems one of the better NA tanks in this sort of muddle, you know? A new patch in 2 days? I think so, yeah, Fix. I think so. Which will be a little bit annoying because it means all the replay codes will go. So, I think I want to make a video on Venture. A bit of like a throwback. Remember when I used to do real analysis videos? Not just dick around on stream. So I think I'm going to try and do one of those on Tuesday before the patch changes. And we lose all the replays. There's also going to be a lot of other stuff, right? Because, of course, the Korea finals are going to happen tomorrow, which I feel like could be a huge insight into the Juno meta. But maybe the Juno meta will also change slightly with those tank changes. Or whatever changes come on Tuesday. Yeah, it'll be 7 PM, so I should have time. That's my thinking, Wilder. Because I don't need to finish the video by, like, Tuesday, 7 PM. I just need to get, like... I just need to do the recording on Tuesday, which should be a really achievable thing. Alright, straight back into it then. New Junk City. Time to go. Any advancements on the predictions? Any money spenders? A few more Citrus Nation believers. Did we see the roster yet? I see the super clickbait thumbnail and title. What's the easy quick clickbait if I do like it? I'm probably going to focus on Heesang Venture because I feel like he's the best in the world right now. Probably just something like that. Best Venture in the world. How proper got hard gapped on Venture. That's the clickbait one actually. Why Flopper got hard gapped on Venture by this Korean child. Just add a few things that are like not super true but kind of true. Just an unnecessary shot, like a video that's mainly praising Heesang, but the title just aggressively flames proper. Yeah, there we go. We've solved it. We've solved it. All right, then, New Junk City. Zeb is in. It's Sarissa time. And look at that, starting on Ram, mate. Going to be starting on the Torb as well. So there's going to be heaps of damage. Absolutely heaps of damage pounded into this Orisa here. Tap is on the Pharah, though. So no great options to shoot back that much, really, at the Pharah. So Tap might have quite a lot of free reign, but it just means Citrus, they need to be really careful around these initial wall timings, as Zeb can take damage through his spin with that May left click.
Oh, jeez. I mean, the shotgun comp coming out again from Fluffy Dreamland. I back Zeb in this matchup, though, you know? I think Zeb has more than enough experience countering out people trying to blow up an Orisa. I think that he's good for this one. And down goes Grapes early on. Tap seems to find an angle, spams out Grapes. All this happening while Zomba is touching the point as well. So that's really bad news for Fluffy Dreamland. A second kill onto Haven, and that's going to secure the fight for Citrus. So this is looking like a pretty easy first fight here for them. Fluffy Dreamland, Astro built up a lot of charge. Haven actually making a swap over to the Ashe now. But first cap's going to go Citrus's way comfortably. Zomba has a pulse as well. We've seen a lot of pre-fight pulses coming out from Zomba recently, and they've just been Suzu'd off or, you know, missed entirely. I would like to see Zomba wait until the mid-fight. Maybe we can see people split off a little bit more, or the Suzu used. But, you know, I don't think you necessarily need to wait for Suzu. You just need to find someone that's a bit more isolated.
Interesting to see Chime actually swap onto the Tracer as well here. I feel like for Ram May was really nice because it was effective both into the Orisa and into the Queen, but going to go Tracer instead here, which I think means a little bit of an easier matchup for Zeb, but the Dinks, some of them coming through. Zomba now onto Grape. Suzu is good though, but meanwhile Zeb's just walked in and killed Ramatra. And now that means Tap takes a more aggressive position and Zomba from behind. They just set up on all angles here, and Fluffy Dreamland just seem a little bit dazed here. Tracer on one side, Pharah above them, Orisa in front. You can only peel a couple of these directions at the same time, and in the end they peel none of them and they just get crushed. Strong start for Citrus.
Yeah, I mean, now, if Fluffy Dreamland want to go for a recontest, it's going to be a really sloppy one. You can see the Tracer coming underneath, and Zomba's already down there to match it. Enjoy that can of Coke, mate. Hope it's the fat-free variant. Crota pops the Kitsune Rush. Barrage comes out from Tap, but does not secure a kill. Zeb does have the Terror Surge, though, so when Fluffy Dreamland push back in, I'd have to imagine that we're going to see that come out. Kitsune Rush from neutral now. Zeb a little bit low, pops the Terror Surge. Not sure who they're caught in that, or whether it's just been used for some survivability. Beat comes out from Grapes, second beat from Jacob, and Astro now under so much pressure, taking so much damage, no spin, no fortify, dead on the point. Haven has built up a really quick Bob after that swap, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Bob more or less wasted now. As Citrus, they steal away this point.
We'll be able to clean up these final 2 kills as well. Chime and Proto are the only ones left. They do fall. And honestly, if I'm Citrus Nation, I'm absolutely laughing that I've baited them into an Orisa mirror. I know Astro plays a fair amount of it, but I feel like you never want to let Zeb get into this situation. And now Haven, obviously more comfortable playing the hit scans, will be playing the Ashe. But I feel with this Citrus Nation version of a comp, for Tracer, for Genji, lots of ways to get on top of this. And that can just draw a lot of resources onto Haven, the Suzu potentially to peel, and then that just opens the door. Now coming back, Proto does have this Kitsune Rush advantage here. Slight Terror Surge advantage for Fluffy Dreamland as they come through this left-hand side. Chance to start through point as it's about to unlock here, but Chime, eyes on the prize, maybe looking to go top instead. Nail this Pulse Bomb on someone, and instead it's actually Citrus Nation going for it first. Chime will drop to mirror now, so it's just a battle on point. Recall's been forced out of Chime back on the high ground here, so the DPS from Citrus, they do cap the point, but it means their core, they've had to concede space. So now Chime, still looking for this Pulse Bomb. Doesn't seem to spot an opportunity just yet. Suzu has now been used. Zomba with a chance for this pulse bomb. Looking for it. Grapes is coming to market, but has to be careful. No Suzu available for this pulse. Recall has been used. Terror Surges, Kitsune Rushes thrown into the front line here. And Zomba just doesn't actually manage to survive here, but Zeb cleaning up on point. Works out nicely. The Kitsune Rush trade works in their favor, and they're able to clean this one up. The point did flip back for Fluffy Dreamland and this, but it's not quite over yet. Tracer, only one left alive. Surely Chime doesn't have enough. Does have a pulse bomb, but outmanned and outgunned. They'll flip it back there, so a very even first fight. Camp's time basically split evenly between the two teams, but Citrus Nation, they only use the Kitsune Rush in that.
Yeah, that was a very lean fight from them, Zomba, even after seeing the Suzu committed. I think they didn't have recall, so they didn't want to get too aggressive, didn't want to go for anything too dangerous, and they bought enough time. Zeb, essentially eternal here in the front line. The Undying Orisa hitting so much damage, but Zomba, bit overzealous there, pre-fighted yet again. We've seen this a fair bit this series. Blade comes out from tap. Jacob pops the beat to try and save them, bail them out, and now it's looking like we might actually see a little bit of Blade value. Zeb has the Terror Surge. They're getting a little bit low, but Chime cleans up tap, and there's actually no opportunity to pop the Terror Surge because too many members of Citrus have died. The pre-fight onto Zomba, a pick onto tap, no value from that Blade yet again, really struggling to find any Blade value at all, but doing so much in the neutral that it feels like the Genji pick is still justified regardless. But again, Citrus, I mean, that one's got to sting a little bit. Fluffy Dreamland barely used any ults there. What was that, just beaten Pulse? Pulse Bomb comes out from Zomba pre-fight and actually catches Haven though, so that's a wonderful opening. Now we can see they're just pushing all the way up. Grapes taken really low. Tap and Zed taking down Grapes together, and now Proto forced to TP, and we're just going to see the fight consolidated towards the objective as Citrus clean this one up.
Yeah, Fluffy Dreamland, I think they want to try and live here to give them a chance of a recontest, but they're getting hunted down here, and this means zero chance of a recontest. No hope of getting out of that one. Citrus Nation with a strong lead here, going to go up 2 rounds in Flashpoint. And now Fluffy Dreamland as we get a replay. I think this is with the opening Pulse Bomb kill here, and Haven just caught, trying to peek early, but Zomba good for it. Sometimes it's for sometimes it's for first death, but sometimes it's just this early opening pick. Sets it up beautifully for their team, and now Zeb still has this Terror Surge, but so does Astro, and Chime's actually moved on to the Echo now, so a bit of a nicer matchup into the Genji here, but again, a very resource-heavy DPS will pull some of that away as we get the fight on this next point. Haven has the Bob to start it just to force the objective if they want, but for now, just poking, keeping it slow, wants to swing out to this left-hand side, keep the distance between himself and the DPS. Kitsune Rush used in exchange for that Bob, and you can see them come on to Haven. Terror Surge in, trying to get out of it. It's Proto who actually dies for this and all, and Zomba will clean up the low HP heroes around it. Zeb now still walking forward, trying to deal with this Echo. Terror Surge comes in, trade onto tap actually, and now Zeb, he tried to focus for DPS, but couldn't get close to that Echo, and the Terror Surge comes out trumps for Astro.
Really nice Terror Surge there from Astro at the end there to close it out. Tap coming up on another Blade, but I mean, let's be real, we have not seen any Blade value today. So actually, no, we saw it at the end of Runasapi. It just wasn't enough to win the map for them. But yeah, I mean, the ult situation for Citrus, it's not looking great. They're only coming up on flimsy ultimates. I think we're going to be asking a lot from one of the DPS here from Citrus, whether they can actually open things up. But Grapes, they have the beat to counter out any Blade aggression, so maybe we should just start praying for Zomba to get another pulse here in the neutral. Zomba actually So forget a pulse. Zomba will actually just take down Prota, but Haven actually trades out onto neutral. Blade comes out from tap. No Ajax today from Grapes, and again hits the look at me and kill me button. Down goes tap. Zomba catches Grapes. Zeb and Chime trading out 1 for 1. So it's still possible for Citrus to retake this, but with Astro on the point, there's still so much that needs to be done. Prota TP's back into the fight, throws down the Suzu onto Astro, and now that Astro has a healer back in the field, it's going to be so hard for Citrus. They just need to play slow, wait for that final touch.
They have the beat coming back as well, so there is a chance if they can extend this fight for a while, but they got to be careful. Terra Surgeon. Oh, Zeb with the spear. Now swing it back in their favor. Jacob still has the beat. Copy comes in. Jacob holding onto the beat for now. They deal with that copy immediately as well. Neutral just hits for Dink, so no threat at all from Chime. Good hold. Oh, wait, I was going to say good hold from Jacob. He uses it now. Now? After they get the DPS kills, I was about to say, really good discipline from Jacob to hold on to that beat, save it for the next fight, but throws it in after the DPS die, and now Citrus Nation, they have control of a point, but did invest in that ult, so Prota coming up to this Kitsune Rush will have a bit of a window of opportunity here.
Yeah, Jacob seemingly has no interest in 3-0ing Flashpoint after that beat. He wants it to go the distance. He wants more in this New Junk City. Zeb with the Terra Surge. I mean, last time we saw a Terra Surge exchange, Astro came out on top. But Zomba, again, look at this pre-fight pressure on the side angle, putting in so much damage. Nearly gets caught by a couple of rogue stickies from Chime there, but does manage to make it out over to the mini health pack. Fluffy Dreamland getting quite close to the point now, but Suzu's been committed by Prota, and Zomba is still behind. So they've got to be so careful of that. Haven on the side, dueling out Jacob, pushing him back. Neutral has the Kitsune Rush to match now. Pulse actually comes out onto Astro of all people. I think there was a Suzu on that one as well. So there's no Suzu available for Citrus. Tap takes down Prota. Nice little deflect kill. Astro comes out with the Terra Surge. Zeb comes with the second Terra Surge. And now that is just all of Fluffy Dreamland falling over. That's going to be New Junk City done and dusted. A 3-0 for Citrus. When they take it into a ground tank mirror, they come up ahead.
Yeah, can't even get the touch here at the end, and it'll be a clean sweep, tied up 2-2, and well, it doesn't take an expert maybe to break this one down. Ball for 2 maps, lose both of them. Zeb in, playing Orisa, playing Junker Queen for 2 maps, win both of them, and now tied up 2-2, elimination game. Shambali to decide who takes it all.
Yeah, Shambali for all the marbles. I mean, this is kind of a half-half here, right? Where I'd have to imagine that for Shambali, they're going to continue to play Zeb on these ground tanks. But Shambali is such a good Mei map, and that might cause a little bit of trouble for Zeb. Coming out with the Mei on a flat map where the wall chokes are good, that could be scary for them.
Yeah, really tough one for him. But you can't argue. I think at this point, it's just like, it's a reasonable map to play the ground tanks. You just have to try and play around the Mei. Maybe it's always possible. Tap can just play Mei as well, right? Could mirror it. Maybe that makes it a little bit easier in some of these situations as well. We'll see what we get.
Yeah, we could get a little bit of tap Mei for all the marbles. That could be a nice little treat at the end there.
What a treat.
Wait and see. Yeah, no, I wouldn't mind a little cherry on top to close out the day. I can no longer be a results-orientated gamer as we're on map 5, so, you know, we'll play for treats at this point, you know? Play for something rewarding.
A treat-orientated gamer instead? Beautiful.
Yeah, I'm a treat-orientated gamer. Alright, back to swapping. Yeah.
See ya. Do you think it's possible to pick a less climactic map than Shambali map 5? I don't know. I feel like Escort is just a bad map 5. In terms of, I feel like Flashpoint is actually the best map 5. Because I feel like Flashpoint, there's so often all the points, there's lots of high stakes in terms of winning each point, retakes, all of this. But I feel like Escort on map 5, Escort is really good when it's super close, but more often than not, because Escort's quite long, it's actually, there's actually more often a bigger difference in teams, you know? Like, even think about that SSG Ent series. What a crazy Junkertown we saw, right? It was actually pretty hype. But because it was a full hold into a reasonably fast cap, there was an element of, like, I don't want to say anticlimactic, but maybe underwhelming, right? I feel like Flashpoint. Koth as the final one? Yeah, I mean, I feel like Koth and any of the control point ones, Koth, Flashpoint, both have that same kind of thing. Push again is one that can end up being like, because Push can end up being not that close, even though you have to play for 10 minutes, which just feels anticlimactic to the series, you know? Yeah, I mean, technically what I think they should do with Control is, obviously, I think Control's a fine map 1. It's real classic, right? Like, if anyone scrims here with a team, I don't know what it's like maybe outside, like, or what is outside Overwatch League, but everyone still always starts with a Control map to kick off a scrim. And if you ever don't do it, it's like a real... There's a level of anxiety from all the players of like, I don't know, this feels a bit weird. We can't start on a Junkertown. You ever, one time, tried to start on a Blizzard World because we need to practice it. Oh boy, was there tangible discomfort in the room as I load up Blizzard World for the first map of the scrim. What are we doing here? We can't be doing this. Big trouble. Big trouble. So what was I going to say though is what they should do with the map picks is control map 1 if it's like a, you know, there's like equal seeding or whatever. But you know how we do loser picks map? If there's a higher seed and a lower seed, then I think the higher seed should get to pick the opening mode as well. Because why would you have control as the default?
Anyone can start their journey.
Why wouldn't you just have the higher seed pick the map? That seems like a reasonable advantage for the higher seed team or a team coming from upper bracket.
Don't miss Season 3. Register before October 2nd. Let's do this, guys.
And then you could have control for later in the series as well if you want, or you could still just pick control if you think you've got a good control map. I feel like it's just a little bit of a hangover from when we had the fixed maps in Overwatch League. First map control is so ingrained into the scene. Yeah, but it's also like it's ingrained into the scene. But I mean, is anyone really going to complain? What would you rather have, right? If you were the upper bracket team, would you rather get to pick from the COFs, or would you rather get to pick the mode and the map? I feel like it's just like a reasonable advantage to have. I mean, it's one of those things. I don't think it makes a huge difference, really. I think there's enough. There's already like enough modes and stuff you can pick a reasonable enough variety. But yeah, just force them. Pick map and mode. We're starting on Dorado. Imagining you have to take the Korean team, you start on Dorado. Fuck. It always happens. Always happens. Alright. So it seems Fluffy Dreamland are going to be starting on Winston and a Brig. I think Shambhali's a dive map. We've seen some of the Korean teams do it. We've seen Toronto do it. And now we're going to see Fluffy Dreamland do it. They're going to start on Ashe Farah as well. Again, both of these match up quite nicely into the hero Zeb wants to play in terms of the Orisa, in terms of the Junker Queen. Will be relatively free. But of course, you have to remember, if Zeb just goes Junker Queen or something and plays aggressive, can try and connect onto this Anna Brig backline quite a lot. Also chances to punish for Winston a lot on the Orisa. You don't see it all that often. I'm going to get these Preds closed as well. So last chance if you want to bet. But we'll see. Winston Anna Brig, a rarity on Shambhali here. So chance to outplay the Winston quite a bit here, Zeb. But this Farah and Ashe will be a bit of a problem for the Citrus Nation to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, while the Farah and Ashe are difficult heroes to deal with, I do feel like the Winston Gambit is not going to pay off for the side of Fluffy Dreamland. I think this is a really awkward place to play the Winston, and Citrus have more than enough potential to start rotating and rolling over the side of Fluffy Dreamland's backline with this greedy comp coming out from Dreamland. I never back a Western Winston at the end of the day. I see Astro pull out a Winston for all the marbles, and I think, holy shit, it's not going to happen. Zombie here in the back trying to hit the Defran control center tracking on the Farah, unfortunately unable to close out on that one. Chime appears to have survived on about, 10, 20 HP, so not quite good enough from Zombie. Needed a few more headshots in there to make that work, and that is going to be the cart stalled up here at the first corner for, a few more seconds at least. The thing is, they haven't held on the high ground, and the high ground feels like it should be a better place for them. So I think now there's opportunities for Citrus to flip. Astro actually jumps in on the rotation of Citrus, catches a lot of damage, already 50% of the way to that primal, but the Suzu kept everyone alive. Grapes manages to catch a kill on neutral though, and Zomba dead again to the nade of Prota. So things are starting to look a bit dicey now for Citrus. Once Dreamland can get those ultimates online, their ultimate cycle can be extremely powerful. I was thinking that Citrus had a good chance here because they'd be able to win in the neutral. And Zeb, this Junker Queen swap, it would have been fantastic for the neutral fight, way better for the neutral fight. But now in the ult turns, I'm not too sure because now they don't have an answer to the barrages, right? So Zeb is just going to be easy pickings into a nano barrage, into a nano Pharah. I think that the Orisa was a much safer pick into the ult turns, and they needed this queen for the neutral to shut out Astro. They go for a rotation, they shout that rotation, and Astro catches Jacob in the mix. Disaster, Xavier.
Oh, wait, Zeb's kept going, though. He's found it. Pulse Bomb comes out, forces for Rally 2, so Zeb's found a trade, and they force for Rally here. So they make the best of a bad situation here, and they get out one of those key defensive ults. But the scary one, they've used 2 minutes of their time. There's still a barrage, there's still a nano, and even this Bob is going to be quite effective. If Citrus Nation just want to play aggressive and trade, the Bob's going to be a pretty good peel tool for that. They have the Kitsune Rush, but that's the only ult they have. But the big problem for Citrus Nation is they just keep dying on this rotation because Astro hits them early.
Oh, good grief. I mean, here comes the nano turn now. You can see Prota playing a safe position up on the high ground. Oh, nope, not playing a safe position up on the high ground. Doesn't feel like it. Wants to go aggressive, get a bigger nade. We see the nano come out onto the Pharah. Zeb actually manages to juke the nano barrage, and this is disastrous for Fluffy Dreamland. That was one of their strongest ult turns, and it hasn't borne any return. But despite that, I mean, Fluffy Dreamland, they've managed to trade it out regardless. Astro popped the primal, and there's 2 members of Citrus dead right now. Zeb just playing for a trade, probably not going to catch it. All of the marbles are going to be lying on this final fight here at the end. If Prota can stay up on the high ground, Zeb is going to be a little bit short of targets unless he can, you know, Zeb the Knife Magician can pull the honor out of the high ground. But I really do think that they should play for this back high ground at this point, because with the ults of Citrus, they're going to try and brute force this. They're going to try and go in with the Rampage, with the beat drop, try and go deep. And that is going to be tough if Prota is just sitting here on the low ground. Zomba goes for a Pulse Bomb, swings wide. But now, I mean, this is Citrus's time.
No.
Oh, Zomba's dead.
They need to factor in the touch in a few seconds, but they're just going aggressive. They've just killed Prota, not on the high ground, gets taken down. Now they beat. They're looking for Grapes. Bob comes out to peel, and they've not found Grapes, actually. They're all on different targets here, Citrus Nation. They've just sort of scattered. They will trade Haven, but that's not really the trade they wanted, because Grapes is still alive. Zomba has to go for a desperate touch. No, didn't get it. And, oh, it's a full hold. Citrus Nation now. And think of this comp matchup we had. All of a sudden, they have these nano barrage timings or something like this, and they're in a great situation just to win a couple of those. This payload has not moved very far, and yeah, I don't understand how Grapes lived. He did have an invisibility cloak because he was just in the corner. The Bob didn't come out for ages, and he just somehow survives.
Yeah, I think it has to be an invisibility cloak situation where the spectators can see them, but the players cannot, because that was absolutely obscene for Grapes to live through that. I think the weak positioning from Prota as well, still not being consequential for Fluffy Dreamland. Prota did get antied and die, but I mean, you should be losing the point or something like that. The thing is, I mean, maybe the person to highlight and to lowlight here is Zomba, because I mean, Zomba, we've seen some unreal highs and unreal lows from them here today. They have opened up so many points with insane solo kills, great pulse bombs, insane tracking to take down some of the DPS and supports from Fluffy Dreamland. But in the same breath, it's really clear that Zomba is a little bit light on discipline, because they are always overextending, getting caught out, no recall pre-fight, no cooldowns pre-fight, and getting picked on Tracer. And you can't be an effective Tracer player if you're a coin flip. If it's, are you going to carry or are you going to throw my game today? So now Citrus backs to the wall. Zeb back on the Orisa, no more Junker Queen, doesn't want to get counterpicked out of spawn, and you can see Fluffy Dreamland, they're going for the anti-Orisa comp, the double poke DPS.
Ash and Bap this time out from Citrus Nation, so a slight variation to try and maybe better contest some of these DPS angles here, but so much has to go right for them. They're going to take this high ground for free, and they've already conceded so much space, but Zomba does kill Haven, so maybe a chance to retake the high ground here. But they're still playing quite far back now, and Citrus Nation seem to be content with their position. Not going forward, just accepting this. All right, Tap's going to kill Proto. I guess it's working. Can't argue with the result. Yeah. Zeb's going to walk up now. Will trade some of the cooldowns here. Gets the bubble out of Astro. Happy with that because it means the bubble can't be used to dive their Baptiste. And now they regain control of this high ground. Took their time with it, but a minute off the clock. And getting up to this first window as well.
Look, I mean, it's a solid start to a hold for the side of Citrus, but again, they've got no ultimates. Haven and Zomba duking it out here on the corner. Recall forced by the Dynamite. Nice Dynamite from Haven, but a spear from Zeb pins Haven to the wall, and Tap is there to follow it up. So really, Zeb, I mean, you can't count this guy out on any of these heroes. Junker Queen, Orisa, the clutch factor is there. The mechanics are there for an insane clutch, and now Citrus, they're starting to consolidate this hold. Neutral has the window, so the next fight, again, it's going to be difficult for Astro to do anything unless he can get some crazy jump pack damage, juke the lamp. Zomba here on the left holding it, but look, Fluffy Dreamland, they're all rotating over to the right-hand side. Zomba coming in and dueling Haven. May have even forced the recall out there, I'm not too sure. Deep jump from Astro, not for a kill, but trying to jump for space, trying to block people out. Jacob taken down by that jump? What is that?
Where are they going? Have they flipped the map? They're walking to the other side here. They're simply moving down point. Yeah, they flipped the map completely. Jacob was just slow on the rotate, so they're going to window from the enemy spawn. Tap didn't do the rotate, so Tap is now flanking them. It's chaotic from Citrus Nation. Fluffy Dreamland don't quite know what's happening, but they're still able to deal with all the threats. And maybe most importantly for Fluffy Dreamland, they had the nano in that fight. They didn't need to use the nano in that fight. And now with the payload, the box of victory ever so close, they're going to have almost 5 ults to throw at it.
Oh, Jacob, only 50% to the beat. That's going to be so difficult for Citrus. A Nano Winston into a Primal or a Nano Barrage. Both combinations that are so difficult to deal with. And with no beat drop to answer, Zomba, we're going to need a Miracle Pulse Bomb here. Zeb doing heaps of damage. Grapes catches the stick. The Nano Jax. Oh, no, it's not a Nano Jax. It's a Nano Fire. But the Barrage was already invested. So Chime dueling Tap. Tap goes down, gets the Bob out. Zeb still has the Terror Surge. It's not over just yet, but it's starting to look more over for us. Only Zeb and Zomba left alive. Zomba on the run. Now it's Zeb versus the world. Massive Terror Surge, but I don't think we're going to see anything from it. Prota dancing around in it, but that's going to be the end of days for Citrus Nation. Fluffy Dreamland taking it 3-2. The full hold, just too much. No fuller hold in the back pocket for us.
Yeah, and to be fair, the defense was actually a pretty reasonable defense in any other situation where they weren't full held themselves on the second corner. That would have been really reasonable. They would have even got another fight maybe after this one and would have been really on for their own full hold. But the attack was just a disaster, right? We see Jacob both on the attack and the defense, super slow on beat, getting picked off on all these fights, and just really struggled in the end. Citrus Nation falling out, and Fluffy Dreamland will be getting that matchup against Timeless tomorrow.
Yeah, Timeless in a little bit of peril now as their roster collapses before our very eyes. Hopefully they can take it to Fluffy Dreamland because they look like they came out to play today. But I guess that does it for today for you and I. So perhaps I'll say my goodbyes and see. Wait, is Korea tonight?
Well, yeah. So it starts in, I guess. Oh fuck me, 6 hours and 56 minutes.
Oh fuck.
Well, that's why I said fuck as well. Yeah.
Yeah, fuck. When am I gonna sleep? Because it's like I'm not tired now.
What time is it for you right now?
It's 11 a.m. But I mean, I woke up at fucking 12. It's 11 a.m. I woke up at 12. I can't sleep. This is gonna be. It's gonna be a rough one. I want to watch Korea though. I will be on for Korea one way or another. You know. Bit like,
yeah. I'm just gonna tank a small amount of sleep. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'll just like go do stuff for a couple of hours and then have like the most pathetic 2-hour sleep of my life and then just get right back into it. And then by the end of FACEIT, when we're watching the actual good games, I'm just going to be like unconscious, just miserable. Hopefully, you know, Korea will be quick at least because it's only one game, right?
Yeah, only one game. It'll be best of 7, right? I'm pretty sure, but
a WDG best of 7 actually, so that's going to be a 4-hour long affair.
You know what you could do actually? Do you know what's on? What is it? 4 hours beforehand? So in 3 hours from now? OWCS Japan Grand Finals.
I would rather... Yeah, I don't. I'm not going to get. I don't want to. I never want to say this stuff on stream. You know, like I never want to say this stuff on stream. I don't want to watch OWCS Japan. That's how I describe it. That's how. I describe it.
Yeah. I think I can read between the lines of that one.
Yeah, I reckon you can manage that one. All right, I'll see you tonight then.
All right, see you in a few hours. Fuck.
Yeah.
All right. So we're done. We're wrapped for North America. And we'll be back for Korea. So I'm going to shoot off, actually, because obviously we've got our North America. I'll show you the bracket quickly just so you can be aware and refreshed of what we're going to see tomorrow. So the North American action tomorrow will be a Timeless versus Fluffy Aimers, two teams we've not seen cross paths yet in this tournament, and the winner will get to take on TSM. So as Unter alluded to, this Timeless roster, well, it might not exist so much after this tournament, so a bit of a swan song for them. We'll see if they can go out on top and get revenge over TSM. Obviously, TSM would like to win something, maybe recapture some of their earlier success from, I want to say, was it stage 1 where they finished 3rd? Then in EMEA, which obviously happened before North America because of time zones and whatnot, we actually get a classic SSG Virtus Pro, another rematch. SSG came out on top in the most recent one, but it feels like all the teams are really evolving their meta understanding at lightning fast rate to get through this tournament, and the winner of that obviously gets to play ENTS. So that ENTS versus SSG game, if you missed this, if you're just tuning in now or something, if you missed this game earlier, go watch it, because I feel like, honestly, probably some of the most high-level Juno Brig RAM mirror play we've seen in terms of the macro, the ult usage, the counterplay to all the macro and the ult usage from the other team. Thought it was incredibly high-level all throughout. The Suravasa, I think, was beautiful. My expectation is that this will be trumped tomorrow by Falcons versus Zeta in the Korea Grand Finals, so stay tuned for that as well. So we'll have lots of action in all of this. But that's enough yapping. That's enough yapping, because I need to be back soon, so I guess I need to find somebody to raid. Let's see, who's streaming? It's 7 hours from now, Fix. 7 hours from now. So 9 AM British time. Who's streaming? Was Bullskunk streaming? He's got the NA Expert playoffs. Unter? No, Unter's ending as well. Yeah, let's send you over to Bullskunk. That seems reasonable enough, because Bullskunk such a grinder when it comes to that's the best part. Bullskunk's such a grinder when it comes to this stuff. Provides a lot of coverage for some of the lower regions as well, and actually Shroom Squad playing. Wait, is that Kai41? Who's K41? Kai41 playing in America for Shroom Squad? Alright, anyway, I'll send you over there. It's Avidity versus Shroom Squad. So yeah, go check that out. Thank you, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the stream, and I'll see you in a few hours. If you can make it up for Korea, it'll probably be well worth it. If not, there'll obviously be a VOD on this channel and stuff afterwards. So I'll catch everyone in a bit. Thank you very much, and good night.